Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 351, Revisiting the Rain Country. Once the pressure on the daimyo is resolved perfectly, he believes that the third Hokage will not give up on him. Hinata Shizuka, I have plenty of time. Our competition has just begun. It's no longer okay to play dirty. After realizing this, Danzo Shimura planned to be an alternative Mito Kato-en, first improving his own status and then taking back the rights that he deserved. Konoha is currently in an unstable period, which is just right for the growth of Shimura Danzo. Chaos is the ladder to ascent. Are you disappointed? When the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura were secretly preparing to put pressure on the daimyo, Shizuichi had already arrived in the Land of Rain with his three sisters. Kushina, Hyuga Miui, and Uchiha Mikado all came to the Land of Rain at the same time. The three girls' immediate impression was that before they even set foot in the Land of Rain, they were greeted by endless rain. It's so strange. It rains all year round, and the rain is very heavy. How can people living here survive? Kushina's little head was full of questions. Such an environment is not much better than the desert environment. The harsh environment means that most crops cannot be grown. It is not easy for people in the rain country to survive. Jingyi, who was holding an umbrella and looking forward, heard the words. The people here can only survive by growing some rice and some crops that are more resistant to water. Even so, a lot of drainage canals need to be built, otherwise all crops will be submerged by rainwater. Even rice that loves water cannot withstand the waves of rain, so drainage channels are important. This is also why the drainage ditches and sewers in the Land of Rain are built very large. Any sewer or canal is large enough for people to stand and run in, and some can even be several people tall. In terms of economy, the rain country has no economic source to survive. Although there are many special ores under the ground of this country, it is extremely difficult to mine. When it comes to the difficulty of mining in the rain country, people like Jingyi can only shake their heads. This is much more difficult than mining in the desert or in the mountains. Although there are not many rocks underground in the Rain Kingdom, this is also a big problem. All year round, the ground is full of mud. After being soaked by rain, the mud is moist and collapses as you dig. You have to pay attention to drainage when digging, otherwise the mine will be flooded every day. One bad luck is a large-scale soil collapse. The difficulty of mining in the Kingdom of Rain is absolutely hellish. The constant rain, coupled with the wet and loose soil, was more troublesome than the sand in the desert. There seem to be fewer people in this country. Along the way, you rarely see people. Even if you see houses and other buildings, you will find that they are all dilapidated empty houses. That's what war does. Jingyi looked around and said to the three people, "Let's go to the old house in front to rest. We will stay here today." Kushina wanted to visit the rain country, not because she wanted to travel all over the rain country. She probably just wanted to experience life in the rain country. So there is no need to keep moving around, just find a suitable place to live for a few days, and then you can leave. To be honest, the Rain Kingdom was such a damn place that Jing felt a bit annoying to stay in. He would rather squat in the desert of the Wind Kingdom than stay too long in this country where there was mud everywhere and endless rain. The old house is still well preserved. Jingyi easily repaired some damaged areas. Unfortunately, due to the heavy humidity, the house is full of various plants and needs to be cleaned up. Various small animals also like to live in this kind of old building. Jingyi could only say sorry to these little animals and drive them away. There aren't many other animals in the Rain Kingdom, just toads, frogs, snakes, and lizards, which are basically the ones that girls don't like. After clearing the weeds and plants, driving away the local residents, and lighting a fire, the damp house finally felt a little more alive. Jingyi, who was well prepared, collected a large amount of firewood along the way after knowing that Kushina was coming to the rain country. The firewood was enough to burn for a long time. "My clothes are all wet." Touching the wet clothes, Kushina's face fell. She wasn't caught in the rain, but the humidity in the air was too high. "Now you know how difficult the rain country war was." Jingyi laughed and patted Kushina's little head. Kushina nodded quickly to show that she understood. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miui are no exception. At this time, Jing'ai gave a direct response to Uchiha Mikato's previous exclamation. In fact, the population of the rain country is not small. Although this country has continuous heavy rains, it can barely be considered an agricultural country. The agricultural development is also good, so it can feed many people. Picking up a piece of firewood and throwing it into the fire, Jing'ai sighed and said, "As we walked along, we hardly saw any people." The fundamental reason is not only the war, but also the aftermath of the war. Compared with the war, the proliferation of bandits, the gathering of wandering ninjas, and the active activities of rebellious ninjas after the war are the most fatal blows. Even during war, ninjas from various villages would not sit idle and kill civilians. Even the Sand Village would mostly just plunder supplies and money. But those bandits, wandering ninjas and rebel ninjas don't care about this. As long as they can steal, they are happy to steal everything. Not only do they steal things, they also like to kill people. As a result, and due to the huge impact of the war, the population of the Rain Kingdom began to drop sharply. The current situation in the Rain Country is still in chaos. Even though the Rain Country war has been over for more than 2 years, if no one steps forward to clean up the mess, the Rain Country may continue to be in chaos for more than 10 or 20 years. So long? The three girls, who had not realized the horror of war, were stunned. Kushina said in surprise, "Is there no one coming forward to deal with it? What about the daimyo mansion? Even if the Rain Village is gone, isn't the daimyo mansion still fine? How to deal with it?" Jing'ai spread his hands like a little bear. A war has already drained the resources and economy of the Rain Country. At this time, even if the daimyo is willing, he is powerless. He can't even guarantee his own safety. That's why the daimyo of the Rain Country will seek the protection of Konoha. The Umbu sent a small team to the daimyo prefecture to protect the daimyo's safety. Although the daimyo prefecture was not affected by the war, it was also in chaos. In the original time and space, the chaos in the Rain Country continued until Nagato went berserk. When Yahiko was still alive, the Akatsuki organization was putting out fires everywhere, killing bandits and rebellious ninjas, and dealing with wandering ninjas, but the results were not very good. It was not until Nagato went berserk and 6 paths of pain came into being that the Rain Country returned to peace under his control. This is too terrible. The three girls were stunned. Chapter 352, The Standard for Causing Trouble. Jing'ai took out the scroll and the contents while explaining, "This is also the harm caused by war, and it is also the consequence of the growth of ambition. If the daimyo of the Land of Rain had not been ambitious and had chosen to support the even more ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander, recklessly developing the Rain Village and strengthening the village's strength, threatening the 5 major ninja villages, the war would not have broken out in the Land of Rain. Even if the war breaks out in the Rain Country, the damage to the Rain Country will not be so serious. At least we can preserve the strength of Rain Village. After the war, if the Rain Village comes forward to maintain order, the Rain Country will soon be able to calm down." It turns out that the trauma and aftermath of war are so severe. The three girls who had always lived in the village, had never participated in the war, and had no in-depth understanding of it, were taught a good lesson by Jing'ai. Although Kushina experienced the war of genocide, she was brought to Konoha before her family was destroyed. In addition, she was young, so she didn't think about anything other than sadness and grief. It was not until this moment that she realized the horror of war. What about the village and the Sand Village? The Rain Country is in such a miserable state. Konoha and Sand Village must not be having an easy time either. The village and the Sand Village? Jing'ai put a piece of meat in the pot. After hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, Jing'ai burst out laughing. "There's no need to ask this question. The village and the Sand Village have also suffered heavy losses, especially the Sand Village. Even if the Wind Country doesn't fall into chaos, it will take them at least 10 or 8 years to recover. As for Konoha, our Hokage is worried and exhausted every day, but most people don't know it." When Jing'ai thought of the third Hokage's gloomy face in recent times, he couldn't help but laugh. "Are you worried? More worries are yet to come, so just cheer up. This is the mission and responsibility of the Hokage." Jing'ai did not say anything about things that were too dark and radical. It is not appropriate for the three girls to know this at this time. "Master Jing'ai, let me do it." Uchiha Mikado took the initiative to take over the pot, and took charge of washing and cutting the meat, and even cooking the rice. Looking at Uchiha Mikado, who was busy, Kushina and Hinata Miwi felt a little embarrassed. Whenever the young cook Uchiha Mikado started working, they felt embarrassed because one of them was not a good cook and the food she made was inedible, and the other one didn't even know how much water to put in cooking rice. As for other difficult ones, don't even think about it. Therefore, the better the little cook Uchiha Mikado performed, the more embarrassed the two of them would become. "What are you two doing standing there? Come over here and help me." Fortunately, Jing'ai resolved the embarrassment between the two in time and found some work for them. "It is understandable that you are not good at cooking. It is a matter of talent. Not knowing how to cook is because you have never had any experience with it and family rules do not allow you to touch it. When it comes to cooking, no matter how talented you are, you can never be a great chef if you don't practice often. These problems can be ignored. If one doesn't even do the assisting work, or doesn't do it well, then that's the person's problem." Coming. Kushina had a smile on her face and ran over with a grin. Hinata Mui also came to help with a blushing face. She felt so useless. She was not as strong as Kushina, her cooking skills were not as good as Uchiha Mikoto, and even her personality had some problems. She blushed easily. "I feel so bad about myself." As if seeing what Hinata Mui was thinking, Jing'ai pinched her little face. "Don't doubt yourself. Everyone has a different upbringing, different strengths, and different personalities. You think you are not as strong as Kushina, and not as good as Mikoto in other aspects. Then, conversely, in terms of etiquette, can they compare with you? As a girl from the head family who has been strictly trained by the family since childhood, she may not have abilities in other aspects, but she has absolutely mastered etiquette. Because the Hyuga clan's training in this area has simply reached a perverted level, but the selection of people is not as good as fate. Who could have thought that Hinata Mui, who was originally going to become the clan leader's wife, would be pushed out by the family and become a sacrifice to win over Jing'ai? "I can't compare to this, I can't compare to this." Kushina shook her head vigorously and looked at Jing'ai pitifully. "Jing'ai, I am willing to do other things, but I don't know how to learn etiquette, and I don't want to learn it." Although she had never experienced it, she had heard Hinata Mui describe it as an extremely torturous process, and no one except the Hyuga clan could endure it. Uchiha Mikoto, who was cutting meat, paused and the kitchen knife almost fell on her fingers. Just like Kushina, if she were asked to learn the Hyuga clan's almost perverted etiquette, she would go crazy. "Ha ha ha, look, they are both scared." Jing Yuxiao's stomach ached. Kushina glared at him angrily. Uchiha Mikoto rarely showed a resentful look. Hinata Mui smiled embarrassedly. Her little face was as red as a ripe apple, and she felt happy in her heart. Mr. Jing'ai did not despise her for being useless, but instead praised her. "So happy, what?" At night, Jing'ai, who was sleeping alone in the tent outside, noticed something was happening in the village. Ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura families are actually gathering together, and the selection mode is turned on. Haven't the people who will be assigned to the police department already been selected? The Umbu and the pharmaceutical department are still unable to fill up with people, so what are these ninjas selected for? Could it be that the third Hokage is secretly doing something big? Jing'ai placed more puppets in the village than expected. There were shadows of puppets in most places. However, under normal circumstances, these puppets would not show up like dead objects and would only come out in special circumstances. These puppets spread throughout Konoha are absolutely the best candidates for surveillance. This is also the reason why the proportion of serious public security cases and spy infiltration incidents in Konoha is getting lower and lower. Those who cause trouble are being watched by the puppets before they even start, and even if they want to run away after they are done, they cannot escape as their location will be locked wherever they run. The same goes for spies. After locking the person, the Umbu can just go out and capture him, which is easy and hassle-free. A large number of ninjas gathered, and then further selection began, and finally only less than 20 people were left. The third Hokage is definitely going to cause trouble. Be quiet and make a decision. The selected ninjas stood in the yard and waited quietly until the second half of the night when there were new movements. Shimura Danzo. The black shadow approached slowly, and Jing'ai, who was observing through the puppet, immediately determined the other party's identity. He was right, the third Hokage really wanted to cause trouble. The combination of choosing the right ninja and having Danzo Shimura appear has made the result obvious. I just don't know whether they are planning to cause trouble in the village or outside. Looking at the people selected by the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura observed them carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 353 No evidence for suspecting Konoha. The third Hokage did not give him a perfunctory treatment. Although not many people were selected, all of these ninjas were very strong. After taking a look at the data file, Shimura Danzo was even more satisfied. Among this group of ninjas, there are those who are good at fighting, those who are good at assassination, as well as auxiliary ninjas, one medical ninja, one perception ninja, and one sealing ninja. Get together to finish the work. You are the elite of the family. You are selected for the reason. You know it yourself. Now put on your clothes and follow me. The village needs you. As he spoke, Danzo Shimura threw out a scroll. The scroll contained a miscellaneous collection of equipment and clothing. The ninjas present decisively changed their clothes and equipment, then followed Danzo Shimura into the darkness and disappeared. Soon, their position was locked in the exclusive passage of the Hokage Guard. Ever since the Umbu was separated, the Umbu's exclusive channels are no longer available to others. Even if you want to perform a confidential mission, you need to use other channels. The third Hokage had no choice but to open several exclusive channels for the Hokage Guards. Danzo Shimura led his men out through the exclusive passage for the Hokage Guard and headed straight towards the daimyo's mansion. Direction to Damingfu? What's the situation? Because of Uchiha's borrowing a knife to kill someone, the third Hokage had the idea of reactivating Shimura Danzo, and Shizuka knew all this. But what he didn't expect was that the third Hokage was so wild that he directly selected a group of people for Shimura Danzo and asked him to lead them straight to the daimyo's mansion. Jing'ai also has puppets in Daming Prefecture. As long as these people sneak into Daming Prefecture, Jing'ai will definitely know it first. Things are getting interesting. What are the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura trying to do? They wouldn't assassinate the daimyo, would they? Danzo Shimura dares to do such a thing, but the question is, does the third Hokage dare to do it? The third Hokage certainly wouldn't dare to do that, because he had to protect his reputation, and finding trouble for the daimyo was already the limit. The third Hokage would never dare to think of assassinating a daimyo. Even if Danzo Shimura wanted to, the third Hokage would stop him. Jing'ai's puppets are everywhere in the village. Although there are not many in Damingfu, at least they can be used for monitoring. As for other places, it won't work. How many puppets are needed to monitor the entire Fire Nation? Jing had never thought about such a thing, even though he has been creating new types of puppets. Next, we will wait for news from Daming Prefecture. In the following few days, Jing'ai and others stayed in the Land of Rain. At the beginning, the three girls seemed to be quite energetic. It often rained in Konoha, but continuous rain was rare. When they have nothing to do, Kushina, Uchiha Mikato, and Hinata Miui like to open the window, lie on the bed, cover themselves with quilts, and just stare at the rain outside, listening to the sound of raindrops, which they find particularly interesting. I hope your interest can last a little longer. See the rain? Listen to the sound of rain? Jing'ai also had this hobby in his previous life. After more than a year of battlefield in the Rain Country, he particularly disliked rainy days. On the second night after Danzo Shimura led a group of ninjas to leave Konoha, Shizuka's puppet in the daimyo mansion discovered that someone had sneaked into the daimyo mansion. Upon closer inspection, these people were the ones selected by the third Hokage. They all wore strange clothes and tattered equipment, trying hard to dress themselves up as rebel ninjas and wandering ninjas, for fear that others would guess that they were from Konoha. I guess these people will have to live in darkness from now on. Damingfu, the largest and most lively city in the Land of Fire, is still brightly lit even in the late night. Such bustle could not be found even in the commercial district of Konoha. After all, the population is limited, and coupled with the influence of various security measures and regulations, it is destined that the Konoha Ninja Village cannot be like the daimyo's mansion where everyone can come to consume and play. Tisk. When Jing'ai saw that several of the puppets had sneaked into the shogun's mansion, he knew what the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura were trying to do. The long period of comfortable life has made the daimyo forget the sense of crisis. So the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura planned to cause some trouble for the daimyo, find something for him to do, and create a sense of crisis. Although it is impossible for Konoha to assassinate the daimyo, people other than the daimyo have no such concerns. For example, the general in the general's mansion is a powerful figure in charge of the Daming Mansion's army. Once he is assassinated, everyone in Daming Mansion will be insecure, and even the Daming Mansion will become nervous. Because the other party assassinated the general, the next step might be to assassinate him. Not being able to kill the daimyo is the bottom line of the ninja village. It does not mean that wandering ninjas or rebel ninjas cannot kill the daimyo. Others are wandering around and have become rebels, so are they still afraid of being charged with a crime? Even if the crime is serious, you must first know who killed you. Otherwise, why would the ninja village send people to protect the daimyo? What I'm afraid of is meeting this kind of reckless idiot. If the daimyo is really killed, it will be a serious matter. The ninja who sneaked into the shogun's mansion began to look for money and valuables in the mansion. After leaving clues of the stealing, the real show began. Accompanied by a scream and a series of sharp cries, the entire general's mansion was in chaos. The general's mansion was in chaos, and the daimyo's palace also began to become chaotic. Because some reckless wandering ninjas or traitorous ninjas sneaked into the shogun's mansion to steal money, and when they were discovered, they killed the owner of the mansion. After the general's mansion owner was killed, he fled in panic, holding the stolen items. It's quite interesting. I wonder if the daimyo will be frightened. Shimura Danzo's move will definitely strengthen the daimyo's reliance on Konoha. This time it's the general's mansion. What about next time? If a few more important figures died, the daimyo would be unable to help but be afraid. Of course, he could suspect that Konoha was behind it, but where was the evidence? This kind of thing requires evidence. If you accuse Konoha without evidence, something terrible might happen. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. Daming Prefecture, which originally had a rich nightlife, became chaotic. Troops quickly blocked off every place in Daming Prefecture and conducted searches. The news was also delivered to the Damingfu Palace as soon as possible. The daimyo, who was sleeping with two beauties in his arms, was awakened and his first reaction was to curse. After the guard told the general that the general had been assassinated, the daimyo, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, trembled with fear and almost peed himself. Chapter 354 Qin Shuang ate Sichuan peppercorns and won the game. The general of the daimyo prefecture is one of the most authoritative and influential people in the entire daimyo prefecture. No, it can be said that he is one of the most representative nobles of the Fire Kingdom, except for the daimyo. And he is the daimyo's younger brother. Although the relationship between them is more complicated, they are half-brothers. But the assassination of a noble from the daimyo's mansion, one of the most powerful people besides the daimyo, was no small matter. The nobles of the daimyo prefectures of various countries have high status and this is beyond doubt. It was common for nobles to be assassinated, but this usually happened in small countries. As long as the daimyo was not killed directly, it would not cause much trouble. But this kind of thing is different in the 5 major countries. It's no different from poking a hornet's nest. If the enemy could kill the general directly, they might be able to sneak into the palace and kill him as well. Thinking of this, daimyo suddenly became nervous. Asshole, who on earth did this? He actually came to the daimyo's mansion to assassinate the nobles. Investigate. These people must be arrested and executed. The generals of Daming Prefecture were all assassinated, which means that the assassins who carried out the assassination were a group of lawless people. The generals of Daming Prefecture were all dumbfounded. What else would they not dare to do? The next step might be to assassinate the daimyo. The daimyo dare not take such a risk, so the truth must be found out and all the assassins must be executed. By the way, where are all the ninjas of Konoha? Ask them all to come to the palace and protect my safety. Because of the third Hokage incident, the daimyo was not very nice to the ninjas sent by Konoha to protect him, and even drove them out of their residence, making them stay on the edge of the palace. Now that an assassination attempt had occurred, the daimyo panicked, fearing that an assassin would target him in the next second. So he thought of those ninjas who were driven to the marginal area by him. These ninjas can keep him safe, free from assassination. Outside the daimyo's mansion, several ninjas responsible for the assassination came to the city to meet Shimura Danzo with human heads in their hands. My lord, the mission was successfully completed. After taking a look at the head on the ground, Shimura Danzo said to them calmly, tomorrow night, you will kill the nobles in charge of finances in Daming Prefecture, and then storm the palace of Daming Prefecture. The others will cooperate with you. Remember, storm the palace and make a big fuss. It is best to set it on fire, and then you can evacuate. Although Danzo Shimura is the only ruthless person among the 5 major ninja villages who wants to kill the daimyo and replace him with a ninja village, his mission this time is not to assassinate the daimyo. It was to create a sense of crisis for the daimyo. Therefore, things like assassinating a daimyo should only be done in a pretense manner, not for real. Once he really killed the daimyo, the third Hokage would probably immediately distance himself from the matter, then abandon him, or even kill him on his own initiative. For Danzo Shimura, who has great ambitions, the risk is not worth taking. Although it is easy to kill the daimyo. In the Land of Rain, Shizuka, who was in charge of watching the show, was amused by Shimura Danzo's bold move. In order to create a sense of crisis for the daimyo and prevent him from making trouble again, the general of the daimyo's mansion was directly killed. Is this sense of crisis strong enough? General of Daming Prefecture? This unlucky guy seems to be the daimyo's younger brother. Shizue listened to Tsunede's account of some of the relatives in the daimyo prefecture. All the nobles and powerful people in the entire daimyo prefecture belong to the daimyo lineage and have a direct relationship with the daimyo. As the daimyo, one of the most powerful men in the Land of Fire, all he has to do every day is enjoy himself, eat, drink, and have fun, and naturally there is no shortage of women. As long as you are fond of women, you will definitely be able to have a bunch of children over time. After his son ascended to the throne and became the daimyo, he must have had a bunch of brothers and sisters. I don't know if this unlucky guy is the only one or the first one. Jing'ai didn't know how far Shimura Danzo would take things. He might just stop there because the third Hokage only wanted to increase the sense of crisis in the daimyo's mansion, not to really kill the daimyo or scare him half to death. The third Hokage must have paid attention to his identity and reputation when doing things, but as for Shimura Danzo, this lawless old guy doesn't care about these. The ultimate goal is to assassinate important nobles in the daimyo's mansion, give the daimyo enough sense of crisis, and make the daimyo strengthen his dependence on Konoha. Afterwards, the Konoha ninjas will go to the daimyo's mansion to investigate and will definitely put the blame on the rebel ninjas and wandering ninjas, thus clearing himself of any connection with Shimura Danzo. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Qin Huang ate peppercorns and won. I'll leave you some evidence first, otherwise how can I justify the latest camera developed by Orochimaru? I will find a chance to throw the evidence out later and see if the third Hokage can protect Danzo Shimura. Although evidence can be forged and ninjas can transform and disguise themselves, this evidence is enough to arouse the daimyo's suspicion. I believe the daimyo would be happy to give the third Hokage a choice. Which one do you choose, the support of the daimyo or Shimura Danzo? Don't say that only children do multiple choice questions, adults have to ask them all. If I get pushed into a corner, I will directly seek protection from people in other villages and expose your actions to the ninja world. This is the daimyo's last resort. Unless he is forced into a desperate situation, he will not dare to act rashly. Similarly, the third Hokage did not dare to push the daimyo to this point. If it really comes to this, it will be a situation where both sides will be destroyed. Once other villages interfere, there will be enough reason to send a large ninja army into the Fire Country, under the banner of protecting the daimyo of the Fire Country. Don't you think it's interesting? Shimura Danzo, I have kept the evidence for you. Please work hard and don't let me down. After all, the bigger the fuss you make now, the more intense the daimyo's reaction will be when the evidence is thrown out. After giving the puppet the order to continue following and monitoring, as well as taking photos, Jingai no longer paid attention to this matter. Taking his sister to travel around was his main task at the moment. After living in the rain country for a few days, Kushina and the others felt bored. No matter how much someone likes watching the rain or listening to the sound of rain, after coming to the rain country, lying down for a few days, watching the rain, or listening to the sound of rain, they will get bored. It's just like my friends in the south in my previous life who loved snow. They would cheer and make all kinds of noise when they saw it snowing, even if they knew they would get sick and catch a cold after making noise, they would still go play in the snow. If you send a friend from the south to live in the north for a period of time and let him experience a freezing period lasting several months, do you think he will still like snowy days, play snowball fights, and build snowmen? I guess I'd get a headache if I saw the snow. After leaving the Rain Kingdom, the group entered the Grass Kingdom, away from the incessant rainy weather. Compared to the Rain Kingdom, the climate in the Grass Kingdom is very good and very close to the Fire Kingdom. Chapter 355, Daimyo just ran away. The people in this country seem a little strange, and their living environment and living conditions. Not long after entering the land of grass, Kushina discovered a problem, but she couldn't explain what it was. I just find it quite strange. Do you think their lives are difficult and inversely proportional to the environment of this country? Jingai took the initiative to explain. Right. Kushina clenched her fists and waved her hands. I've always had this feeling, but it's so vague that I can't put my finger on it. The environment of the Grass Kingdom is similar to that of the Fire Kingdom. Logically, it is a small country with rich resources, but the living standards of civilians in this country are much worse than those of civilians in the Fire Kingdom. Passing through some villages, you may even feel like you have arrived at a refuge. It's really weird. As a talented woman, Uchiha Mikoto knows more about economics and people's livelihood than Kushina and Hayagamiwi. Given their country's environment and resources, even if they don't develop their economy and only rely on agriculture, they should be able to allow their citizens to live a stable and prosperous life. The Tian Kingdom next door is the best proof of this. The Land of Fields is a relatively famous agricultural country in the ninja world. Even though it is a very small country, its agricultural development is top-notch and it can make a lot of money every year by selling grain. So the question is, if the country of fields can do this, why can't the country of grass do this? So, the three girls, full of confusion, looked at Jingai. Explain. Kushina took Jingai's hand and shook it. She was ready to act like a spoiled child if she was rejected. Unable to bear it any longer, Shizuka spoke before Kushina could start to act like a spoiled brat. The reason is simple, because there is something wrong with the people of this country. The nobles of the daimyo prefecture of Grass Country are all a bunch of vampires, and the same goes for the ninja village. Moreover, their personalities are just like the name of the country, spineless. I've always been a fence-sitter. In other countries, Common people can live a stable and prosperous life by relying on farming, but this is not possible here, because the nobles of the daimyo will suck your blood dry like bloodsuckers. So excessive? Don't they care about the lives of civilians? The three girls were shocked. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable in the Fire Nation. In the land of fire, especially in Konoha, civilians who rely on agricultural planting can even pay ninjas to help with farming and harvesting. Can you believe this? Without money in pocket, who would dare to do such a thing? To be precise, the nobles of this country and their ninjas have used their abilities and talents for deviant purposes. When you carry out missions in the future, it's best to avoid coming to this country. This place was once rich, but its ambition ruined its future. There are some dangerous things hidden in it. A box of bliss where your wishes will come true when you open it? You really dare to think so? Even the Six Paths Sage doesn't dare to make such a promise. It can be said that the grass country has become what it is today entirely because of their own fault. In the entire country, only ordinary civilians are relatively innocent. From the nobles of the daimyo prefecture to the ordinary ninjas in the ninja village, there are very few good people. Come to think of it, the nobles and the leaders of the ninja village are a group of ambitious and greedy vampires. How can the ninjas below learn from them? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. This is the truth. If we were to choose the most annoying country and village in the ninja world, then the grass country and grass village would definitely be number one. Betrayal, greed, plagiarism and theft are all things they are good at. They treated you as their ally and gained enough benefits from you, but then they turned around and stabbed you in the back, plagiarized the village's ninjutsu for themselves, snatched mission commissions at super low prices, and disrupted the mission commission market. In short, the grass country is capable of any terrible thing you can imagine. If it wasn't sandwiched between the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation, if the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation didn't need small countries as a buffer zone, the Grass Nation would have been destroyed countless times with the way it does things. Wardfa, is it so exciting? Kushina, who had just felt a little sympathy for the civilians, changed her attitude instantly. The people of this country do not deserve sympathy. Uchiha Mikado also found it unbelievable, and Hinata Miui opened her mouth wide with a look of disbelief on her face. Jingai patted Kushina's head and warned her, even the ordinary civilians you think are the most pitiful are not good people. They sell things to others, and then they bring people to snatch them back, or even kill people. This happens a lot. Over time, merchants in the ninja world don't like to do business in this country. If you do business in other countries, you may be subject to heavy taxes. In the grass country, let alone taxes, you may not even be able to save your life. The civilians who buy or sell things to you during the day can unite at night to rob you of your money and goods, and kill you in the process. The three girls looked at him blankly. The more Jingai spoke, the more shocked they were. This is like a knife cutting your butt, it really opens your eyes. Is there not a single good person in this grass country from top to bottom? There are definitely good people, but not many, because the initially good people will gradually become bad people over time, because if he does not become a bad person, he may not be able to survive. It's too bad. Let's leave this country as soon as possible. Let's go to the Iron Country. This country and its people make me feel uncomfortable. Kushina, who had originally planned to stay in the land of grass for a few days to rest, suddenly lost the mood. This damn place is worse than the Rain Country, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. This will save you from being targeted. If I kill him, I can't bear to do it. If I don't kill him, it's too annoying. It would be better to come earlier. When Jingai took her three sisters to leave the Grass Kingdom, another terrible assassination occurred in the daimyo's mansion of the Fire Kingdom. The noble who was in charge of the finances of the daimyo's mansion was assassinated. This assassination attempt frightened the daimyo so much that he led his men straight to Konoha overnight. The daimyo was scared away. Not to mention the third Hokage, even Shimura Danzo didn't expect this. He just thought that the daimyo would have a strong sense of crisis and would not run away directly. As a result, they all overestimated the daimyo's courage. The main reason for such error fragments is that the mentality of ninjas and ordinary people is different. What seems normal to ninjas may be like the sky falling to ordinary people. No matter how high the status of a daimyo is, he is just an ordinary person. He is still an ordinary person with great power who likes to enjoy life. When encountering danger, he must prioritize his own safety. Not being able to assassinate daimyo is the bottom line of every village and country, not the bottom line of wandering ninjas and rebel ninjas. If you really give these people the opportunity, they will cut off your head without hesitation. Therefore, the daimyo, who suffered a second fright, ran away. The daimyo's behavior made the Konoha ninjas who were protecting him a little panicked. Seeing that the person who needed protection was about to escape, they could only follow him. As for whether the third Hokage would punish them after returning to the village, they didn't know. High probability is not, because these things were done with the permission of the third Hokage. Chapter 356, The Nobles and Escape from Disaster is eye-opening. Secondly, the daimyo they were responsible for protecting were not injured or assassinated. This means that they did not neglect their duties and their protection mission did not fail. Since the mission did not fail, why would I be punished? Running away is the daimyo's own business. As for the other assassinated nobles, they had nothing to do with them. Their mission was only to protect the daimyo alone. As the daimyo fled, the entire daimyo prefecture fell into chaos. The nobles followed closely behind, running towards Konoha with their guards. No one wanted to be the next unlucky person to be assassinated. As for the assassin? At this point, who cares who the assassin is? Once we arrive in Konoha and our safety is guaranteed, we can let Konoha send people to investigate slowly. Before the assassination attempt was concluded, these nobles would most likely not dare to return to the daimyo prefecture to live easily. The nobles lack everything except strength, so it makes no difference to them whether they live in daimyo prefecture or in Konoha. Since there is no difference, you must choose a safe and secure place. Fuck. The third Hokage was a little confused, and so was Danzo Shimura, and Shizuka even swore directly. He thought the daimyo would be very angry and would directly ask Konoha to send people to investigate, but the daimyo ran away. He just ran away. If you think about it carefully, it seems that it is understandable that daimyo ran away. What if he was really killed? He hasn't enjoyed enough, how can he die? As for revenge against the third Hokage, the daimyo could no longer care about that. He just had to save his own life first. As for other things, they could be put off for now. As a result, all the prominent nobles from the daimyo prefecture swarmed into Konoha, catching the third Hokage off guard. Danzo, oh Danzo, I asked you to increase the sense of crisis for the daimyo. I didn't ask you to scare all the nobles in the daimyo's mansion and make them run to Konoha. If it were any other time period, the third Hokage would definitely have applauded and welcomed these nobles to live in Konoha. Because the nobles will bring many people with them when they go out. These people entering Konoha will drive consumption, which will eventually boost Konoha's economy. But not long after the war ended, Konoha was still in the recovery period, and a large number of nobles came to Konoha with their families and a large number of guards. This was a bit bad. First of all, the resettlement of these people is a big problem. Secondly, there is also a large gap in the consumption of various materials. Don't ever compare the consumption of Konoha's common people with that of these nobles. They want to enjoy the best of everything. Even if they were willing to spend money to buy it, Konoha's logistics supplies would face great pressure. Danzo, what's going on? The third Hokage's tone was not very good. Facing the question from the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo sneered. This group of cowardly bugs just came to Konoha with their families. This has nothing to do with me. I put pressure on the daimyo as agreed with you, but the daimyo himself was afraid of death, so he ran away, and the other nobles followed him. I fucking ride. All the nobles from the daimyo prefecture flocked to live in Konoha, all because they were scared. This was the first time such a thing had happened since the establishment of the Konoha ninja village. There were examples of a large number of nobles coming to Konoha in the past, but in the past they only came to play or as guests. This was the first time that a family had to escape a disaster together. You are right. Although Shimura Danzo's attitude was not good, he did not do anything excessive. It was just that the daimyo and these nobles were too timid. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage tried hard to calm his complicated emotions. He dropped the pipe into his mouth, lit it, and took a few puffs of smoke. The third Hokage said dully, a large number of nobles have poured into the village, and the village has run into problems with resettlement because there aren't enough places to house them. Second, the consumption of supplies is a problem. It would be fine if it were just nobles and people with families, but these damn things, every noble brought a large number of guards. The population of Konoha was raised to a new level. The third Hokage's brain was about to explode from dealing with all these things. Moreover, these nobles would come to the Hokage's office in different ways every day to make various requests. Let them buy it with their own money. Shimura Danzo didn't want to pamper these people. If there is a shortage of supplies, send a caravan to other countries to buy them. The Fire Country is not short of supplies, so how can it be short of the supplies they consume? You. The third Hokage was almost laughing out of anger. Have you, Shimura Danzo, been imprisoned for too long and caused brain problems? Is that normal supplies? If it was just a sudden increase in population, the third Hokage would not feel any pressure, but would applaud and welcome it instead. However, these nobles are not ordinary people. Okay, since you are so confident, I will leave this matter to you. The third Hokage, laughing angrily, took out a document and slapped it into Danzo Shimura's arms, then turned and left. What do you mean? Danzo Shimura was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. After the third Hokage's back disappeared, he opened the file and started reading. When he saw the list written in the document, veins on Shimura Danzo's forehead began to bulge. Whether it's the special beef from the land of thunder or veal, it must be a designated part. There is only a small piece on each cow, and it must be fresh. Secondly, whether it's fresh prawns from the sea, the type is also designated and it must be fresh. A certain kind of fruit from the land of demons, and the condition is also that it must be fresh. One after another, these nobles even wanted to eat the deer raised by the Nara clan. If it weren't for the third Hokage's comfort, Nara Shikakoshi would have really wanted to kick these nobles to death. You are a bunch of dogs. You don't eat farmed deer because you think the meat is not tasty, but you insist on eating the deer that we, the Nara clan, raise as our companions, right? Is there something wrong with your brain? I didn't see you having so many problems and troubles when I lived in Daming Prefecture. A few seconds later, Danzo Shimura, with a livid face, tore up the document fiercely, and said, "Purchasing for the caravan, what the hell is purchasing?" Chapter 357 I can't stand it but I can't kill it. A bunch of rubbish, why don't you just die? Danzo Shimura finally understood that these bastards were just looking for trouble and to gain attention. He was so angry that he tore the documents into pieces. In fact, although the nobles of Daimyo Prefecture used materials in an outrageous way, it was not outrageous to this extent. Look at what they want, it's simply asking for too much. Not surprisingly, these people did it on purpose. We were assassinated in the Daimyo Prefecture and were frightened, so we ran to the Konohagakure to seek comfort and have some fun to soothe our inner anxiety. Is that okay? It should be fine. The frustrated Danzo Shimura could only rage helplessly. If these nobles stayed in the Daimyo Prefecture, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them, but the other party did not give him any chance and ran directly to Konoha. He was assassinated in Daming Prefecture. The assassin was extremely bold. But if he were to encounter a similar assassination attempt after arriving in Konoha, it would be Konoha's fault. At this time, even though Danzo Shimura was furious, he didn't dare to do anything to these nobles and could only endure it. Just wait and see. After saying these harsh words in hatred, Danzo Shimura walked into the darkness and disappeared. All the prominent nobles in the Daimyo Prefecture fled to Konoha with their families to seek refuge. The fact that a noble had been assassinated could not be concealed, and this incident spread like the wind throughout the entire ninja world. This caused the daimyos of other countries to become involuntarily nervous. Not just the daimyo, but also other nobles in the Daimyo Prefecture. The nobles of the Fire Nation have all been assassinated, and they are nobles of very high status. Does this mean that we will be treated the same way? No, you can't leave things to chance with this kind of thing, you have to ensure your own safety. Then, nobles from other countries began to follow the example of the nobles of the Fire Country Daimyo Prefecture and came to the ninja village with their families to live temporarily. It means living there for a period of time, but who knows how long exactly. After arriving in Konoha, the nobles of the daimyo's mansion, in addition to seeking some sense of presence and something to do, would run to the Hokage's office every now and then. Under pressure from all sides, the third Hokage had to send people to the daimyo's mansion to investigate the assassination of the noble. As for how long the investigation will take, who the target will be, and who the suspect will be, it all depends on the mood of the third Hokage. Father, who do you think did this? Huang Tu happily placed the intelligence scroll on Onoki's desk and asked with a grin, "Please call me Tsuchikage-sama." Onoki's eyes widened. "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama." Huang Tu nodded happily and continued to ask, "Father, I think this matter is very strange. Ordinary assassins would not dare to assassinate the nobles of a great country." "Never mind, I'm too lazy to correct it." Onoki really couldn't do anything with his son, so he crossed his arms over his chest, not even bothering to look at the scroll on the table, and said in a sullen tone, "Except for some daring traitorous ninjas, the biggest suspect is Konoha." "Huh, Konoha? They assassinated the nobles?" Huang Tu was confused. Onoki was so angry when he saw his son's silly look that he slapped him. However, due to his limited height and the fact that he was sitting on a chair, he could only hit his son's chest. "Can't you use your brain?" Onoji's breathing became disordered. "I'm talking about suspicion. Do you understand? Can you understand what I'm saying?" "Understood, understood." After being slapped and scolded by Onoki, Huang Tu continued to smile and nod. "It seems that my son finally looks like a human being." A suspicious look appeared on Onoki's face. "You are right. This matter is full of weirdness. Konoha may take action because they have had many conflicts with the daimyo mansion since the war was not over. Now there are great emotions between the village and the daimyo mansion. In order to correct this situation, assassination is not small. As long as there is enough sense of crisis, the daimyo and the nobles of the daimyo's mansion will begin to rely on the Konohagakure again. But all this is just suspicion. Normally, even a powerful rebel ninja would not assassinate a noble of a big country, because it would make his situation even more difficult. Rebel ninjas are ninjas who live by hiding from place to place like rats. They need to be extremely cautious, fearing that the village's hunting troops will find them. What benefit will assassinating nobles bring to them? Unless someone spends a lot of money. However, bounty clubs in various places have not issued bounty missions for assassinating nobles of major countries. As for why Onoki knew so much, it was because he often sent people to take on bounty missions to make money. Not only the Uegakure, but other villages will too. After all, the reward for an assassination bounty is much higher than that for a mission commission. As long as the mission target is not too conspicuous, it is equivalent to making a lot of extra money. The village is happy to do it, and those powerful ninjas are also happy to accept such bounty missions. How much does it cost to complete an S-level mission commission? The reward for killing a Jonin-level target is at least tens of millions of ryo, such as the third Hokage's youngest son, the unfortunate Asuma Sarutobi. The 5 major ninja villages also like to use this method to offer rewards to strong people from the enemy villages. Although there are few bounty missions to complete and the rewards are high, it is worth spending such a large sum of money as long as someone can be killed. For example, Asuma is worth 35 million taels. How long does it take to earn this money by completing the task commission normally? If someone posts a bounty mission, the assassin will definitely make a lot of money. Speaking of Onoki, I feel a little jealous. It's about money. If you have the ability, please give out more tasks. My Uegakure has no shortage of manpower. Forehead. Huang Tu looked at his father speechlessly. Although the village is short of money, will it have a bad impact if this is said? What are you looking at? Onoki glared at his son with a glare and scolded him. Be careful when you go out, kid. You have a high bounty on you. Yes, my child must be careful. Compared to the bizarre father-son relationship in the Uegakure, the third Reikage of the Kumagakure just calmly threw the scroll aside and left it alone. Such information is of no use to the village, and it would be meaningless even if Konoha took action himself. That is Konoha's territory. The Cloud Ninja village is too far away from the Fire Country and cannot reach out. Instead of worrying about the affairs of the Fire Country nobles, it is better to think carefully about how to snatch more mineral resources from the Earth Country. There are also many mines in the Land of Lightning, but the quality of the ore is average and it is difficult to mine, unlike in the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. As for the Fire Nation, it was simply left out. Chapter 358 Entering the Cloud Village. In the Land of Wind, Sand Village, the third Kazekage is in no mood to deal with these trivial matters. He is busy mining. When he learned about the assassination of the Fire Nation nobles, he put it out of his mind. Unexpectedly, the fact that the Fire Nation nobles all brought their families to Konoha to escape the disaster actually helped him. After receiving the emergency notice from the village, the third Kazekage hurried back to the village from the mine. As soon as I met Cho, I couldn't wait to ask. You mean, the daimyo has also come to the village with the nobles? Want to stay for a while? Yes, Kazekage-sama. Cho looked odd. She was busy studying puppets in the laboratory, but her subordinates came to her and asked her to take charge of the situation. Because the third Kazekage was busy mining to pay off his debts and make money to support the village, the people of the Sand Village could only look for Cho. So Cho sent a message to the third Kazekage. Okay, ha ha ha. The third Kazekage was silent for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed. The war between Sand Village and Konoha finally ended with peace talks. On the surface, no one lost, but in fact, Sand Village was the defeated party, which made the daimyo of Wind Country, who had been supporting the village, very unhappy. Not only did he give the third Kazekage a cold shoulder, he was also unwilling to give money to support the development of the Sand Village. The third Kazekage was also having a headache about how to ease the relationship and how to please the daimyo. As a result, the nobles of the Land of Fire were assassinated, and the daimyo took the lead in fleeing. The frightened lord of the Land of Wind was also worried that he would be assassinated, so he rushed to the Sand Village with his people. People have already arrived at the Sand Village. Do they still need to worry that you won't give them money? Describing the situation in the village as bad as possible and playing the victim, the daimyo of Wind Country and the nobles of Daimyo Prefecture would be willing to pay for it, if for no other reason than their own safety. So, the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura helped the third Kazekage a lot in this way without knowing it. Of course, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and a group of nobles also provided a great assist. Without them running away with their families, the daimyo of the Land of Wind would not have been in such a hurry to follow them. This incident had a huge impact on the ninja world. The daimyos and nobles of some small countries became uneasy, so they thought the best solution was to run away, find a safe place to live for a while. The only part of the entire ninja world that was not affected might be the Land of Water. Firstly, it was too far away, and secondly, the internal strife in the Mist Village had reached its peak, and at this time no one cared who was assassinated. The daimyo of the Land of Water did not dare to go to the Mist Village to live at this time, because the Mist Village was more dangerous than the daimyo's mansion. The struggle between the Mizukige's direct faction headed by Yagura and the opposition faction is becoming increasingly fierce. Every day, a large number of people died due to the struggles among high-level officials. The reputation of Yagura the Bloody Butcher gradually began to be established from this time on. Whether the daimyo and nobles ran away had no effect on Jing'ai. At this time, he had already brought his sister to the Iron Kingdom. After playing in the Iron Kingdom for a while, we continued to head northeast towards the Thunder Kingdom. Jing'ai, is it really appropriate for us to go to the Kumagakure village like this? Kushina originally thought that Jing'ai was just taking them for a stroll in the Land of Lightning and then leaving, but it turned out that Jing'ai's destination was actually the Cloud Village. Is it appropriate to go to other villages with such fanfare? Besides, you are the head of Konohazumbu, and your identity is quite special. If you go to the Kumagakure, everyone in the village will be nervous. Kushina was right in her guess. If Jing'ai really went to the Cloud Ninja Village with his identity, everyone in the Cloud Ninja Village, from the third Raikage to ordinary ninjas, would become nervous and even think that there was something wrong. Which Umbu leader would run towards another village for no reason? Why is it inappropriate? Jing'ai didn't care about these, but smiled and said, "We entered the Kumagakure village as tourists, not to gather intelligence. Besides, the Land of Lightning and Kumagakure village welcome everyone to come and play and spend money. What's wrong with us spending money and having fun? Besides, we didn't come here on behalf of the village, nor did we sneak into the Kumagakure village as an Umbu mission. Just walk in openly and honestly. If they have ideas, let them have them. You really dare to say it and think it." "Not only do I dare to think and speak, I also dare to do it." Looking at the three confused girls, Jing'ai laughed. "Don't worry, just follow me and enjoy the natural scenery of the Cloud Village. This is a unique scenery that you can't see in Konoha or the Land of Fire. The Cloud Village can't detain us. Even if they want to, they dare not. The Cloud Village will be our first stop. The next stop will be the Rock Village, followed by the Sand Village, and finally the Mist Village. If you want to play, then make it more exciting. Let's travel around the 5 major ninja villages first. What's the point of visiting a small country? If you want to go to a big country and visit their ninja village." Kushina, has Lord Shizuichi been stimulated by something to do such a risky thing? Uchiha Mikado communicated with Kushina through eye contact. The same goes for Hinata Miui. But at this moment, Kushina had no words to express her grievances. She herself couldn't believe that Jing'ai would play so wildly. It would be fine if you just played in the Land of Lightning, but you also have to go to the Cloud Ninja Village. And this is the first stop. Next up are the Rock Village, the Sand Village, and the Mist Village, which is in the midst of a civil strife. Crazy, going crazy. Kushina really wanted to tell Jing that there was no need to be so ostentatious, we could be more low-key, really. However, she had no say and could only follow Jing'ai obediently. Cloud Village, Raikage Office Building. The door of the Raikage's office was opened, and Dode, the Raikage's assistant who was trusted by the third Raikage, walked into the Raikage's office and handed a document to the third Raikage. "Lord Raikage, here is an urgent piece of information that requires your immediate attention." "What information?" The third Raikage, who was exercising with dumbbells, did not stop what he was doing. Konohazumbu chief, Hayaga Shizuka, recently entered the Land of Lightning with a few people. They are heading towards the village and will arrive in the village in about a day. What? The third Raikage was stunned for a moment. At this time, he no longer cared about the dumbbells in his hand and threw them aside. Under Tutai's heartbroken gaze, a big hole was smashed into the ground. "Lord Raikage, can't you be a little gentler? How many times has this happened this month?" Chapter 359, Being a Raikage as a Tour Guide? Unfortunately, Tutai could only complain a few words in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Even the third Raikage wouldn't blame him for this. Not caring about the damage to the ground, the third Raikage picked up the document and started reading it. Strange? Is this guy here for fun? The third Raikage thought that Shizuka had brought his men to the Land of Lightning to carry out a mission, and were even going to come to the Cloud Ninja Village. This is not a trivial matter, after all. Jing'ai's strength and status are there. If he came on behalf of Konoha, it would be a diplomatic incident between the two villages. Once there is any need, they will go to the Cloud Village. According to the agreement among the 5 major ninja villages, the Cloud Village will need to come forward to help. Unfortunately, the third Raikage thought too much. Jing'ai didn't look like he was here to carry out a mission. It feels more like taking a girl out for fun. It is very likely that they did, because the village did not receive any application documents or notifications from Konoha. Hinata Shizuka brought only a few girls with her, and they stopped and walked along the way, buying local specialties and souvenirs everywhere. Is Konoha's Umbu chief so idle? When I have nothing to do, I take a few girls with me to run around, stroll around, eat and have fun along the way. The nobles of your daimyo prefecture have just been assassinated. As the head of the Umbu, instead of investigating these heinous incidents, you are still thinking about playing with girls. Tutai complained helplessly in his heart. Interesting. Throwing the document on the desk, the third Raikage thought for a moment and said to Dode, keep sending people to keep an eye on them. As long as they don't do anything that harms the village and the country, don't worry about them. The Cloud Ninja Village and the Land of Lightning welcome guests from all over the world to come and play and spend money. Jing'ai's identity is a little special, but what he does is no different from other tourists. Since this is the case, the third Raikage is too lazy to target him in a big way. Of course, we still need to be vigilant when we need to be vigilant. Yes. Just as Dode was about to go down to make arrangements, the third Raikage suddenly stopped him, and many more. Tutai stopped and looked back in confusion. Send more people to keep watch along the road, and in the village as well. Forget it, you go down first, and I'll make the arrangements myself. The third Raikage originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he suddenly remembered Jing'ai's puppets, and his heart began to lift. Could it be that this kid is just trying to have fun and placing the puppets he made everywhere? No, we have to be vigilant. The Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning welcome any visitors, but they cannot take it lightly. Following the order from the third Raikage, a large number of ninjas from the Cloud Village took action. Many ninjas were confused when they received the order. Keeping an eye on the guests coming to the village? Isn't this a bad idea? What? The guest is the head of the Umbu of Konohagakure? Stare, watch it closely and don't let your guard down. So Jing'ai, who was slowly moving towards the Cloud Ninja Village, discovered that there were many disguised ninjas staring at them along the way. Needless to say, these people are all ninjas from the Cloud Village. Jing'ai, there are a lot of people around watching us. When Kushina received the reminder from the Nine Tails, the little girl became worried immediately. It's okay, just have fun. Jing'ai patted Kushina's little head and explained. I brought you here. It would be strange if the Kumagakure didn't say anything. After all, I am not an ordinary person. Don't worry about anything else, just have fun. Jing'ai chose to accept the reaction and response of the Cloud Village. As he said, it was the Cloud Village's responsibility to react. If the Cloud Village remained silent and did nothing, Jing'ai would suspect that they were trying to cause trouble. As for placing puppets for surveillance, Jing'ai said he didn't have such an idea. Although he already had a large number of puppets, Jing'ai never thought of throwing the puppets to other countries or villages. Okay. With Jing'ai's comfort, Kushina finally felt relieved and continued to accompany the two little sisters to play everywhere. The special veal from the Cloud Ninja Village tastes very good. We came here specially to taste it. If there is a demand, you can buy more. What? If I buy too much, will it go bad? Idiot, just ask the ninjas from the Kumagakure to deliver the cattle to Konoha. It'll just cost you some money. Don't you think it's exciting to pay ninjas from other villages to carry out missions? Shizuichi was like a demon with horns on his head, leading Kushina in the direction of lawlessness. Really? That's great, I want to buy 100 cows. Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard that. Since the local specialty beef of the Land of Lightning is so delicious, then she might as well buy more, starting with 100 cows, and issue a task to have the ninjas from the Cloud Village send the cows, no, drive the cows to Konoha. I believe that when the ninjas from the Cloud Village drive the cattle to Konoha, the expressions on the faces of the ninjas of Konoha will be very interesting. Others are afraid of spending money, but Kushina is not. It's just money. If you save too much, it's just a number. Bye. The third Raikage, who was standing at the village gate waiting for Jing'ai's arrival, almost sprained his waist when he heard this. I have seen many people buying large quantities of beef from the Land of Lightning Plateau, but this is the first time I have seen ninjas from other villages coming to play and asking to buy 100 cows, issuing a mission commission, and asking the ninjas from other villages to deliver them. Am I getting old? My thinking is a bit behind the young people's. Looking at Kushina, who was jumping around happily, the third Raikage's mouth twitched wildly. Shoo, no more talking, the big shot is coming. Noticing the third Raikage standing at the entrance of the village, Shizuichi reminded Kushina. Buying is buying, and going through all the trouble is going through all the trouble, but it is somewhat inappropriate to discuss these things in front of the third rakeage. Oh, shut up right now. Kushina grinned and made a zippering motion. This cute look made Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Mui couldn't help laughing. Ignoring the three girls, Jing'ai walked forward alone, came in front of the third rakeage, looked up at the towering man and said, "Senior, is there an important guest coming to the Kumagakure today?" "Yes, very important." Jing'ai's call of senior made the third rakeage feel a lot more comfortable. This guest is quite distinguished, as he is received personally by the rakeage. Jing'ai pretended not to know and looked as if she understood. The third rakeage, who had just gained a little favor, was speechless. "You kid, still pretending." "Jing'ai, stop pretending. I am here to greet you. It would be an honor." Jing'ai laughed and asked, "What's the use of this method? Senior, will you be our tour guide? This is my first time visiting the Cloud Ninja Village. I heard that this place has many unique scenery that cannot be seen in Konoha." The third rakeage. This. Dode, who was standing next to the third rakeage, opened his mouth. "The rakeage is your tour guide? How do you think?" Chapter 360. This is simply destroying the market. The village will send someone to serve as your tour guide. I hope you will have a good time in the Cloud Ninja Village. Dode took the initiative to take over the conversation to prevent Jing'ai from saying anything that would make it difficult for the third rakeage to step down. Alright. It makes no difference to Jing'ai whether there is a tour guide or not. He just wanted to give the third rakeage some sincere greetings. "If you have any questions, you can come to the rakeage office building to find me. I will definitely satisfy you, but..." The third rakeage suddenly paused and stared at Jing'ai with a meaningful look. "The meaning is very clear. Since you are a guest, just have fun, be a qualified guest, and don't cause trouble. Of course, we are just guests who come here to play and shop." Jing'ai assured with a smile. "Just have fun and eat some delicious food, nothing else. But the rakeage's office should help us arrange the purchase of cattle so that they can be sent out earlier and arrive in Konoha earlier. Pay on delivery, no cheating." The third rakeage. "Are you here to buy local specialties or to purchase goods? What about cash on delivery?" The third rakeage felt something was not right the more he listened and said with a dark face, "The village does not accept cash on delivery. You can only choose to pay. The same applies to issuing task commissions. As for the goods, the village will ensure safe delivery. If an accident occurs during the process, the village will be responsible for compensation. The payment mode of cash on delivery simply does not work in the Naruto world. Everyone plays the game where one hand pays, the other hand receives the goods. I will personally arrange the details, please rest assured." Dode took over the conversation again, and signaled the third rakeage to leave quickly and stop hanging around here. "This kid is just messing around." Seeing this, the third rakeage nodded, turned and left. In order to show the village's sincerity, Tutai personally took Jing'ai and others to the ranch, selected enough cattle, and then helped them complete the entrusted task. Jing'ai and others only needed to pay the money. 100 Highland cattle, a specialty of the Land of Thunder, are not cheap, at least most people don't have the courage to buy so many. But this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Kushina. As long as the goods are delivered safely and the integrity of the goods is guaranteed, nothing can happen to the cow, otherwise I will ask you for compensation. So the strange task was just posted. This mission is a bit strange. Yes, the employer actually purchased 100 special cattle and needed to drive them to Konoha, and also ensure the health and safety of these cattle. Who would buy so many cows? Ha ha ha, why bother with all that? As long as the employer is willing to spend money, won't you get paid even if you just flush the toilet? It's nothing to just drive cattle. The reward for this mission is not small. If you guys don't accept it, then my team will take it. Go away and play somewhere else. Why should I give up the task I checked first to you? The truth is, flushing toilets and sweeping the streets are nothing, let alone herding cattle. Although it is time-consuming, at least the reward is high. This task is much easier than protecting a caravan. As for the task of flushing the toilet, don't tell me, there really is such a task. The missions are of low difficulty, and most of them are set up to train new ninjas. In other words, they are missions deliberately created by the village, and the rewards are also paid by the village. After accepting the mission, when the Cloud Ninja Village sends a message to Konoha, the ninja team that accepts the mission can drive the cattle to Konoha. As for whether the people of Konoha will be surprised, we will have to wait until this batch of cattle arrives to find out. After settling the issue of specialty products, Jing'ai sent Tutai away. It just so happened that Dode didn't want to be a conspicuous person, so he evacuated decisively, allowing Jing'ai to take the girl to play in the Cloud Ninja Village. Anyway, they were being monitored all the way, so he was not afraid that Jing'ai would take the opportunity to do something. Soon, the news that Konoha's high-ranking official, the Umbu minister, took his sister to the Cloud Village for a visit began to spread. Many people in the Cloud Ninja Village felt incredible after hearing this. How can you play like this? Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstanding? It would have been fine if the Cloud Shinobi Village had taken the initiative to invite them, but it wasn't the case. The other party came here on their own. It's outrageous. Fucking open the door to outrageous home. Have all the accompanying personnel been arranged? In the Raikage's office, the third Raikage looked at Dode, who had just returned, and asked, Lord Raikage, everything has been arranged. Dode lowered his head slightly and said, the specialties and mission commissions that the other party needs have been announced. As long as the village sends a message to Konoha, the cattle can be delivered. Ah, very good. The third Raikage nodded slightly. As for why Kushina was not stopped from buying so many cows, it was purely because there was no need. Merchants had tried to bring cattle from the Land of Lightning to other places for breeding a long time ago, and they found that the beef had changed. Outside the special environment of the Land of Thunder, the meat of these cows is not as good as that of the native cows of the Land of Thunder. After a while, this idea was gradually cut off. Therefore, the people from the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village are not worried that the other side will engage in any training. As long as you are not afraid of losing money, you can do whatever you want. How's Bai doing? The third Hokage suddenly asked about this. Tutai's face suddenly tensed. The situation is relatively stable, but B's personal behavior is a little hard to understand. Considering the great impact that the Eight Tails had on him, this little problem is acceptable. But, after hesitating for a while, Tutai finally spoke out what was in his mind. Lord Raikage, Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina has become a perfect Jinchuriki. If the village learns from them, Konoha had no control over the news that Kushina had become the perfect Jinchuriki and allowed the news to spread. Although it did not publicize it, it also had no intention of suppressing it. You know it if you know it, but even if you know it, what can you do? Can you create a perfect Jinchuriki? Hinata Shizuka is not someone that can be easily dealt with. Let's see what happens. The third Raikage also had this thought. However, considering the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts, and his personal understanding of Shizuka, it would be difficult to get any valuable information from Shizuka. As for seeking guidance from Konoha, it's not impossible, but the village must be prepared to bleed heavily. Konoha will never give up this opportunity and cut a piece of meat from the Cloud Ninja Village. This is still under the premise that Konoha is willing. If Konoha is not willing, it will definitely reject them. But now that the opportunity has been presented to us, it would be a shame not to try. Wait a minute. After they have played for a few days, I will personally talk to Hinata Jing about this matter. By the way, keep an eye on AI and don't let him cause trouble for others. He was very dissatisfied with the last game. The third Raikage got a headache when talking about his son. The last time he fought Jing-ai, the battle was declared over after just a few attacks. Chapter 361 The Eight Tails is restless and torments Jinchuriki. Jing-ai was not afraid of wasting time with the third Raikage, but the third Raikage did not want to be treated like a dog, so he ended the battle in a hurry. As a result, Shashoai was not happy to come. He always thought Jing-ai was a coward who only knew how to use some strange abilities and didn't dare to fight his father head-on. The third Raikage didn't want to see his son getting dissatisfied and causing trouble for others, only to be beaten up by them instead. Don't think that this is the Cloud Ninja Village. Little Ai-chan went to cause trouble for Jing-ai. After being beaten up by Jing-ai, the third Raikage not only could not blame Jing-ai, but also had to apologize to him on behalf of his son. If we are not careful, this kind of thing can easily turn into a diplomatic incident between two villages or even two countries. The third Raikage didn't want this kind of trouble to happen in the village, so my son should take good care of it. Tutai was a little embarrassed, because the order from the third Raikage was a bit difficult. After all, everyone knew what kind of person Xiaoshoai was. She was simply a copy of the third Raikage. Of course, it was the young third Raikage. Once Xiaoshoai becomes stubborn, Tutai can't stop him. Seeing Dode's dilemma, the third Raikage sighed and said, forget it. I will watch over him myself and let him practice in seclusion for a while. The so-called secluded practice does not mean practicing without eating or drinking like in the novels of cultivation, but finding a quiet place to constantly train, practice, and enhance your strength. Besides, ninjas can't live without food or water. Yes. Dode heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the third Raikage say that he would personally look after his son. Jing-ai, the beef here is delicious, much more fragrant than the beef in the village. At this moment, Jing-ai and others were sitting in a signature restaurant, eating roasted whole beef. Kushina's mouth was full of oil, and Uchiha Mikato and Hinata Miwi were not much better. The unique beef, coupled with the special roasting technique, makes the roast beef of the Cloud Ninja Village a major feature of the ninja world. Everyone who visits the Cloud Ninja Village can't help but try it. It's like the barbecue of the Konoha Akimichi clan. Everyone who comes to Konoha can't help but try it. Although both are barbecue, there is a world of difference between the two. If you like it, eat more. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. Jing'ai had no idea how the barbecue in the Cloud Ninja Village was made. After all, it was a trade secret and no one would grill it for you personally. What if someone steals my skills? After eating and drinking, the three of them strolled around the Cloud Ninja Village and visited all the unique scenery of the Cloud Ninja Village that was famous in the ninja world. To show the village's sincerity, the third Reikage even opened some areas that were not allowed to outsiders to a few people, which was a real feast for the eyes for Jing'ai and others. The spectacular scene of a clear sky with thunderclouds covering the mountain tops and lightning striking from time to time can only be seen in the Cloud Ninja Village. There is no such place in Konoha at all. The three girls, who saw this unique sight for the first time, kept exclaiming in surprise. Jing'ai, the nine-tails sensed the chakra of other tailed beasts in the canyon. The tailed beasts of the Kumagama village may be imprisoned here. It should be the eight tails. Kushina quietly told Shizuichi the news. The eight tails is the nine-tails' old rival. The nine-tails is very sensitive to the eight-tails chakra aura and can sense it from a distance. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tails looks down on the one-tails the most, and is indifferent to the other tailed beasts, but has a special liking for the eight tails. Because the eight tail is the strongest besides itself, the nine tail likes to fight with it. As for the other tailed beasts, none of them are worthy of Kurama's attention. Only the eight tails can fight back. As for the outcome, the two-tailed beasts tacitly agreed not to mention it. I think they will stop fighting when the battle is almost over. There is no life and death feud. Just fight and have fun. There is no need to fight to the death. Just stop when it's enough. If it really comes down to it, with the straightforwardness of the eight-tail and the show-off nature of the nine-tail, they will definitely bring up these things. The result was that the eight-tail didn't say anything, and the nine-tail didn't mention it either. When the nine-tails got bored, it went to fight the eight-tails. When the eight-tails had nothing to do, it went to the fire country to fight the nine-tails. Unfortunately, things happen unexpectedly. After Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama became good friends, these tailed beasts suffered one after another. Except for the one-tailed beast that was first caught by the Shadame Kazekage, the rest of the tailed beasts were captured by these two people and brought to Konoha and sealed up. Finally it was turned into goods and sold to various villages. Don't worry about that. We are here to have fun, not to fight or gather intelligence. It has nothing to do with us where the eight-tailed fox is hiding. Jing always cared about whether the scenery was worth seeing, not where the eight-tail was hiding. Nine-tailed fox. The nine-tails can sense the eight-tails chakra, and vice versa. Compared to the nine-tails which has reconciled with Kushina and completely returned to her, the eight-tails at this time has not yet taken a fancy to Killer Bee, a dark, thin guy who talks nonsense and raps. Having detected the presence of its old rival, eight-tails began to become restless. As a result of all the commotion, Kirabi suffered a lot. It is not easy for the tailed beasts to break through the seal, but it is very easy to mess with the Jinchuriki. Even if the seal is left, they can still make you suffer. Just look at Kushina in the past and you will know how powerful the tailed beasts are when they get angry. Although the nine tails is intact, don't forget that in addition to the Uzumaki clan's blood suppression, Kushina also has the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing technique, plus the seal reinforced by Konoha. Under the layers of blockade, the nine-tailed fox made Kushina look so miserable that she couldn't even sleep well. In comparison, Kirabi's experience was even worse. Even though the sealing technique of the Cloud Village has made great progress with the demise of the Whirlpool country, the eight tails is not weak. In addition, Killer Bee did not suppress the bloodline of the tailed beast. Once the eight tails starts to make trouble, it can be known that this kid will have a hard time. Something was wrong with Kirabi, which attracted the attention of the ninjas who were guarding him. These ninjas reported the news to the Hokage's office immediately. You mean, the eight tails is starting to become unstable? What's going on with B? The third Reikage suddenly became nervous. Chapter 362. Have you eaten? He knew best how powerful the eight tails was, because he had once fought a runaway eight tails face to face, and in the end both him and the tailed beast were exhausted. The scar on his chest was from the battle with the eight tails. But it wasn't the eight tails that caused it, but himself. The ninja in charge of monitoring said anxiously, Lord Reikage, the seal is currently stable, it is Killer Bee himself. What's the cause? The third Reikage knew what the other party wanted to say without having to hear what was said next. At this time, Kirabi was absolutely listless, and his whole body was like an eggplant hit by frost, and he was restless. I was not aware of this. The Eight Tails riot came very suddenly. When did the riot start? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lord Raikage, I think I know the reason why the Eight Tails is rebellious. Dode, who was standing quietly beside the Raikage's desk, suddenly spoke up. Okay. You knew already? He waved to the monitoring ninja and asked them to send more people to keep an eye on the curious rabbi. After they left, the third Raikage asked, Dode, tell me everything you know. Yes. Dode immediately gave his analysis. Lord Raikage, the Eight Tails started to riot at 2 p.m., and this time point happened to be the time when the Konoha group entered the canyon for fun. In other words, the Eight Tails agitation should be related to Konoha's 9 tails. Gone. I should have known not to open these areas. The third Raikage suddenly regretted it. He originally wanted to leave a good impression on Jing'ai and pave the way for the subsequent perfect Jinchuriki's journey to obtain the scriptures. But as soon as the others left, the Eight Tails began to riot. You go over immediately to stabilize the situation. I will go find Hinata Shizuka to find out the situation. By the way, as soon as the third Raikage stood up, he thought of something and asked, Hinata Shizuka and the others didn't do anything out of line, right? Tutai shook his head and said, no, I believe they should know that the eight-tailed fox is hiding in the canyon, but they didn't care. They just strolled around and left the canyon like a normal tourist. That's good. As long as all this has nothing to do with Jing'ai and others, it's fine. As for Eight-Tailed's restlessness, we can't blame others. After all, it was they who took the initiative to open the canyon and let others go into play. Others were just playing normally and didn't do anything tricky or try to provoke Yabi on purpose. The source of the fault lies only with themselves. If Killer Bee could control the Eight Tails, this wouldn't happen. If he could become a perfect Jinchuriki, thinking of Konoha's evaluation of Kushina's strength, the third Raikage suddenly felt jealous. Damn, what kind of shit luck does this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen have? Aren't Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orikamaru, Heitake Sakumo and other new generation strong men enough? Not only has an even more terrifying Hinata Shizuka popped up, but now a perfect Jinchuriki has arrived. The strength of Konoha's upper echelon simply overwhelms that of several other villages. This is truly a cradle of geniuses, and it is truly enviable. Should the White Eye plundering plan continue? If you succeed, it's fine. If you fail, you will offend people. Thinking of the plan to plunder the Jinchuriki who had just been killed by him not long ago, the third Raikage began to have a headache. There are few geniuses in the Cloud Village, so he envied the geniuses of Konoha and the bloodline limits of Konoha. As a result, Jing'ai's sudden takeoff interrupted his plan to snatch Kushina. If he offended Jing'ai, the other party would throw puppets into the village without any care. Who could withstand such a bombardment? Now even the White Eye plundering plan has to be cancelled. In order to learn from others, you have to show your sincerity and establish good relationships with the other party. Otherwise, if the relationship is too bad, why would others pay attention to you? Is war forcing us? Even though Konoha is in a weak period now, it is not afraid of any war. As long as Shizuka is in Konoha, there is no need to worry about this happening. If you dare to force war, I will tear up the treaty and directly airdrop puppets to bomb you. Let's see who can't bear it first. Since we can't afford to offend, we can only try our best to build good relations with them. Although the third Raikage was very envious of the rich resources of the Fire Country, the ninja world is huge, and other countries besides the Fire Nation also have supplies. For example, the Water Nation and the Earth Nation both have the resources that the Kumo Ninja Village needs. If they can't rob the Fire Nation supplies, then they can rob the Water Nation and the Earth Nation. As for the Kingdom of Wind, the third Raikage looked down on them. After explaining the follow-up arrangements, the third Raikage left the Raikage office building and took the initiative to find Jing'ai and his group who were having dinner. There were many places to visit today, so Jing'ai and the others didn't prepare for lunch until the afternoon. As a result, after just taking a few bites, the third Raikage arrived. Have you eaten? Looking at the third Raikage who came uninvited, Jing'ai asked casually. What the hell? Do you people in Konoha greet each other like this when you eat? Eat. The third Raikage was about to say that he had already eaten. However, Jing'ai's words made him change his mind decisively. If you haven't eaten yet, sit down and eat something together, and talk about the Eight Tails. It is good. The third Raikage decisively changed his mind and sat next to Jing'ai. Uchiha Mikado sensibly stood up and asked the restaurant owner to add more dishes. With the third Raikage being such a big guy, he must eat a lot, and it wouldn't be enough without adding more dishes. The third Raikage sat down, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and started eating. Then Jing'ai said, Yumura wishes to know information about the perfect Jinchuriki. I just happen to have such a plan. The third Raikage did not hide anything and answered openly. After a while, I will personally lead a delegation to Konoha to discuss this matter with Konoha. If the conditions offered by Konoha are acceptable to the village, I think we can continue to cooperate happily. It turns out that he has bad intentions. Kushina was a little unhappy because the Kumagakure was on her enemies list. She didn't want to hand over the information about the perfect Jinchuriki to the Kumagakure. Noticing Kushina's emotions, Shizuichi gave her a reassuring look. Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time for the rakeage. Why? This should be considered a good thing. As long as Konoha is willing, he is even willing to form an alliance with Konoha. As I said, although we covet the resources of the Fire Country, under the premise of not offending Konoha, it would be better to form an alliance and rob other villages and countries. It just so happens that the Cloud Village cannot extend its reach into the Land of Fire. The distance is too far. Because I am the only one who knows the information about the perfect Jinchuriki best. Kushina herself is confused, and the rest of the village knows nothing. Jingai told the third rakeage very clearly, you can only talk to me, but I will go to other places next, such as the Land of Earth and the Land of Water. It will take some time before I can return to Konoha. The old man can wait. The third rakeage has enough patience and can offer enough benefits and conditions to make Konoha interested. It is difficult for the other 3 ninja villages to become competitors of the Cloud Ninja Village, because they can't afford what the Cloud Ninja Village can give. Chapter 363. Don't miss out on the benefits you get for free. The Rock Village was living a miserable life, not to mention the Sand Village, and as for the Mist Village, they decided to blow the porridge in their bowls to cool it down first. The village is in chaos, how can we compete with the Cloud Ninja Village? Therefore, the third rakeage seemed very confident and was not afraid of anyone competing with him. Then I will discuss this matter with Senior after I return to the village. Jingai did not choose to refuse, and also expressed his willingness to talk to the third rakeage about the sale of information about the perfect Jinchuriki. Don't miss out on such a free benefit. Even without Konoha's help, Killer Bee will become a perfect Jinchuriki. Why not take this opportunity to blackmail the Cloud Ninja Village? If other good things don't work out, it's a good deal to extort some money. It's not just the Cloud Village, the Mist Village and the Rock Village can also be blackmailed. As for the Sand Village, the debts will probably be piled up. Don't let the benefits you get for free go to waste. Whenever Jingai thought about being able to blackmail the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, he inexplicably wanted to laugh. Because Killer Bee of the Cloud Village and Yagura of the Mist Village both became perfect Jinchuriki later on, blackmailing them in advance would be tantamount to making a huge profit. As for the Sand Village and the Uegakure, Jingai was not optimistic about the birth of a perfect Jinchuriki in their villages. The 2 Jinchuriki of the Uegakure are in a lot of trouble. The obedient one has too low potential, and the one with high potential has a hot temper and is as stubborn as Oniki. No one will submit to the other when it comes to temper. Does he want to have a perfect Jinchuriki? Let's resolve the internal conflicts in your village first. Not to mention the Sand Village, they can't even complete the seal, and they still want to create a perfect Jinchuriki. Think too much. In short, the Cloud Village and the Mist Village are the type that would rather keep silent. As for the Rock Village and the Sand Village, if they are willing to spend money to buy information, Jingai doesn't mind selling them a copy. As for whether you can succeed, that is your own business. As long as the intelligence you get is true, Konoha has nothing hidden, and the rest is your own problem. Okay, it's a deal. The third rakeage smiled and stretched out his hand. Shizuka raised his hand and shook hands with him, making a promise. As soon as Jingai returns to Konoha, the third rakeage will bring a group of envoys to Konoha to discuss this matter. After seeing off the third rakeage, Jingai and the others did not continue to go out and play, but chose to rest in the hotel. After checking the hotel's safety and making sure everything was okay, Jingai smiled and patted Kushina's head. Do you think I shouldn't cooperate with the Kumagakure and sell them the information about the perfect Jinchuriki? You must have your reasons for doing what you do, but I'm not happy. Kushina pouted in grievance. She had already put the Kumagakure on the revenge list, but Jingai wanted to sell the information about the perfect Jinchuriki to the Kumagakure, which she couldn't understand. Ha ha ha, do you want this free gift? Yes, of course, I'm not a fool. Kushina answered subconsciously. As soon as she said this, she felt something was wrong, and her eyes suddenly widened. You mean, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of the Kumagakure village could have become a perfect Jinchuriki, so if we sell information to them, we are just making money for free. Correct. Jingai nodded affirmatively. This current 8 Tails Jinchuriki is a strange guy. It is people like him who can open their hearts to the tailed beasts. I believe you also know that in addition to their powerful strength, the tailed beasts actually also desire recognition from others. If a strong Jinchuriki were to replace him, it would be impossible to make the 8 Tails bow its head. But Killer Bee is a special person. He is heartless and his mind is full of music and rap, so he is more likely to accept the 8 tails. The Jinchuriki is willing to give up everything to accept you. After a long time, can the 8 tails remain indifferent? Then, the Mist Village. Jingai continued, the situation in the Mist Village is rather special. Their new 3 tails Jinchuriki is a short guy named Yagura. This guy is a ruthless person, but his family's secret technique can just restrain the 3 tails. Plus, the 3 tails is a lazy guy, so it's no big deal for him to recognize Yagura. Crafty guy. In the sealed space, 9-tailed fox muttered in dissatisfaction. It seriously suspected that it had been tricked by Jingai. I was very angry when I thought about it at that time, but now looking back, damn, I was so stupid. Unfortunately, things have come to this point and Kyuubi himself is too embarrassed to admit that he was stupid, so he can only continue to cooperate with Kushina. However, Shizue's description of the 3-tailed fox was recognized by the 9-tailed fox. 3 tails? That weak and lazy guy? What else does it do besides sleeping? Kyuubi seriously doubted that Sanbai would approve of the guy named Yagura purely because he didn't want to be harassed, because the big turtle just wanted to sleep. What about the other villages? Kushina blinked. It's impossible that a perfect Jinchuriki would emerge from the Uegakur and the Sand Village. Originally she thought she was invincible, but other perfect Jinchuriki appeared. Kushina said she was unhappy. Them? It's good enough that they can suppress the tailed beasts, but they still want to be the perfect Jinchuriki. Jingai sneered. It wasn't that he looked down on the Rock Village and the Sand Village. It was just that the operations of these 2 villages were a bit confusing. But if they are willing to buy intelligence, I am also willing to sell it. After all, it is better to take advantage of it for free. Jingai, you are so cunning. You have one. Sell. Kushina raised her hand excitedly. She had grown up in a life of shopping, but her money came from dividends. Kushina could not touch the industries divided by Konoha at will. Now it was her turn to earn money, and Kushina must be very happy. Sell, sell, sell to whoever wants to buy. It's free money anyway, so why not waste it? After thinking about this, Kushina's depressed mood suddenly recovered, and the heartless Kushina came online again. No future. Looking at Kushina with a smile on her face, the 9 tails in the sealed space covered his eyes and began to doubt whether his original decision was wrong. This girl is seriously obsessed with love. Jingai, when are we leaving for the Uegakur? Thinking about making money, Kushina couldn't wait to visit other villages. Are you in such a hurry? Jingai was speechless. He never dreamed that Kushina was interested in making money. If he had as many properties as Kushina, he would definitely not have the slightest interest in money. Money? It's just a number, why bother about it so much? Go tomorrow. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Jingai said they would set off tomorrow. Anyway, they had already visited all the tourist attractions in the Cloud Village and bought all the local specialties they could buy, including 100 cows and many bottles of top-quality wine. All of them were issued missions and sent to Konoha by the ninjas of the Cloud Village. Jingai and others can travel to other countries and villages with confidence. Yeah, that's great. Chapter 364, Can you fly just by moving your hands? Jingai didn't lie to Kushina. Even if he didn't pick up the money for free, Jingai planned to leave as soon as possible. You've played what you should play, eaten what you should eat, and bought what you should buy. Why don't you leave and stay here to wait for the new year? He is happy, but the Cloud Ninja Village is not. Sending a large number of ninjas every day to watch and protect overtly or covertly is fine in the short term, but over time, manpower consumption will become a big problem for the Cloud Ninja Village. Of course, others don't want you to stay in the village forever. Conversely, if others come to Konoha to play, Konoha will have the same attitude. As long as you are not here to cause trouble and are visiting for a short period of time, we welcome you. But after a long time, I became more conscious and left earlier. Upon learning that Shizuka and his companions were heading to the Land of Earth and to the Uegakur village, the third Raikage simply arranged for Dode to send them off. So they boarded the ship to the Land of Earth. It is more convenient to take a boat than to walk from the Cloud Village to the Land of Earth and the Uegakur village. Except that it's a bit slow and boring, everything else is fine. It was their first time to travel across the ocean by boat, and the 3 girls showed plenty of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, when the novelty wore off, the uncomfortable aftereffects of boat travel set in. To be honest, if Jingai hadn't experienced it before, he really didn't want to take a boat ride. Once the novelty wears off, a bunch of problems arise. It is inconvenient to eat, sleep and go to the toilet. The entire cabin and deck are so small that it is impossible to take a walk around. Also, avoid seasickness. Shizuka, Uchiha Mikato, and Kushina all had no major problems, but Hinata Miwi was in a terrible state. This girl was seasick and vomited all over the place. Jingai, what should we do? Seeing her good sister vomiting like this and her face so pale, Kushina was really afraid that Hinata Miwi would fall down and not be able to get up. People of the Hyaga clan have fair skin, which is what netizens like to call cold white skin. As a girl raised by the main family, Hinata Miwi has never experienced wind and sun since childhood, and her skin is one shade whiter than that of the clan leader. Once on the boat, he vomited all over the place before he could hold on for long, causing his already pale skin to look like a piece of snow-white paper, and the blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. Kushina was a little scared. It's not a big problem. I just feel sick in my stomach and I vomited everything I ate. Seasickness is uncomfortable in itself, and Hinata Miwi suffers from severe aftereffects. She can probably compete with Mike Guy, the future real man of Konoha. Forget it, let's fly over there. I originally wanted to try the feeling of riding a boat, but now there is no need to try it. If I continue to ride the boat, by the time I arrive at the land of Earth, Hinata Miwi will probably be half dead. Shizuichi picked up Hinata Miwi and brought Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto to the deck. Kushina thought that Shizuichi would let the puppet take everyone to the land of Earth, but she didn't see Shizuichi use the puppet and her body floated up uncontrollably. Don't resist. I'll take you over. Controlling gravity and repulsion, flying people is just a small matter. Usually, puppets are used because people are too lazy to make any effort. At this time, Hinata Miwi's physical condition is a little bad, and using a flying puppet is worse than flying directly. Really? Kushina didn't expect that Shizuichi could fly by himself and even take others with him. Jingai never told anyone about this, and neither she nor Tsunade knew about it. The group quickly flew high into the sky and headed towards the land of Earth. On the ship on the sea, the sailor standing on the deck stared blankly at the sky. Captain, our guest, flew away. It was the first time to fly in the sky like this, and Kushina was extremely surprised. Even Uchiha Mikoto found it a little unbelievable. Flying is an ability that all ninjas in the entire ninja world dream of. Unfortunately, there are very few people who can do it. So far, only Onoki can do it. As for the third Kazekage, he can only fly by borrowing the ability of Bloodline Limit. Even if it can fly, there are still many problems. First, it cannot fly too high. Second, it consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength. It is okay for short-distance flight, but long-distance flight is a bit difficult. Secondly, the cost of flying with people will increase. Unlike Onoki, he can fly however he wants, he can fly by himself and he can take others with him. Jingai, you didn't even tell me that you can fly. Why should I tell you? We usually use puppets. It's too troublesome and tiring to fly by yourself. Isn't it better to use puppets? Besides, flying can't be done by just moving your hands. I think you are implying me. Want to move your hands? Why can't I fly even though I move my hands? Kushina's face was immediately filled with black lines. Uchiha Mikoto was also speechless, and even the nine tails in the sealed space was too lazy to listen to Jingai's nonsense. Pure showing off, right? Is it great to be able to fly? Well, being able to fly is really amazing. A journey that would take at least several days to reach by boat can be reached in just 3 hours by flying directly from the sky. The flying speed of Jing-Yi and his group is not comparable to that of the puppets. If he wasn't afraid that Hinata Miwi couldn't handle it, he could fly even faster. After successfully arriving at the land of Earth, they set up camp and rested. Hinata Miwi suffered from severe seasickness and had to rest for a whole night before she recovered. After Hinata Miwi recovered, the group continued their journey towards the Uegakur village. Compared to the land of Thunder, Jing-Yi had seen the poverty of the land of Earth, although this was his first time in the land of Earth. Looking around, all you see are bare rocks without any plants. This is an environment unique to the land of Earth. In a place like this, let alone having fun, there is not even a sense of novelty. It is not as good as the Great Desert in the Kingdom of Wind. At least the yellow sand in the desert can attract people who have never seen a desert. What's so beautiful about these bare rocks in the land of Earth? Therefore, Jing-Ai decided to skip the scenery along the way and head straight to the destination. The 3 girls all raised their hands in support of Jing-Ai's decision. They also felt that there was nothing fun in this damn place called the land of Earth. It would be better for them to reach the Uegakur village early to see the village built against the mountain, and then go straight to the land of Wind to see the desert. At least the desert can still arouse people's interest, but as for the bare rocks, forget it. Can't appreciate it. Not long after entering the land of Earth, Shizuka and his companions were discovered by a patrol team from the Uegakur. Captain, we have spotted some suspicious people. Stop them. But what but? Just intercept it directly. So, the patrol team leader Ma brought people to stop Jing-Yi and others. The man was stopped, but the patrol captain felt a little nervous after that. No, what's wrong with you in Konoha? Why would the head of the Umbu and a high-ranking official of the village come to our land of Earth for no reason? He still came in with a swagger. Excuse me, do you have an important mission in the land of Earth? Chapter 365, Onoki, how could I be more rude than that barbarian? Excuse me, do you have an important mission in the land of Earth? Since Jingai and others stated that they had no ill intentions, the ninjas of Away-Gakure could not attack them or drive them away. No. In response to the patrol captain's question, Jingai replied, I'm just visiting the land of Earth with my friends. By the way, we just came from the Cloud Ninja Village. The people in the Cloud Ninja Village are much more polite than you. Patrol leader, depend on, you're poking my lungs. If this gets out, Lord Sechikage will skin me alive. Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. The patrol team I'm in said they spotted a suspicious person. I didn't expect it was you who came to visit the land of Earth. This is all a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it personally. Feeling aggrieved, the patrol captain had no choice but to apologize and declare that it was really a misunderstanding. Away-Gakure welcomes any guests who come to visit the land of Earth. No matter who you are, as long as you come to play, we welcome you. Raise your hands to welcome you. If he doesn't express his position quickly, and the other party goes to the Away-Gakure and reveals this matter, he will be in trouble, and the entire patrol team will suffer. The Away-Gakure patrol team was being accused of making things difficult for tourists and not welcoming them, but as a small patrol captain, he couldn't afford to bear the blame. It's okay, I understand you. Jing nodded and said, besides, I came here in a private capacity, so I didn't inform your village. You can send a message to the village first. Thank you for your understanding. Jingai chose not to pursue the matter, so the patrol captain quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and slipped away with his men. He needed to send someone back to the village immediately to pass on the message. As for him, he had to take the rest of the people and follow Jingai and the others. Jingai came here to play in a private capacity, but his identity was too special, so the patrol team members did not dare to leave directly. We can only follow from a distance. As long as Jingai and the others don't cause trouble, the patrol team won't jump out. Soon, the patrol ninjas ran non-stop to the Away-Gakure and went straight to the Sechikage office building. When they reported the news to Oniki, Oniki was stunned after hearing it. Hinata Shizuka came to the land of Earth? Or did he come here in a private capacity? Yes, the other party claimed that he was here for fun and had just come from the Cloud Ninja Village. Good guy, are all the people in Konoha so free? As a high-ranking official in the village, he wandered around and played everywhere during the period just after the war. He really doesn't care about the village's affairs at all. After thinking about it, Onoki made a decision. Let the patrolmen withdraw, and send a group of Umbu to keep an eye on them. As long as they don't do anything that harms the interests of the village, leave them alone. The Kumagakure can have fun, and so can our Away-Gakure. We welcome any guests who come to visit us. Yes. Wait, you didn't embarrass anyone else, did you? This? The patrol ninja who came to report was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Oniki to ask that. But when the Sechikage asked, as a small fry, did he dare to refuse to answer? Dare not. Don't tell me you were rude to your guests. Onoki suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Speak, tell the truth. Yes. The patrol ninja was almost crying with fear, and could only confess everything. The captain led us on patrol, and we spotted the other party. We thought it was an important mission, so we stopped them directly. As a result, they said that compared to the ninjas from the Cloud Village, the people from our Rock Village were very rude. A bunch of bastards. Look at the stupid things you did. Are the people of Kumagakure more polite than those of Away-Gakure? The more I hear this, the angrier I get. What do you mean the people of Kumagakure are more polite than the people of Away-Gakure? Please explain it to me. Alright, I understand. You can go down now. It was not the patrol's fault, and Oniki did not punish them for this. Just thinking of Jingai's words, Oniki felt suffocated. As expected, when Jingai and his group were discovered by the ninjas of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, the other party did not try to stop them but just observed them from a distance. As a result, when they arrived in the Land of Earth, they were immediately intercepted. That's why Jingai said that the people of Cloud Village are more polite than those of Away-Gakure. Gone. Although I have a bad temper and am very stubborn, I am much more polite than the third Raikage, that rough man. It's not a big deal here, just explain it. Oniki believed that as long as his attitude was good and there were no other factors involved, Jingai would forgive the patrol members and would not spread such matters casually. If Shizuka returned to Konoha or went to other countries and said something like that the ninjas of Away-Gakure were not as polite as those of Kumagakure and did not welcome foreign tourists, then Onoki would be furious. Yellow. Father. Huangtu took a step forward. Onoji was so angry that he shouted, "When I'm working, I need to address you by my title. Yes, father. Huang Tu agreed with a smile. You, forget it. Onoki really couldn't do anything about the son who looked honest on the outside but was actually cunning at heart. I'm too lazy to argue with him. I've reminded him for more than 20 years, but he's still the same, with no sign of change. I plan to go out myself. What? Huang Tu was surprised and said, Father is going to go and greet Hinata Jing'ai in person. This is against the rules. What's against the rules? I'm that Suchikage. My rules are the rules. Onoki glared at his son and said, besides, he has something we want. If nothing unexpected happens, the third Reikage, that barbarian, should also have taken a fancy to it. Otherwise, why would he be so polite to him? Or do you think we in the Uegakur don't know how to entertain guests? How could that be possible? Father, whatever you say is what it is. I can't take the blame for this. The number of visitors received by Uegakur is small to begin with. If it is publicized, the small number of tourists won't be a big deal. This is really ruining its reputation. In addition, Onoki wanted to get something from Shizuka, so he decided to do it himself. I want to see if that barbarian Reikage has the courage I have. Chapter 366, Hayagamiwi. The buildings in the Uegakur village are so ugly. You, the Kimagakur, have money and resources, but I, Onoki, am more humble. So, Onoki left the Uegakur and flew toward Shizuichi and others. The moment he saw Onoki falling from the sky, the muscles on Jing'ai's face twitched uncontrollably. Are you really that serious, Onoki? Ahem, Jing'ai, on behalf of the village and the land kingdom, I welcome you. Senior, I see your sincerity, but... Looking at Onoki's smiling face, Jing'ai really didn't know what to say. It is said that you can humble yourself, and you really can force yourself to receive guests with a smile on your face. Is the third Reikage sincerity enough? Directly defeated by Onoki, forget it. Since Senior has come specially to greet you, I can only follow your wishes and have fun in the Uegakur. With Onoki around, the atmosphere and the team suddenly changed. Originally, there were no interesting places in the land of Earth, nor any attractions worth lingering. With the arrival of Onoki, the group had no interest in seeing these things. All they could do was follow Onoki and head to Uegakur as quickly as possible. If Jing'ai had not been willing to walk, Onoki would have wanted to fly directly to the Uegakur village with them. Walking so slowly, how long will it take to reach the Uegakur? When everyone arrived at the Uegakur, the three girls who were originally somewhat curious were suddenly disappointed. Characteristics of Uegakur. It seems that apart from the fact that the village is built against the mountain, it has no other characteristics. If I really have to say, it's probably that the buildings in this village are rather ugly. There are more wooden buildings in Konoha because the land of fire is full of forests and it is more economical and labor-saving to build with local materials. The buildings in the Cloud Village are more fancy because they are richer than others and have a special geographical environment. On the other hand, in the Uegakur, there are almost no tall buildings, and the shape of the buildings is a bit hard to describe. The food is just average. In a nutshell, the characteristic of Uegakur is that it has no special features. This village is so strange. Hinata Miwi seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, but she couldn't tell what was so strange about it. Uchiha Mikoto nodded when she heard this, because Hinata Miwi was not the only one who had this idea, and they have too many ninjas. Because it was built against a mountain, the scope of the village of Uegakur is limited. Therefore, not only are the buildings in the village built relatively densely, but the population is also concentrated relatively densely. This gives people the feeling that there are a lot of ninjas in the Uegakur, not as scattered as Konoha. As I recall, the number of ninjas in the Uegakur seems to be less than that in the village and the Kimagakur. Kushina was tidying up her dry hair, her little face full of depression and regret. If I had known that the Uegakur would be in such a state, I would not have come here and would have gone straight to the Kingdom of Wind. Listening to the three girls' discussion, Jing'ai explained with a smile. Because the Uegakur was built against a mountain, the size of the village was limited. Not only are the buildings in the village densely packed, but the population is also densely concentrated. This gives people the impression that there are a lot of ninjas in the Uegakur. The three girls looked over. Jing'ai continued. Comparing the number of ninjas, Konoha has the largest number of ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages, because we have the largest population and the richest resources. The second largest is Kimagama Village, and Uegami Village can only rank third among the 5 major ninja villages. However, the ninjas in their village all have one characteristic, which is that they basically all master the Earth Escape ninjutsu proficiently. Therefore, the Earth-style troupe of the Uegakur village is well known in the ninja world. Even though they don't have many jonin and elite jonin, under the leadership of these jonin, a group of Chuunin and Genin can unite and unleash terrifying strength. Well, this is also a major feature. At least Konoha doesn't have such a ninja army. Shizue smiled and rubbed Kushina's head. The ninjutsu that Konoha's ninjas are proficient in are too diverse, so it is too difficult to form a legion. You three should rest early. There's nothing interesting here. Just take a walk and broaden your horizons. After 2 days of rest, we will head to the Kingdom of Wind. There were no beautiful and spectacular scenery to attract people, no delicious food to enjoy, let alone the 3 girls. Even Jing'ai didn't want to stay in the Uegakur village for too long. Not long after the 3 of them took a break. Same time, different place. In Konoha, Shizuka and others went to the Land of Lightning for a trip and also went to the Cloud Ninja village. The news that the 3rd Raikage personally received them has already spread back to the village. Looking at the scroll on the desk, the 3rd Hokage frowned. What are you doing? Even if you go out to play, at least keep a low profile. I won't say anything if you guys have gone to the Land of Lightning, but you guys even wandered off to the Cloud Village. Good fellows, the 3rd Raikage is coming out in person to entertain you. Even if I, the Hokage, go there in person, that old guy the 3rd Raikage may not come to greet me personally. Hiruzen, the Kumigakuru's intentions are not pure. As soon as Midaman N saw this information, he knew that the Cloud Village had something to ask for, otherwise the 3rd Raikage would not have come out in person to greet them. They even provided a tour guide. Is this reasonable? It's totally unreasonable. I'm afraid it was targeted at Kushina. Yuditen Kohara said dissatisfiedly. It's fine if he ran out to play by himself, but he also took Kushina with him. If something happens to the Jinchuriki, will he be responsible? The 3rd Hokage and Mido Kato decisively filtered out Yutane Koharu's complaints. The Kumigakur has the 8 tails and the 2 tails. It's understandable that they want to get information about the perfect Jinchuriki. I wonder what Shizuichi is thinking. Midaman N changed the subject. The 3rd Hokage nodded and said, that should be the case. However, regarding the information about the perfect Jinchuriki, I think Jing'ai will discuss it with us after he returns to the village. For such an important matter, he will not make the decision on his own. He will at least consult with Tsunade. Jing'ai is sometimes a little reckless and a little tough, but at least he stands in the right position and will not sell out the interests of the village. Is Tsunade back? I need to discuss this matter with her in advance. I think Jing'ai went to the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village, so the other countries and villages should also be among his targets. It seems that he wants to promote the information. Midaman N took over the conversation. Tsunade hasn't come back yet, but there is news back to the village that the mission has been completed. She is strolling outside, probably waiting for money. She will be back in a few days. Seeing Tsunade coming back, one can conclude that she had lost all her pocket money, so she returned to the village obediently. Then wait until she comes back. The 3rd Hokage put an end to this matter. Koharu Yutane, who was sitting nearby, was dumbfounded. No, what do you take me for? I'm a big living person standing here, and you treat me like air? Chapter 367 Midaman N. I don't owe you anything, Danzo. No one pays attention to me when I speak, and as soon as I finish speaking, you change the subject. During this period, I was not given the opportunity to intervene and the matter was settled. Do you really think I'm just a decoration? Yutane Koharu was angry. Seeing this, Mizuto Minion got up and left immediately. You are not kind. The 3rd Hokage looked at his old friends back in silence, but unfortunately the other party had no intention of staying and walked even faster. Helplessly, the 3rd Hokage could only comfort Yutane Koharu himself. Ahem, Xiaochun, do you have anything else to say? Hiruzen, don't give me that. Are you also disappointed in me? Do you think I am not qualified to sit in the Hokage's office or to attend high-level meetings? Will all my suggestions be ignored in the future? No, absolutely not. I guarantee it. The 3rd Hokage was ashamed and quickly denied it. When women are angry, they are unreasonable. According to the specific description of netizens, an angry woman is harder to press than a pig during the Chinese New Year. The 3rd Hokage didn't want to be in trouble. Don't be ridiculous. That's what you and Menyen meant. It's fine for Menyen, but why are you like this too? Have I, an old woman, never made any contributions to the village in the past? Yutane Kohara kept talking non-stop, and the 3rd Hokage was already numb. Midaman N, who had already walked out of the Hokage's office building, looked at the location of the Hokage's office with sympathy, tightened his clothes, and quickly ran away. Sorry Hiruzen, it's not that I'm immoral, but I don't want to have anything to do with this woman, so you should handle it yourself. Mido Kato escaped, and the 3rd Hokage could only sit miserably in the Hokage's office to face the bombardment of Yutane Koharu, who, on the way home, when he walked to a dark place, he noticed someone watching him secretly. Mizuto Minion stopped. He was not worried that someone would attack him. Menyen, you are much more vigilant than before. Danzo Shimura slowly walked out of the darkness. Danzo? Mizuto Minyan didn't expect that even though he didn't want to see the other party would take the initiative to find him. Anyone who is being hunted by a large number of enemies, including a Kazekage, and nearly died in a remote and barren land will become wary, even in a village. Midaman laughed at himself, then he shook his head and looked at Shimura Danzo. So, Danzo, what do you want from me? Aren't you worried about your safety? Shimura Danzo asked calmly. Midaman was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I know you are strong. Among the teacher's disciples, Hiruzen and Jing are the strongest, followed by you and Fatty. Although you are stronger than me, you can't kill me instantly. Secondly, do you dare to do it? There are puppets placed by Jingai everywhere in the village. If you take action, the consequences will be disastrous. It is unknown whether Hiruzen will continue to protect you at that time. After hearing Mito Kadoen's words and the warning contained therein, Shimura Danzo's face suddenly turned gloomy. Just as Mito Kadoen said, unless he brought a group of people to ambush, he would not be able to kill Mito Kadoen directly. If he failed to kill Mito Kadoen, the battle situation would spread and he, Shimura Danzo, would be in trouble. Even if the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, favors him so much, he will not be able to continue to protect him if he attacks his former classmates, partners, and brothers who fought together on the battlefield. Not to mention, there are Jingai's puppets everywhere in the village. Mito Kadoen is not sure whether there are any of Shizuka's puppets around, but does Shimura Danzo dare to take the gamble? Besides, the other party had no real intention of attacking him. Therefore, Mizutoman was not worried about being attacked. You've changed. It took a long time before Danzo Shimura uttered these 3 words. Mizutoman smiled and pushed the glasses on his nose. Danzo, people change. I change, and so do you, including Hiruzen and Koharu. You have become more ambitious, and Hiruzen has become more indecisive. Perhaps Xiaochun is the only one who hasn't changed. She's still so arrogant and unreasonable. This joke is not funny. Shimura Danzo looked at him expressionlessly. Okay, what do you want from me? Maybe he was the only one who found it interesting, but the other party didn't want to hear it, so Midomanen had to get back to the point and stop complaining about Utane Koharu. I want you to help me, just this once. Shimura Danzo reveals his purpose. Midaman simply shook his head and refused decisively. Impossible. I said I will remain neutral and will not get involved in your affairs anymore. Besides, I have helped you enough. I don't owe you anything, Danzo. Are you just going to watch the village being taken over by Hinata Shizuka? Danzo Shimura became angry. Mizutoman suddenly found it a little funny. Control? Is there? Hiruzen is the Hokage, Shizuichi is only the head of the Umbu. Danzo, you should think carefully about what you want to do. By the way, let me remind you, if you do something unacceptable, Jingai will probably kill you. Before you act, think about who can protect you. Your strength, or Hiruzen. Human patience has its limits. If Danzo Shimura still wants to continue seeking death, who can stop him? I'm afraid there's only death. Ambitious people never know how to restrain themselves. Shaking his head, Mizutoman decisively bypassed Shimura Danzo and went straight home. He didn't want to care or know what Shimura Danzo was going to do. As long as he wasn't involved if anything happened, that was enough. If you want to die, go by yourself, don't drag me along. Menyen, you and your family have received a lot of benefits from the village. Do you think Tsunade will let you go when she becomes Hokage? Midaman, who had already walked a long way, stopped and said without turning back. The ones who benefited the most are Sarutobi and Shimura. Even if Tsunade becomes Hokage, she will start with these 2 families. Also, don't forget that my family business is now larger than before. Even if Tsunade wants to bring up old scores, the family can pay them back. Instead of worrying about me and my family, you should think about the Shimura clan. Threaten me? Do you really think that my statement of neutrality, Midaman, is just lip service? I took action as soon as I decided to remain neutral. Isn't it just that they took too many village subsidies? My family can send the money back to the treasury at any time. As long as Tsunade asks for it, I will give it to her immediately. I can give it any time, can you? Can the Shimura clan do it? Instead of threatening me, you should think about your family. However, is Danzo Shimura someone who would consider his family? Midaman felt that the situation was very dangerous. As for the Shimura clan receiving special care, that was due to the third Hokage's favoritism, not something Danzo Shimura specifically requested. It can be said that it is the Shimura clan's sorrow to have to deal with a person like Shimura Danzo. Hateful. Chapter 368 Smiling on the outside, stabbing you to death in the heart. Hateful. Midaman was determined to remain neutral and refused to give in. Shimura Danzo was furious, but he couldn't do anything about him. he definitely cannot kill him. If he kills Mito Kato-en, he will also be doomed. But Mitoman-en just refused to cooperate with him. Help, non-existent. Threats are useless. I, Mizutomanen, had already anticipated the arrival of this day, so I had been preparing for it. He can't be killed, and threatening is useless. It's like Shimura Danzo is powerless against Mito Kato-en. As for Koharu Yudatan, Danzo Shimura never counted on her. This old woman who only knows how to do bad things, let alone help, it would be a good thing if she doesn't drag him down at the critical moment. After all, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Jingai didn't know what happened in the village. Although he had a lot of puppets, there was no guarantee that he knew everything that happened in the village. There is always something missing. As for the omissions, Jingai had no intention of making up for them. It's okay to be almost there, there's no need to cling to every corner. As for a loser like Danzo Shimura, he is not worth Jingai's attention. Early the next morning, as the Tsuchikage, Oniki put down his work and came to the hotel. As soon as she opened the door, she saw this stubborn old man and was immediately silenced. Senior, you don't need to do this. If your village wants information about the perfect Jinchuriki, you can go to Konoha to discuss it after I return. Ahem, I just had nothing to do, so I came out for a walk and wanted to talk to you. Onoki looked a little uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject. By the way, haven't you investigated the matter of the nobles of the Konoha daimyo mansion running away? I'm not sure about this. After leaving the village, I hardly contacted the village. I don't think it's a big deal. I'll find out more about it after I go back. It was just a noble who was assassinated, not the village leaders. There's no need to panic. Besides, this matter was done by Konoha, so we must investigate it slowly. As for the nobles finding fault with the third Hokage again and again, we can just watch it as a show. The person being picked on as the third Hokage, what does that have to do with Hinata Shizuka? By the way, I heard that people from the Kumagakure village always harass your village. Is this true? You're talking about this so early in the morning and you're putting eye drops in my eyes, so I can only give you a little in return. Humph, a bunch of barbarians, there is nothing shameless that they can't do. Sure enough, when talking about the harassment and resource snatching of the Cloud Village, Onoki seemed like a different person. He was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Jingai just looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Oniki cursed for a while before responding. Damn it, I was fucking fooled. Can you please behave like a human being? After realizing that he had been tricked, Oniki could only sulk in frustration. At most he could only glare at Jingai, and then nothing happened. Jingai is not from the Cloud Ninja village. No matter how angry Oniki was, he couldn't take it out on him and could only hold it in. In other words, he could vent it out after returning to the Tsuchikage office building. If that's the case, then when you return to Konoha, I will personally bring someone to visit you. Onoki, who was holding his breath, felt uncomfortable all over. After saying this, he left decisively. After he left, Kushina and the others came out of the room after they finished washing up. Jingai, I just heard that Tsuchikage's voice, was he cursing? Puff. Hearing this, Jingai burst out laughing. Just mentioning the harassment and resource snatching of the Cloud Village can make Onoki so angry, which shows how strong Onoki's hatred for the Third Raikage and the Cloud Village is. In fact, we can't blame Onoki for hating the Third Raikage. It was really that what the Cloud Village did was a bit unfair. Relying on the restraint of the Earth-style army by lightning release, the Cloud Village has often caused trouble for the Rock Village, and has repeatedly come to the land of Earth to steal things. And every time after stealing and making trouble, they just pat their butts and leave on the boat, which makes the landlubbers in the Rock Village grit their teeth in anger. The most important thing is that the Cloud Village will harass the Rock Village today, and will target the Mist Village tomorrow. It can be said that the hatred of the Uegakure and the Mist Village towards the Kumagakure is absolutely strong. Of course, the relationship between the Uegakure and the Mist Village is not much better. After all, the second generations of the two villages died together during the First Ninja World War. The second generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage are both dead. It would be strange if the relationship between the Uegakure and the Kirigakure could get better. As for the Sand Village, they have always been the ones being bullied by the Uegakure and the Mist Village. When Jingai told these secrets and key stories, the three girls were stunned. Are the relationships among the 5 major ninja villages so complicated? He's smiling on the surface, but secretly he wants to stab you to death. So, Konoha is the only one that has almost no plans or actions to plunder resources. It's strange to say, of the 5 major ninja villages, the other 4 were either ready to move or were constantly on the move. Only Konoha was safely ensconced in the Land of Fire. Because the resources of the Fire Country are rich enough. Jing'ai spread his hands and explained helplessly, as long as the fire country is protected and not invaded, Konoha's strength will continue to grow. It is not cost-effective for Konoha to rob others' things. Secondly, it has something to do with the policies after Konoha was established. The first Hokage advocated peace in the ninja world. Under his powerful suppression, the ninja world remained peaceful until his death, when war broke out in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama wished that there would be no war in the ninja world, not even friction, and that everyone could live in harmony and fight for resources. Impossible, Hashirama Senju would not do such a thing, unless Konoha is threatened. The second Hokage is capable and ambitious, but the ninja world has been peaceful for too long, and the 5 major ninja villages have become increasingly powerful. With the death of the first Hokage, without the suppression of the ninja god, ambitious and radical people have emerged one after another. Our Nidaime Hokage died because of his ambition and radical coup. The Sandaime Hokage, you all know it without me having to explain it. The third Hokage's philosophy was to advocate peace, which was considered to be an imitation of Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, he did not have Hashirama Senju's strength. He had ambitions but not enough strength, which put Konoha in a very embarrassing position. The failure to take a tough stance towards external parties has resulted in the Fire Nation being constantly watched and treated as a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to take a bite of. Chapter 369. Even if the Shodaime Hokage came, there would be no peace. They want to advocate peaceful development, but they do not have the power to intimidate other villages. There are ambitious people among the top leaders. Danzo Shimura, who belongs to the radical faction, does have the ability, but unfortunately, with only ability and ambition, he always ends up doing bad things, and in the end, the village has to cover for him and make him lose money. I heard from Sister Tsunade that Uncle Hokage seems to be a bit weak. After Kushina said this, she felt bad and looked a little embarrassed. He is weak to the outside world. This is his characteristic. He originally had an ambitious and radical Shimura Danzo to make up for it. It was not bad. Unfortunately, these two people have the ability and ambition, but they do not have enough strength to ensure that Konoha is not invaded. Not to mention them, even our Nidaime Hokage couldn't do it. It was precisely because he knew he couldn't do it that he was willing to form an alliance with the Kumogakure. Who could have thought that the high-ranking officials of the Kumogakure would suddenly launch a coup during the alliance, which directly led to the outbreak of the First Ninja World War? Even though the third Hokage is so busy every day, compared to his teacher Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really far behind. Even if Danzo Shimura were added, he still couldn't compare to Tobirama Senju. You can say that Tobirama Senju is stubborn and unreasonable, but his abilities are truly strong, and his strength is top-notch in the ninja world. Unfortunately, being top-notch does not mean you can suppress everyone. The current third Hokage has the style of Senju Tobirama, both in terms of strength and ability. But what's the use? Can you suppress everyone in the ninja world? No. As long as the situation cannot be suppressed, no matter how outstanding the ability is, the war will still break out under the instigation of the ambitious. How about you? Kushina was curious about this. Kyuubi said that Jing'ai's strength was terrifyingly strong, like a bottomless abyss. At least that was the feeling Jing'ai gave it, so Kyuubi had always been wary of Jing'ai. The fact that even the arrogant Ninetales said this proves that Jing'ai's strength is so terrifying that even if she becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, she cannot compare to him. So the question is, what is the upper limit of Jing'ai's strength? Jing'ai laughed and said, I can't do that. I don't have the selflessness of the first generation. Besides, the ninja world now doesn't have the same peace factors as before. Back then, the 5 major ninja villages were established. After the 5 major ninja villages, various small countries also began to establish ninja villages. Everyone is following the model of Konoha and the 5 major ninja villages and is working hard to develop. In addition, the first Hokage is very powerful, so the ninja world can usher in peace. The ninja world is different now. The strength of each village is getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention the 5 major ninja villages, even the small villages in various countries are restless. To be honest, even if we bring the Shodaime Hokage to this era, he won't be able to keep peace in the ninja world. Jing'ai is not talking nonsense, this is the fact. Unless you can plow up all the ninja villages, if you can't do it, why should others abide by the peace treaty you set? Dreaming. Even if Hashirama Senju were to be resurrected, it would still be a headache. He has the strength to wipe out the 5 major ninja villages. He is not joking when he says he can conquer the world with wood release. In the past, many villages were controlled by Hashirama Senju. However, when the ninja village was first established, everyone was focused on development and no one was thinking about war. With the presence of the great god Hashirama Senju, peace came to the ninja world. At this moment, if Hashirama Senju jumps out to talk about peace, do you think many people will pay attention to him? Not to mention that the ambitious people in the shadows have already started to cause trouble. There is no way to stop war. It would be good enough if we could keep our village from being harmed by the war. How terrible. Kushina shrank her neck. Uchiha Mikoto had a serious face. Hinata Miwi was a little dazed, but I felt a little confused as to why. Well, this is not something we should be concerned about. After we pack up and eat something, we can set off to the Kingdom of Wind and see the desert. Clapping his hands, Jing'ai interrupted the three girls' thoughts and announced that he would leave the Uegakure village early. He really didn't want to stay in this damn place. It was meaningless. Great. Kushina was the first to agree. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi also nodded vigorously in agreement. Although life in the Uegakure seems to be relatively stable and harmonious, this is only suitable for the people of the village. These outsiders who suddenly enter such a world will not only fail to integrate into it, but will also make themselves feel uncomfortable. Shizuka and the others wanted to leave early, and Onoki did not try to keep them. He knew the problems of the Uegakure and even the Land of Earth. Others come here for fun, not to live here permanently. Without attractive scenery and delicious food, what can you use to keep people here? Fortunately, Onoki was still courageous enough. He personally came forward and took people to escort Jing'ai and others out of the village. Looking at Jing'ai and others standing on the back of the puppet, the flying puppet soared into the sky and soon turned into a small black dot until it disappeared. Huang Tu said enviously, "Father, this puppet is really convenient. I heard that the Sand Village asked Konoha to exchange a batch of puppets for research. In order to exchange these puppets, the old woman Cho threw away all the village's puppetry and puppet manufacturing secrets. With puppets like this around, do you think the puppets of the Sand Village can still be considered good things?" Uniki looked at his son unhappily. Huang Tu scratched his head and answered uncertainly, "It probably doesn't count. Compared with the puppets of the Sand Village, Hayaga Shizuka's puppets are really too terrifying and advanced. Since it's outdated, why can't we trade it for something the village wants?" Onoki snorted, "Don't look down on old woman Cho, you should learn from her. If there is no old woman Cho in the Sand Village, that guy Kazekage will definitely have a hard time. What is the use of learning? No one in our Uegakure village plays with puppets, so we wouldn't trade the village's secrets for puppets, right?" Glancing at his son who looked aggrieved, Onoki gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Don't look so gloomy, who are you showing it to?" Hee. Huangta started to act stupid, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Onoki's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. "Can I still keep this, son? Is it useless? You act like an idiot all day long. Aren't you afraid that you will really become an idiot after pretending for too long?" Noticing that his father's eyes were beginning to change, Huang Tu quickly became serious and didn't dare to act crazy anymore. "Father, puppets don't mean much to us, but the village should find a way to get the information about the perfect Jinchuriki. You don't need to guess the attitude of the Kumagakure. Once the Kumagakure gets the relevant information, it will be very disadvantageous to us if a perfect Jinchuriki appears in their village." "I know, I will go there myself." Chapter 370 Kushina lets herself go. This is no small matter when it comes to the Jinchuriki. Even if the Uegakure is very poor, and even if it means paying a heavy price for it, they must get the intelligence information. Even if the Uegakure cannot get it, the Kumagakure cannot be allowed to get it. Otherwise, if one or two perfect Jinchuriki really emerge in the Cloud Village, life in the Uegakure will be even more difficult. The third Reikage, that bastard, has been eyeing the Uegakure for quite some time. "Humph, don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay." Oniki hated the third Reikage to the core. If he were to rank them, Uchiha Madara and the third Reikage would definitely be at the top of Oniki's enemies list. The fact that he could put the third Reikage on the same level as Uchiha Madara shows how strong Oniki's hatred for the third Reikage was. After leaving the Uegakure and flying westward, they entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind just a few hours later. Standing on the back of the puppet, they could see the golden desert with flying yellow sand in the distance, and the three girls all exclaimed in amazement. Compared to the unchanging bare rocks of the Land of Earth, the desert is more attractive. Even though it is very hot and humid in the desert, even though the environment in the desert is very harsh, even though there is a big temperature difference between day and night in the desert is still more attractive than stone. Really not bad. After looking at the stones for several days in a row and seeing the vast desert, not to mention the three girls, even Jing'ai felt that the desert scenery was really damn attractive. This shows how much people dislike the Land of Earth. In the direction of the Land of Earth, there is still a vast desert. We need to go deeper into it before we can truly enter the desert. After going deep into the desert, Jing'ai asked the puppet to stop. He took out the sealing scroll and gave it to Uchiha Mikoto, and said, "You guys set up the tent first, I'll go say hello to the host family." Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina are still very capable. Even though they are in the land of wind, with Kushina, the perfect Jinchuriki, around, he doesn't need to worry about the safety of the three girls. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi are also very strong. Uchiha Mikoto is a well-known talented girl. Talent is not just about having good academic performance. Uchiha Mikoto's talent is her strength that can be recognized within the family and even in the village. Only Hinata Miwi is a little weak, but she has the Byakugan and can observe everything that is happening around her at any time. As long as they encounter an enemy, the three of them can form a well-matched team. Hinata Miwi is in charge of scouting, Uchiha Mikoto is in charge of the coordination, and Kushina just sweeps away everything. There is no one in the entire Wind Country who can stop Kushina's overwhelming force, not even the third Kazekage. The complete Ninetales perfect Jinchuriki is so domineering. Although both are perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina's perfect Jinchuriki is much more ferocious than Naruto's. Naruto only has half the Uzumaki bloodline and half the Ninetales, but Kushina has the complete Uzumaki bloodline and a complete Ninetales. When Jing'ai entered the Land of Wind, he discovered a patrol team from the Sand Village. Therefore, he needed to say hello to others first, so as not to scare Cho and the third Kazekage. He was just here to play, not to cause trouble. Stop. Seeing the giant eagle puppet falling from the sky, the people of the Sand Village patrol team did not panic, and even showed some respect. The Sand Village was scared by Shizuichi. With the end of the war and the arrival of peace, Konoha and the Sand Village became allies. The third Kazekage specifically warned the ninjas in the village that if they found any trace of Hinata Shizuichi in the territory, they should not panic or make things difficult for him. Be more respectful. "Sir, are you on a mission?" the patrol leader asked cautiously. As allies, they should not attack these low-level ninjas. If they come to perform a mission, it is enough to show their proof and they will definitely run away. Standing on the back of the giant eagle puppet, Jing'ai shook his head and said to the patrol team, "I am not here to carry out a mission. I am just visiting the Kingdom of Wind as a private person. By the way, I went to the Kingdom of Lightning, the Cloud Village not long ago. I just came from the Rock Village in the Kingdom of Earth today. Please help me give a message to Senior Kazekage. Tell him not to panic. I will visit him in the Sand Village in person in a few days." Yes. Since Jing'ai said so, the patrol team had no choice but to accept it. They didn't dare to send people to follow like the Cloud Village did, nor did they dare to intercept like the Rock Village did. They could only retreat and report the news. As for how the village will be dealt with, it is not something they can control. Only after this matter was settled did Jing'ai fly back. "Ha ha ha, this is so fun, Mikoto-san, Miwi, you guys come too." Kushina was running around on the sand like a wild horse. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and agreed to her invitation. However, Hinata Miwi did not go out to join in the fun. She did not like this way of playing, and she did not like exposing herself to the sun. In the sealed space, Kyuubi glanced outside suspiciously. "No more eyes. How could the Jinchuriki that I chose be so childish? It's really unique that he can have so much fun just playing with sand. Alas, I can't understand. Forget it, go to sleep. Out of sight, out of mind." Not to mention the Ninetales, even when Shizue came back and saw Kushina rolling in the sand, her eyelids twitched a few times. "What's happening here? Have you let yourself go?" But Jing'ai could understand. This was Kushina's first time leaving the village and coming to the desert environment. It was understandable that she wanted to have some fun and go a little crazy. When she was a child, Kushina had always lived in the land of whirlpools and had hardly ever left. With the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina came to Konoha and had never left the village since the day she entered Konoha. Although Konoha is very big, it is still too small compared to the entire ninja world. We finally have the opportunity to go out and play, and considering our age, it's understandable that we play a little crazily. It wasn't just Kushina who was having a blast, Uchiha Mikoto wasn't much better either. Only Hinata Miwi sat obediently in the tent, watching her two little sisters laughing and turning themselves into gray figures. She was also feeling a little restless inside. However, the education she received since childhood made Hinata Miwi stop herself and forced her to stay in the tent obediently. In addition, since she didn't like being exposed to the sun, Hinata Miwi could only sit obediently in the tent. "Don't you want to go play together?" "No." Hinata Miwi smiled and shook her head. Maybe it's because they have been together for a long time. She no longer blushes when looking into Jing'ai's eyes like she used to. Now she can get along with Jing'ai calmly. "Okay then." Jing'ai didn't force it. Chapter 371 The Temptation of the Perfect Jinchuriki. It is understandable that Hinata Miwi is introverted, weak-willed, and unable to let go, so she can't be as crazy as Kushina. After all, the education of the Hayaga family always makes people feel terrifying. Watching Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto having fun, Jingai took out the ingredients and prepared to make a desert barbecue. On the other side, the patrol team passed the message up as quickly as possible. Because it was urgent information, it was transmitted very quickly. That night, when the third Kazekage was about to go to bed, the information was delivered to the Kazekage's office. The third Kazekage, who was about to go home to rest, had no choice but to sit back in his chair and open the intelligence scroll. As a result, after just one look, the third Kazekage jumped up from his chair in shock. That guy Hinata Shizuka has come to the Kingdom of Wind? What does he want to do? It's no wonder that the third Kazekage reacted so strongly. Anyone who has been bombarded by puppets would probably not be able to remain calm after seeing this information. In the eyes of the third Kazekage, Jingai is a complete devil, even scarier than a devil. Just look at what he did. An act of retaliation resulted in the Kingdom of Wind permanently losing several oases. The kind that is completely erased. There is no possibility of repair. If Jingai has nothing to do and goes to the Wind Kingdom to cause some trouble, then the Wind Kingdom will be useless. Fortunately, the third Kazekage realized that he was oversensitive and overreacted. Jingai is not here to cause trouble, but to have fun. He went out to play in a private capacity, first to the land of lightning, then to the land of earth, and then to the land of wind. In a few days he would visit the sand village. Seeing these, the third Kazekage's heart finally settled down. As long as Jingai walked in openly, let alone coming here in a private capacity, even if Jingai walked in here and said, "I'm here to carry out a mission," the third Kazekage would not worry about anything. Konoha and the sand village are already allies. Konoha was unwilling to bear the infamy of attacking its allies. The third Kazekage believed that Hinata Shizuchi would not want to bear such a bad reputation. Even if Shizuka is willing to bear the bad reputation and attack the Wind Country, Konoha will give a reasonable explanation and make compensation. Go and ask Elder Cho to come over. Yes. The Umbu ninja who was secretly protecting the third Kazekage quickly left and went to invite Cho. At this point in time, Cho hasn't rested yet. She is still studying puppets. After receiving the notification from the Umbu, Cho dropped what she was doing and rushed over. When Cho walked into the Kazekage's office, the third Kazekage didn't waste any words and directly handed the scroll to Cho and said, "Hinata Shizuka came to the Kingdom of Wind for a private visit." What? Cho's eyelids twitched as she had just picked up the scroll. She was not very reassured and asked, "Master Fengying, is he really coming here to play?" The third Kazekage nodded, indicating that she should look at the scroll first. Cho opened the scroll impatiently, because she, like the third Kazekage, was afraid that Shizuka would come to the Wind Kingdom to cause trouble again and again. Phew, not bad. As long as she was sure that Jingai was here for fun, Cho felt relieved. As for whether it was a scam or not, there was no need to doubt it at all. Because there is no need, and secondly, the words of the strong are still credible. Unless you are the kind of person who does not keep your word. Lord Kazekage, does Hayaga Shizuchi have any other purpose besides having fun? You mean? The third Kazekage hadn't thought of this before, but only realized after Cho reminded him that Shizuka didn't come out alone, and he was accompanied by 3 girls, among whom Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi could be ignored. Even though these 2 came from big families in Konoha, the Sand Village did not take them very seriously. Hinata Miwi is better off, after all, she is a member of the Hayaga main family. If she takes action, she will be looked down upon. What can you get from Uchiha Mikoto? A pair of Sharinon? Not much value. At least for the current Sand Village, it is not of much value. Besides, the Sand Village didn't dare to attack them. In terms of identity, Kushina's identity is more important than the other 2. Because she is Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Cho felt inexplicably moved. The perfect Jinchuriki can solve the problem of the restless-tailed beasts and also gain a powerful combat force. It is a huge profit no matter how you look at it. Disaster. The third Kazekage didn't think too much about it. He also wanted information about the perfect Jinchuriki, but the Sand Village really couldn't show enough sincerity. Today, the Sand Village is penniless and burdened with heavy debts. How can we know if we don't try? We are now allies of Konoha. As allies, it should be possible to get the information at a lower price. As long as Konoha is willing to sell this information, other villages can get it, and Sand Village can certainly get it too. If other villages can't get it, the Sand Village will simply not ask for it. But our Jinchuriki. Thinking of the village's Jinchuriki, the third Kazekage couldn't help but frown. Although the big monk was very good and had kept the restless one-tail quiet for some years, it was a pity that the big monk only had this much ability. How could he become a perfect Jinchuriki? It is almost impossible unless the Jinchuriki is replaced. Feng, we have to give it a try after all. Cho sighed. The third Kazekage is good in every way except that he is too indecisive sometimes. How can he hesitate about something like this? It would be fine if Kana had just holds on to it. If other villages can get information about the perfect Jinchuriki, then why hesitate? Even if it means taking on a heavier debt, they must get the information. At worst, we can just replace the Jinchuriki. If Master Feng can't speak, then I will handle this matter. I, an old woman, also want to have a quiet chat about the puppets and exchange ideas. Cho took the initiative to take all the responsibilities and tasks on herself. Looking at Cho's decisiveness, the third Kazekage knew that his old problem had come back. With a wry smile on his face, he nodded and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." The third Kazekage also knew that he had some personality issues and was sometimes not decisive enough, but it didn't matter, no one was perfect, and he still had Cho as his support. The old woman will certainly not disappoint Kazekage-sama, but I'm afraid the Jinchuriki will have to be replaced. Although Monk Banfuku is good, it is almost impossible to expect him to become a perfect Jinchuriki, so the only option is to replace the Jinchuriki. The third Kazekage gritted his teeth and said, "As long as I can get information about the perfect Jinchuriki, I agree to replace the Jinchuriki. I will bear all the consequences." In order to ensure the better development of the village in the future, the third Kazekage made up his mind. Isn't it just about taking more blame and carrying more debt? He, the third Kazekage, can bear this blame and this debt. Chapter 372 Luo Sha, what's wrong with mining? Isn't my teacher also mining? The worst that can happen is to be a professional miner. With the end of the war, all affairs of the village were focused on development and recuperation, so it would be fine for him to be away from the village for a long time. Besides, since the third Kazekage is not in the village, Cho can still handle all the matters in the village. Even if Cho ignores everything and concentrates on studying her puppets, Cho's younger brother Ebizo is also a good puppeteer. As long as these two siblings are there, the village will not be in chaos. In this way, the third Kazekage could be a professional miner with peace of mind. Although the Wind Country has few resources and is filled with sand, there are actually large amounts of ore buried beneath the sand. It's just that the cost of mining is relatively high. Magnetic release happens to be the most suitable bloodline limit for mining ore. As long as he puts down what he is doing and concentrates on being a professional miner, the third Kazekige's mining speed is so fast that even the Earth-style ninjas of the Uegakure will have to admit defeat. The matter was settled. The third Kazekage was hesitant, but luckily he had the decisive Cho to help him. By the way, how is the research progress of the puppet? Since the end of the war, Cho has been staying in the puppet-making laboratory, and she even ignores her eldest grandson, just because she wants to crack the secret of the puppet as soon as possible and then develop a new type of puppet. The puppets used by the Sand Village in the past have almost all become obsolete. As more ninjas from Konoha start learning puppetry, puppets will no longer be the only thing in the Sand Village. There has been some progress. Speaking of this, Cho showed a proud smile. She was not bragging, but had really made enough progress. I can't copy Hinata Shizuka's puppet, but with the help of his puppet, I can still develop a new generation of puppets. It's good to have progress. The puppet army of the Sand Village cannot be abandoned just because the puppets are outdated. They must still be developed as needed. Are the funds sufficient? It's enough. It's enough for now. If it's not enough, the old woman will ask. That's good. Tomorrow I will personally carry a batch of sealing scrolls into the desert. The village will depend on you and Ebizo. If possible, who would like to be a professional miner? Wouldn't it be nice to sit in the office, drink tea and handle official business? Being a professional miner does make money, but it sounds ugly. Once this gets out, it will definitely lower the status of the 5 Kage, at least the status of the Wind Kage will drop. The third Kazekage could not care about these things. He could let his status decline. As long as the village's finances could recover, the debts could be paid off soon, and more funds for development could be reserved. It didn't matter if he lost his status. By the way, I'll take Luo Sha with me. Luo Sha is going too? Is this a miner's inheritance? Cho's mouth twitched. She had no way of persuading the third Kazekage, so she could only say sullenly, yes. Poor Raza, the disciple of the Kazekage and the future successor to the fourth Kazekage, was turned into a miner by his own teacher. However, there are some problems with the mentality of this kid Luo Sha. It would be good for him to be taken care of by the third Kazekage to temper his character. Thinking of Luo Sha's character, Cho endured it, and finally reminded the third Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, there is something wrong with Luosha's mind skills. I hope you can correct it when you take him with you. I know, I'll take care of it. He knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. The third Kazekage had considered this issue a long time ago, but he never had the chance. Now that Cho is in charge of the village, he takes Luosha with him to be a professional miner. He takes this opportunity to hone Luosha's character. Luosha's character is too extreme and cruel. There are many people with this kind of personality, but Raza is the disciple of the third Kazekage and the future successor to the fourth Kazekage, so his extreme and ruthless personality can easily affect him, causing him to behave in a radical way when dealing with village affairs. If Raza's role is just to be a strong man and an ordinary ninja in the village, then naturally the more ruthless he is, the better. But he is not. He is destined to become the new generation of Kazekage in the future. If you want to become the Kazekage, you need to hone your extremely ruthless character. If Luosha's extremism and cruelty were only directed at the enemy, the third Kazekage and Cho would not say anything. The key is that this guy's extremism and cruelty are more directed at his own people. What the hell is going on? When dealing with external enemies, your methods are relatively normal, but when dealing with your own people, you become extremely cruel. This is not right. We are training you to be the Kazekage, not the head of the Ambu. Are you, Luosha, misplaced? Being extreme and cruel is not a problem, even if you are cruel to your own people. The key is that you must know how to restrain yourself, and show your cruelty when you should, and restrain yourself when you shouldn't. You only know how to express yourself outwardly, but not how to restrain yourself. Can you secure the position of Fengying in the future? The reason why the third Kazekage has never taken this issue seriously is that he is not that old and is the youngest among the 5 Kage. By the time he gets older and has to step down, Luosha must be middle-aged. He must have matured enough in his middle age to smoothly take over the position of Kazekage. But no one could have imagined that the third Kazekage, who held this idea, would fall directly into the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion. This led to Luosha rushing to the position, and then making a series of shocking moves. Being a miner? The next day, the third Kazekage took Raza out. Raza was confused and thought that his teacher would take him to perform a special mission, so he would not tell him the content of the mission. It was only after he arrived at the mining site that Luosha realized what was happening. What kind of special mission is this? I was forced to work as a miner. He, Raza, is a big figure in the Sand Village, a representative of the new generation of strong men in the village, a disciple of the third Kazekage, and a holder of a bloodline limit. But now he has become a miner, simply. What? My teacher brought me here to mine? Did he mine himself? That's fine. Luosha, who felt very aggrieved at first, felt much more balanced after seeing his teacher, the third Kazekage, working hard. Compared with the third Kazekage, his series of titles were nothing. The third Kazekage could lower his head to mine, so why can't he, Luosha? After figuring this out, Luosha had no choice but to follow his teacher and go mining. Besides, the third Kazekage also said that although mining is not a technical job, it can hone a person's character and the use and control of magnetic escape. On the other side, Kushina was having a blast. Chapter 373 Asking for help requires self-awareness. Fortunately, even if you play crazy, it won't last for more than a few days. After all, no matter how fresh the desert environment is, it's just that. When I first came here, everything was new and interesting, but after a while, I started to think that Konoha was better. Especially after enjoying the temperature difference in the desert environment, the novelty will soon wear off. When the novelty wore off, Jingai simply took the 3 girls and headed straight to the Sand Village. After resting for 2 days in the Sand Village, they will be able to head to their final destination, the Land of Water. As for whether the Water Kingdom is in chaos now, it has little to do with Jingai and others. They were just going there for fun. The chaos and such were matters of internal strife within the Mist Village and had nothing to do with them. Anyone who takes advantage of the opportunity to attack them will be crushed to death. I think Yagura would be grateful for his help. Your Excellency, please. There are only 2 ways to enter the Sand Village. Either fly over the mountains and hills, or enter and exit the Sand Village through a narrow passage. The geographical environment of the Sand Village is very special. The village is built in a valley surrounded by mountains. From a distance, it looks like a big bowl, except that the location where the passage is built is relatively low. So the Sand Village built a fortress here, leaving a narrow passage in the middle of the fortress. People coming and going from the Sand Village had to pass through here. Surrounded by mountains and with a fortress at the main gate, it can be said that among the 5 major ninja villages, the Sand Village is definitely one of the more difficult to attack. Konoha's wooden walls are a joke next to the mountain fortresses of the Sand Village. The third Kazekage and Cho had already given orders and sent people to guard the entrance of the passage. As long as Jing'ai and others arrived, someone would lead them into the village. The entrance to your village is so narrow. If a caravan is carrying large goods, how can they get in? Jing'ai asked curiously. Hearing this, the Jonin leading the way was stunned for a moment. Because the village does not have any special products, there are not many foreign caravans. Generally, larger goods are transported upward from the direction of the fortress. Because there are no specialty products and fewer caravans come, so you leave such a narrow passage? Anything slightly larger had to be carried from the fortress. For a ninja, this is nothing, but doing this is just too frustrating. Whoever built this fortress is absolutely fucking talented. This seems to have been built by the first Kazekage, right? What kind of vision is this? No wonder your sand village has never developed. When others come to the gate of your village and see this passage surrounded by 3 layers of walls inside and outside, they will feel uncomfortable and hesitate whether to go in. Isn't it very unique? Jing'ai almost sprained her waist. Yes, it does have its own characteristics. Buddy, you can't say this in front of your Kazekage or that old woman Cho, or they'll kill you. In order to increase the financial income of the sand village, the third Kazekage and Cho went to great lengths to get their scalps hurt. This guy is quite optimistic. After introducing the things, he asked, isn't it very unique? Simply, wow, the houses here are so unique. Compared to the crowded and strange buildings in the Uegakure, the buildings in the sand village, although also a bit strange, do not give people a feeling of being crowded and depressing. On the contrary, they make people feel unique. The Jonin who led them into the sand village took the initiative to introduce, because the village is located in the desert, there are sandstorms all year round, so the walls of the village are built thicker, otherwise, they will be easily eroded by the sandstorms. Is that a green area being planted over there? Jing'ai noticed that people were planting saplings on both sides of the streets in the sand village. But these saplings look like eggplants hit by frost, wilted. If we continue to plant them like this, we don't know what their survival rate is. Yes, the village has been working hard to plant green vegetation over the years, but unfortunately due to wind and sand erosion, coupled with drought and scorching sun, the survival rate of vegetation is very low. Even if the planting survives, as long as the saplings do not grow up, a sandstorm will almost certainly mean that all the work has been in vain. The village is surrounded by mountains and has a natural barrier, but it also has a bad side. The wind vents in the mountains will blow towards the sand village constantly, causing sandstorms in the village all year round. The wind will blow up fine sand, which will cause a burning pain on people's faces. This is also the reason why people in the sand village like to hang 2 pieces of cloth on their heads when they go out. Everyone, we have arrived at the Kazekage office building. Cho-sama is waiting up there. After bringing the person here, the chatty Jonin buddy left. Jing'ai walked into Fengying office building with 3 beautiful girls. Cho was not waiting in the Kazekage's office, but in the lobby on the first floor of the Kazekage's office building. Seeing the main person coming, Chiyoko smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Jing'ai, welcome to the Sand Village. The Kazekage-sama has left the village to perform a special mission and is not in the village, so I, an old woman, will receive you. I understand, it's mining. What special missions can the third Kazekage perform? Apart from mining, Jing'ai couldn't think of anything else. Given the situation in the sand village, the third Kazekage would probably have to work as a miner for a long time. Fortunately, there are many minerals in the land of wind, most of which are buried under the sand and cannot be dug out by ordinary people. If this were to happen in a place where there weren't even any mines, even if the third Kazekage was very good at digging, he would only be able to watch helplessly. Senior, you're welcome. When others welcome you with a smile, you have to be polite. After all, don't hit the smiling person with your hand. The village has already arranged a place for you to stay. How about you take Kushina and the others over there to take a bath and have a good rest? Cho is also a man who knows how to get things done. She didn't talk about business right away, but instead arranged food and accommodation. No matter how poor the sand village is, it should not be unable to entertain a few guests. If the guests are well entertained, it will be easier to ask for help when needed. Then I would like to thank you for your kindness, senior. After playing in the desert for a few days, I really need to take a good shower and rest. As for business, just take your time. He believed Cho would speak. If Cho is unwilling to speak when it's time to leave, then it's not his fault. After all, if you can't even swallow your pride when asking for help, who would you ask for help from? So Shizuka, Kushina and others moved into the place arranged by Cho. In terms of food and accommodation, the sand village has shown the utmost sincerity. Jing'ai had no intention of refusing. Since the sand village is willing to arrange it, then let's go ahead. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival my babies. School is finally back in Chongqing. Chapter 374 No Good Man in the Face of Interests. After resting in the sand village for 2 days and experiencing the severity of the sandstorm, Jing Ai, whose mental state had fully recovered, found Cho and expressed his desire to leave. Jing Ai, this isn't the first time you and I have sat down to talk and make a deal, old woman, I'll be more direct. Seeing that Jing Ai wanted to leave the sand village, Cho knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had come. If she didn't speak up now, it would be more difficult in the future. So she took the opportunity to tell them that the sand village was interested in the information about the perfect Jinchura key. Hearing this, Jing nodded and said in agreement. The tailed beasts are indeed an important force for the village, but unfortunately they are difficult to control. I understand your request. In fact, the Reikage and the Tsuchikage have the same idea. That. Is Konoha willing to sell relevant information? You can also change it. Cho looked at Jing Ai expectantly. Jing smiled. Senior, don't rush this matter. If the Sand Village is interested in the information about the perfect Jinchura key, you can send someone to discuss it after I return to Konoha. I also said the same thing to the Reikage and Tsuchikage. But I have something to say first, your village's Jinchura key. The Jinchura key can be replaced at any time. With Kazekage-sama here, Shikaka can't cause any trouble. Cho decided the matter with a wave of her hand. It's just a replacement of the Jinchura key, no big deal. The magnetic style can just restrain the One-Tail's ability. With the third Kazekage around, it is quite easy to control the One-Tail. The Sand Village is not afraid that the One-Tail will go berserk because of this. Even if a tailed beast runs rampage and causes certain losses to the village, the Sand Village is willing to replace the Jinchura key. The attraction of a perfect Jinchura key is very, very great. Understood. The Sand Village has made up its mind to create a perfect Jinchura key. Even if it's risky, give it a try. In that case, I will wait for Cho's arrival in the village. As for the selection of Jinchura key, your village needs to make a careful selection. Now the two sides are allies, and they have received warm hospitality from the Sand Village. It is nothing for Jing Ai to kindly remind them. The vision of the Sand Village and selecting its Jinchura key is really a bit unbearable. If you want to create a perfect Jinchura key, the selection of Jinchura key is very important. The village has already started selecting. Cho answered cheerfully. As for the specifics, she didn't say anything, and Jing Ai wouldn't ask. This is an important secret of the Sand Village, and it is impossible for them to tell you just because of their alliance. At least this secret will not be made public until the Jinchura key can be displayed. So Shizueichi had no idea who the Sand Village would choose as the Jinchura key. But this is the Sand Village's business, it has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't need to worry about it. After a brief conversation with Cho and an agreement was made, Jing Ai took the 3 girls away from the Sand Village and flew on puppets to their final destination, the Land of Water. What? Standing on the back of the giant eagle puppet, Kushina noticed that there was a large area of green vegetation on the western coastline of the Wind Country, so she asked Jing Ai with doubts. Jing Ai, why is there a lot of vegetation on the coastline of the Wind Country, but the Sand Village is built in the desert? Can't we move here? Looking down at the green coastline, Jing Ai shook her head. The vegetation in this area is all plants that can live in seawater. The surrounding water sources are mostly salty. In addition, the construction of the Sand Village needs to consider safety issues. Building it on the coastline is prone to attack. This coastline could be attacked by warships from the Mist Village at any time. The Mist Village has done many things like harassing the Wind Country by using its maritime power and causing trouble in the Wind Country. The key is that the poverty of the Wind Country makes it very difficult for them to develop their maritime power. Instead of competing with others with your own shortcomings, it is better to build the village deep in the desert with a natural barrier. Even if the enemy cannot be driven away in time, the enemy will not stay for long and will slip away with its tail between its legs. Not everyone can be as devastating as Jing Ai and wipe out the oasis of the Wind Kingdom. All the Mist Village can do is to annoy the Sand Village on the coastline, and basically won't go deeper. However, the Wind Country is too big, and most of the oases are not in this direction. The strength of the Mist Village ninjas will be affected by the environment when they come here, so they will not go deep into the desert. They basically harass the people. In addition, the Wind Country is barren, and there are no good things to steal. Every time they come, they just annoy us and then retreat. The ninjas from the Mist Village came to the Wind Kingdom to cause trouble, which is as speechless as the third Hokage sending Uchiha to fight against the ninja army of the Mist Village. Not every ninja who is good at water jutsu is as powerful as Tobirama Senju and Kisame Hashigaki. Not all ninjas who are good at fire jutsu can be like Uchiha Madara, who used one ninjutsu to force a large number of allied ninjas to use water jutsu to resist. A ninja who is good at water escape will only become more depressed if he goes to the depths of the desert to fight. On the contrary, if a ninja who is good at fire escape runs to the sea to fight against the ninjas from the Mist Village, his blood pressure will also rise. The Mist Village is never a good place. Humph. Kushina hummed in dissatisfaction. Just wait until we return to Konoha and I, Kushina, get Shizuka's permission, and then I'll cause trouble for you every day. I'll take my beloved little snake and kill you. Hearing this, Jingai burst out laughing. The Mist Village is indeed not a good place, but are there many good people in Konoha? Not necessarily, because Konoha has also done many things that harm others and benefit itself, and even things that harm others and do not benefit itself, but it is not as arrogant as the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. The Cloud Shinobi Village did this simply because the village is so powerful that they dared to do so. The Mist Village is far away on the sea. Even if they attack you, it will be difficult for you to retaliate, so the Mist Village's arrogance is also fearless. After flying over the sea for nearly a day, the group finally saw scattered islands. Jingai controlled the puppet and landed on one of the islands. We will rest here for one night and go directly to the Mist Village tomorrow. The Mist Village is located on a relatively large island. We can also enjoy the unique scenery of the Land of Water by going directly to the Mist Village. Remember to put away all your clothes. The humidity here is high and your clothes will become wet if you don't put them away. After a night's rest, we headed straight to the Mist Village the next day. At this time, the Mist Village was still in a turbulent period, and Jingai's uninvited arrival scared the other party. Jingai did not land directly like in other countries or villages, but let the puppet hover in the sky, waiting for the people from the Mist Village to arrive first and then go down after communicating. In other places, if you say you are here for fun, as long as you don't cause trouble, no one will attack you. It's different in the Mist Village. There are a lot of psychopaths in the water country, and you may be attacked at any time and anywhere here. Chapter 375 Yagura, you can play, but I can't take care of your safety. Uchiha can only be regarded as a lunatic in Konoha, while some family ninjas in the Mist Village are recognized by the pure ninja world as having mental problems. Not only those family ninjas, but most of the ninjas in the Mist Village are very murderous. This is also the reason why Jingai did not go directly to the Mist Village. Wait for the other party to send someone out and negotiate before going in. At that time, others will still be responsible for your safety. Moreover, if someone seeking death comes to the Mist Village, not only will you not be held responsible for killing him, you can also rightfully demand an explanation from him. But it's different if you run in on your own. If you are attacked and fight back, the other party will just ask you why you attacked in the village. You can't do such a thing as giving others something to hold against you. Anyway, the puppet was flying in the sky, and it was the people of the Mist Village who were panicking, not him. As long as the puppets were not thrown into the Mist Village for bombing, it would not be considered a violation of the treaty signed at the 5 Kage Summit. Jingai was not worried that someone would jump out and accuse him. There was something flying in the sky, and its position was just out of the attack range of most ninjutsu. This directly led to the people of the Mist Village discovering the puppet in the sky but being helpless. Finally, we can only report it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the person who was in charge of the Mist Village finally showed up. Seeing Yagura and his guards coming to the outside of the Mist Village, Jingai controlled the puppet to fly out of the Mist Village and landed outside the village. Do you have a mission to accomplish in the Mist Village? Yagura's eyes were full of vigilance. The Mist Village was in a state of chaos at that time. Even Yagura had to bring a large number of guards with him when he traveled, otherwise he might be attacked by his competitors. Don't doubt it, this kind of thing is unheard of in other villages, but it is a routine operation in the Mist Village. The fighting among the village's top factions became bloodier and bloodier. I came to the Land of Water and to your village. I have no mission to accomplish. I am here as a private person, a tourist, I suppose. Giving the three girls a reassuring look, Shizuka explained to Yagura. For some reason, I took my friends to travel around the ninja world and went to the Cloud Village, Rock Village, and Sand Village. The Mist Village is the last stop. Coming for fun? Yagura couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Are you, Hinata Shizuka, so free? Now that the war is over, there should be a lot of things going on in your village. As a high-ranking official in the village, you actually travel around the world with a few girls. Yagura said that he was a little confused about the purpose of Jingai's actions. But when the guests came, he still welcomed them. Your Excellency is entering the Kurogakure as a tourist. On behalf of the village, I welcome you. However, the village is currently in a special period, so we cannot guarantee your safety. At this time, even Yagura could be attacked at any time. How could he guarantee the safety of Jing'ai and others? If some idiot really attacked Jing'ai and he used it as an excuse to make trouble, it would cause a lot of trouble for the Mist Village. I will take responsibility for my own safety. We will only stay in your village for a few days and then leave. We will not be involved in any internal affairs of your village. Yagura hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I will make arrangements for your food and accommodation, but you'd better not go out casually, because fighting has often broken out in the village recently, and I won't be able to take care of your safety at that time. So, under the leadership of Yagura, Jing'ai and others walked into the Mist Village. Kushina saw many hostile ninjas and civilians along the way and felt very strange. They came here to play and would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Mist Village. Why were these people hostile to them? These people look so weird. Why do they look like sharks with a mouth full of fangs? This one is even stranger. The head is olive-shaped, pointed at the top and bottom and round in the middle. Not only Kushina couldn't understand it, Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miui also found it strange that there were too many people who were hostile to them. Even Hinata Miui was among them. You know, the Hyuga clan has relatives in the water country, and as a result, the most people are staring at her. Yagura acted quickly. After bringing Shizuka and others into the village, he arranged them in residences around his family. Food was delivered to them, and a group of ninjas were stationed around the houses. These ninjas are not there to monitor, but to protect. At least on the surface, the guest's safety could be protected. Yagura could not provide more because he was at risk of being killed at any time. There is really no way to send more manpower to protect the guests. The people in this village look so strange. Kushina thought back to what she had just seen and felt goosebumps all over her body. After following Jing'ai to so many places, the people of the Mist Village were the only ones who looked strange. After checking the residence and making sure it was safe, Jing'ai stood by the window and looked at the Mist Village obscured by fog. Because the water country is far away from the mainland and there are many islands, people on many islands have different customs and lifestyles, so some people here look strange. Then, Jing'ai added, by the way, the ninja families in the village of Mist Village are the largest in number besides Konoha. A large number of these ninja families were driven out of the Land of Fire by the Uchiha and Senju during the Warring States period, and had no choice but to enter the Land of Water to survive. For example, the Hyuga clan's relatives, the Kagaya clan is one of them. A family of madmen? Kushina had heard Shizuichi describe this family before. I'm sorry, Maihui, I'm not cursing, I just blame Jing'ai for everything. He was the one who said that the Kagaya clan is a family of lunatics. As soon as the crazy family came out of their mouths, Kushina finally reacted and quickly apologized to the little sisters. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan are relatives. It is somewhat impolite to talk about other people's relatives like this. It's fine. Hinata Miui shook her head and smiled. In fact, the relationship between our family and the Kagaya clan is no longer as good as it used to be. The people in this family are all crazy and have a very bad reputation in the Land of Water and even in the ninja world. Many people in the ninja world like to call them a crazy family, so Kushina, don't feel burdened. I'm not going to get mad about this. Chapter 376, Night Falls, the fight begins. Even the best relationship can become distant due to distance and position. This is the case with the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan. During the Warring States period, the relationship between the two families was very good. Unfortunately, the Kagaya clan was too suicidal and took advantage of the battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans to stab them in the back. Directly angered these two families, and then joined forces to drive them out of the Fire Nation. Kushina smiled happily. By the way, Kyuubi felt a lot of hostile gazes, hidden in the dark. It's strange, we don't have any hatred with the people of this village. How could one show hostility towards a guest who comes to visit for the first time? In the entire ninja world, perhaps only the Mist Village can see this situation. Because of the closed environment, the people here are very hostile to outsiders. Whenever there are changes in the top management of the Kurogakure, fighting will break out in the village. The fundamental reason is that the foreign families and the local families compete with each other. This is a disaster left over from the time when the village was founded, and it is difficult to eliminate. In the original time and space, this scourge of the Mist Village was indeed eliminated. But instead of everyone shaking hands and making peace, or sitting down to negotiate calmly, basically all the oppositionists died. Coupled with the turmoil during the Blood Mist period, the Mist Village fell into a long period of weakness. It was not until Mei Terumi came to power that the Mist Village was twisted into a rope and the disaster of the village was completely resolved. If it weren't for the ruthlessness and cleansing of the third Mizukage, Yagura, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, Terami's plan to twist the Mist Village into a rope would have been a dream. So here, if you see someone launching a coup, you don't need to be surprised, because this kind of thing happens all the time. There are guests coming. As he was speaking, Jing'ai raised his head and looked out the window. A group of ninjas in black came over and started fighting with the people left by Yagura. These people's target is Jingyi and others. Less than an hour after entering the Mist Village, the attack came. I have to say that there are many people in this village who don't care about their lives. Fortunately, the newcomers were not very strong, and the people left behind by Yagura were enough to deal with them. After a great battle, many of the remaining ninjas also died. When everything was over, Yagura finally arrived. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that someone would attack right after the guests checked in. The short man Yagura had a tired look on his face, and it was obvious that the fight with his rivals made him very tired. But he had to fight, otherwise he would die, and his family would be expelled and completely wiped out. Even the half-dead third Mizukage will die. I can feel the enthusiasm of your village. Jing'ai joked with a smile. Yagura's face twitched and he didn't respond. By the way, how is Mizukage-senpai doing? The teacher's mood is not very optimistic. That's why some people want to launch a coup and the village is in chaos. Yagura obviously didn't want to talk more about these topics. I heard that your village's Jinchuriki became a perfect Jinchuriki. Yagura's eyes moved to Kushina. Because it is far away in the deep sea, it is a bit difficult for the Mist Village to collect various intelligence, so the intelligence information from the Mist Village is often a bit slower than other places. Yes, is your village also interested in the information about the perfect Jinchuriki? Also, Jing'ai admitted it openly, but Yagura valued this more. This means that other villages have already expressed their intentions, or have even been in talks, and may have even set the conditions. The Mist Village is always slower than others in doing anything, but it doesn't matter if it's slow. As long as he can get the information, Yagura will be satisfied. Yes, the Reikage, Sechikage, and Kazekage all have the intention to go to Konoha to discuss the purchase of intelligence. They will visit Konoha as soon as I return from the Land of Water. Jing told Yagura about this without hesitation. What we want is to make him excited and to get information. Don't miss out on something you can get for free. Even without this information, Yagura can still become a perfect Jinchuriki. This is considered as taking advantage of the time difference in information to trick the Mist Village. It's a bit troublesome. According to Shizuka, when he leaves the Mist Village and returns to Konoha, people from the other 3 villages will go to Konoha to discuss the purchase of information on the perfect Jinchuriki. The Mist Village is currently in turmoil, and it is unknown how long it will take to stabilize the situation. It was the same as when other villages went to buy information. The Mist Village could only watch helplessly. Only after the village calms down and he becomes the winner can he go to Konoha with peace of mind. It seems we need to hurry up. When buying things, it is definitely better to negotiate together with a group of people. If you go alone, you are likely to be charged a high price. Yagura understands this principle. As long as your village is willing to sell the perfect Jinchuriki information, I will go to Konoha in time. Yagura also made a statement. The Mist Village also wanted the information, and he would rush to Konoha as soon as possible. As for how long this will take, it is unknown. There are some things that Yagura cannot control. Then I won't disturb your rest. The intention has been expressed, and Yagura has no intention of staying and wasting time. He is very busy, and the place where he is also very dangerous, often accompanied by various assassinations and attacks. Walk slowly. Jing'ai stood up and sent Yagura away. He glanced at the few remaining guardian ninjas outside, then turned to the 3 girls and said, "You should all rest in my room these days. If nothing unexpected happens, the battles in the Mist Village will become very frequent in the next few days." After dark, Jing'ai released a group of puppets. He had no intention of interfering in the internal fighting of the Mist Village. The puppet only served a protective purpose. As night fell, the 3 girls stayed in the bedroom to rest. As night fell, the intensity of the battle grew. Jing'ai, standing at the window of the living room, kept observing the situation outside. The chaos in the Mist Village was much more serious than he had imagined. What is Aram? This is a real melee. Compared to the internal fighting in the Mist Village, the fights in other villages are nothing but child's play. Look at the Uchiha people. They wanted to stage a coup, but they haven't reached a consensus after decades of trying. On the contrary, in the Mist Village, there are coups, fighting, and assassinations. It is so exciting. Boom. The wave of battle hit, and the house they were staying in shook a few times, and Kushina and the other 2 in the bedroom couldn't sleep at all. Jing'ai's puppets sneaked into the darkness and cleared out some people who were close to the residence. It is absolutely true that every Mizukage came to power by stepping on a large number of corpses. If you want to become the Mizukage of the Mist Village, you need to point your knife at the people of your own village first, otherwise you will not be able to sit in the position of Mizukage. The Bloody Butcher Yagura is also growing step by step. Chapter 377, Ninth Tale, I am a fox. How did I become a dog-headed military strategist? No one went out all night, and no one was able to get around the residence. Anyone who comes with malicious intentions will basically be eliminated by the puppets in advance. Perhaps because they felt they were difficult to deal with, the number of people wanting to launch attacks began to decrease from the second half of the night. Jingai can also sleep peacefully. When I woke up the next day and opened the door, I saw Kushina with dark circles under her eyes. Obviously, I didn't sleep well last night. The three girls were not as nervous as Jingai. Feeling the battle waves that continued to erupt in the Mist Village, Kushina, Uchiha Mikato, and Hinata Miui all lay there with their eyes wide open all night. It was not until the early morning when the fighting subsided that he fell into a deep sleep. Uchiha Mikato and Hinata Miho fell asleep, but Kushina couldn't sleep. So when Jing opened the door, he saw the insomniac girl with dark circles under her eyes standing at his door. Can't sleep? It was the first time that Jingai saw Kushina in such a bad state, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a nuisance. He actually laughed at me. Kushina puffed up her face angrily, raised her little fist and hit Jingai's hand a few times. Fortunately, she didn't use much force, otherwise, let alone her arm, even the stone could have been broken with one punch. How can I sleep if I'm so startled? If I continue to toss and turn like this for 2 days, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Fell on the sofa without any image, Kushina couldn't help but complain. The internal fighting in the Mist Village is too terrible. In comparison, Konoha is better. At least the Hokage will not cause such a mess. Not to mention, although the third Hokage was not a good person, even if he coveted the power of Hokage, he would not do the same stupid things as the Mist Village. In the entire ninja world, the Mist Village is the only one of its kind. It may be a brawl exclusive to maritime nations. The more chaotic the Mist Village is, the more helpful it will be to you, right? Jingai seemed to be pointing to something. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then she jumped up like a spring. You mean, an attack against them? Correct. Jing nodded and took out a map and handed it to Kushina. The area where I drew the red ripples is where the warships of the water country often move. Unless a war breaks out, there will not be a situation where multiple warships act together. They are usually alone. The more chaotic the Mist Village is, and the weaker the sea power is, this is the best time to take action. Not many people know that I have a contract with Genya and that I own Genya. If you don't show up, no one will know that it was you who did it. In the sea, if you want to deal with a summoned beast like Genya, you need at least a complete team of Jonin. Even though most of the ninjas in the Mist Village are good at water escape, they will be defeated when facing a summoned beast like Genya that is so powerful and has such a terrifying size. As long as he doesn't encounter too many enemies or a ninja team that is too powerful, Genya's sneak attack can be considered to be ineffective. Nice one. Kushina, who was originally tired, suddenly became energetic. Jingai continued. The area with golden ripples is the maritime conflict zone between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. My suggestion is to attack the warships of one village first, and then gradually shift your attention to the conflict zone. If you do it well, you may be able to cause friction between the two villages. The Kurogakure has always been known as the village with the strongest maritime power, and it is also the village that has the most control over maritime power. The naval power of the Cloud Ninja Village has also been developing, and considerable conflict has broken out between the two villages. As long as it is used properly, it is possible to cause friction between the two villages, or even a war. However, Kushina has little experience, and it is easy to be discovered if she does such a thing. What if we are discovered? The inexperienced Kushina felt a little lacking in confidence. Jingai had no choice but to remind her. You don't have enough experience, but there are people, no, there are tailed beasts who have enough experience. Just find them. The Nine Tails could definitely be Kushina's military advisor. There is no doubt about this. The tailed beasts just act like wild beasts, which doesn't mean they are really wild beasts. After all, the tailed beasts are very smart and are no worse than humans. The tailed beasts are still immortal and have survived in the ninja world for so many years. Even if they are not good at tricking people in roundabout ways, at least they know how to trick people. Nine-tailed fox. Depend on. I, Geolama, have never cheated anyone like this. I just rushed all the way there. Okay, I'll go talk to Kyuabai. Kushina fell on the sofa and found a comfortable position to lie down, and then her consciousness entered the sealed space. In the sealed space, Kyuabai wanted to cover his eyes and pretend to sleep. It doesn't want to be a military strategist. Although foxes are canines. Big Fox, I need your help. Kushina put her hands on her hips and kept calling out to the nine tails. She kept yelling when Kyuubi ignored her, until the nine-tailed fox swung its long tail in collapse and wailed, "I know, stop yelling, my head is about to explode. It's just a sneak attack, who wouldn't know the same thing?" The nine tails, having completely accepted its fate, could only helplessly take on the role of military strategist and begin to help Kushina with advice. The huge nails pointed at the map condensed by chakra. "Kushina, we must first let the giant snake called Gold Fong attack the warships of the Mist Village. When the Mist Village notices this and strengthens its naval forces, we will attack the merchant ships of the Cloud Village." The nine-tailed fox, who had already entered the state, smiled sinisterly. What would the Kumagakure think if the Mist Village suddenly increased its maritime power and the Kumagakure's merchant ships were constantly attacked during this period? They will suspect that it was done by the Mist Village. Kushina shouted happily, "Correct. The young man is teachable." Kyuubi nodded with satisfaction and shook his huge finger. If what Hinata Shizuka said is correct, then there has always been a conflict of maritime competition between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. The Mist Village has suddenly increased its maritime power, and a large number of Cloud Village merchant ships have been attacked. As long as no one catches you, the Mist Village will be the object of suspicion. At this time, there will definitely be friction between the two sides. Even if they control it, we can turn around and start attacking the merchant ships of the Mist Village and even the water country, so that the Mist Village will suspect that the Cloud Village is targeting them. It's not that Kyuubi doesn't know how to plot and scheme, it's just that he doesn't use them under normal circumstances. Since you won't need it, there's no need to bother using your brain. Just rely on your strong strength and rush forward. When necessary, the nine tails, who plays the role of military strategist, can also come up with some sinister schemes to help Kushina. "Great, Big Fox, you are the best." After hearing the dog-headed military advisor's plan, Kushina jumped up excitedly, hugged the nine-tails' face on the ground and rubbed it hard twice. "Forehead." The nine-tails jumped up as if struck by lightning and shouted in horror, "Kushina, what are you doing?" "Ah, I express my gratitude." Kushina was completely confused. She just rubbed the nine-tails' face. Who could have expected the nine-tails to react so strongly? "Can't I even touch it?" Chapter 378. The bigger the reaction, the more arrogant it is. "Humph, I don't need your thanks." Kyuubi raised his head proudly, folded his hands in front of his chest with a look of disdain on his face. "Kushina, fine, my kindness is taken for granted, so I won't thank you anymore. The big fox has a really weird personality. He just hugged you. Is that a big deal? If this is a kiss, ugh, the kiss can only be given to Jing'ai, humph." After Kushina left the sealed space, Ninetails scratched his face awkwardly, the corners of his cracked mouth rising and then being suppressed. It is commonly known as being more difficult to suppress than AK. What the nine-tailed fox cares about is not a rub or a hug from Kushina, what it cares about is that Kushina is thanking it. "Haha, no, you can't laugh, otherwise Kushina will find out. I must stay calm." "Yes, calm down. Then help Kushina to think of some strategies for the Cloud Village and the Mist Village." "Humph, can a small conspiracy defeat me? Who is this old man?" "The strongest tailed beast Karama." "What's wrong? Kyuubi won't help you." Seeing Kushina, who had regained consciousness and lying listlessly on the sofa, Jing'ai couldn't help but feel curious. Will the nine-tails reject Kushina? It shouldn't be the case. He's just giving advice, not obviously targeting the nine-tailed fox. Since the nine-tails is willing to open his heart to Kushina and join forces with her to become the perfect Jinchuriki, he should take the initiative to stand on Kushina's side and help her. There's no reason to refuse. "No," Kushina replied weakly, "the big fox is very smart and helped me come up with many strategies, but I think it was a little jumpy. I just thanked it and hugged it, but it still despised me. It's so abominable." Jing was stunned. In the sealed space, Kyuubi had the same expression as Shizue. I didn't, you are slandering me, Kushina, you are slandering me, do you know that?" Cough cough. Without waiting for the nine-tailed fox to plead for himself, Jing'ai coughed lightly. Kushina noticed the cough and suddenly realized what was going on. She quickly sealed the space and did not give the nine-tailed fox a chance to see outside. Jue was furious when he found that he couldn't see outside. "Silly girl, the nine-tailed fox is its Sundra fox. The more it acts like it doesn't care, the more it is willing to accept it. It just refuses to admit it out of dignity as a tailed beast. When you hugged it, did it react strongly?" Shizue smiled and patted Kushina's head. "Ugh." Kushina was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled foolishly. "It seems so, the reaction is very big, and it looks very awkward." "Ha ha ha, that's right. Although the tailed beasts are very smart, they are more frank and direct than humans. Although you and the Ninetales have accepted each other and become loyal and reliable partners, how could the Ninetales be indifferent to your partner's recognition and gratitude? This big fox is just arrogant, it doesn't mean he doesn't accept your kindness. So this is all. After hearing June's words, Kushina's eyes lit up and she quickly opened the sealed space. The angry Ninetales just swore that he would never pay attention to Kushina again, but the next second he immediately looked outside curiously. Unfortunately, Jingai's reminder was over, and Kyuubi could only feel disappointed. It is also preparing to eavesdrop quietly. Fortunately, Kushina is not a heartless girl. After knowing the nine-tailed fox's attitude, Kushina happily ran into the sealed space and continued to say some words of thanks, which made the nine-tailed fox so happy that its 9 tails couldn't help but shake. Although foxes are canines, they generally do not wag their tails unless they are very excited or happy. Seeing this action, Kushina knew that she was doing the right thing. The big fox was in a good mood. Ahem, since you are so sincere in your thanks, I will accept it with reluctance. Come on, Kushina, we need to make some more plans. We must come up with a complete plan. We must strike hard at the bad guys in the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. Yes, hit them hard. A man and a fox just lay in the sealed space, whispering and discussing. Feeling a little tired, Kushina leaned directly against the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse. But it didn't expect that Kushina would become more and more aggressive. She first leaned on it, then slowly began to use it as a pillow, and then climbed directly onto its back and lay comfortably. Wow, big fox, the fur on your back is so soft. It's so comfortable to lie on. Forget it. Since you praised me, I won't chase you down. Humph, who made me soft-hearted? On the first day of arriving at the Mist Village, there were many battles in the village. The battle waves were huge and many people came to attack. The next day, the battle fluctuated more and the attacks stopped because the people from several factions of the Mist Village no longer cared about their guests. They just wanted to kill the other party as quickly as possible and then take over smoothly. Among them, the two largest and strongest factions are the Kazuna clan and the Mizukage clan with the Yagura-tailed beast. During the First Ninja World War, the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage fought a great battle and both died suddenly. Then the third Mizukage cut the Gordian knot and took the position of Mizukage. Now that the third Mizukage is no longer able to do so, Yagura, as his disciple, does not want to see anyone else become the Mizukage, because if someone from another faction becomes the Mizukage, he, Yagura, his clansmen, and the people who support him behind the scenes will all die miserably. The Kazuna clan wants to take back the throne of Mizukage. In addition to these two factions, there are also some smaller factions involved. To sum up, the Mist Village has become a mess. On the third day, the Mist Village was still the same and the fight seemed to have no intention of ending. After staying in the Mist Village for 3 days and watching 3 days of chaos, Jing'ai decided to leave. It's time to return to Konoha. As for when the great brawl in the Mist Village will end, he doesn't know this either. The strange thing is that the elder who was respected as the master by many ninjas of the Mist Village did not show up. This highly respected elder did not have the slightest intention of interfering in the village fight. If you say he did nothing, he would be there at critical moments. If you say he did something, the village was in chaos. As the only elder in the village with a high status, almost comparable to the Mizukage, he simply disappeared. It's really puzzling. I'm afraid this master has his own ideas, so he chose to remain invisible. Finally I can leave. The 3 girls were very happy to leave. They had been in the Mist Village for 3 days and had not been able to sleep. They were in a state of constant fear. Battles may break out at any time, and battle waves may come at any time, making it impossible for you to sleep peacefully. They don't have as much care as Jing'ai. They just eat when they're ready and sleep when they're ready. When Jing'ai and others left, no one came to see them off. Yagura was very busy, and it was even less likely that people from other factions would come out to see them off. Chapter 379 To become a perfect Jinchuriki, you need talent. When the puppet flew into the sky and away from the Mist Village, the 3 girls all breathed a sigh of relief. It is worth mentioning that they were not attacked when they left. This village is really strange. Uchiha Mikado simply couldn't imagine. Compared to that, Konoha is still better, there aren't so many fights and chaos. Who said there wasn't? That's because the people who caused the trouble were stepped on. Kushina has never forgotten what Danzo Shimura did to her. Hearing this, Jing'ai smiled and said, there are always ambitious people everywhere. The Mist Village is like this, and Konoha is also like this. It's just that compared to the chaos of the Mist Village, Konoha is more united. In the final analysis, the Mist Village is just a village built by a large number of civilians and ninja families who stick together for warmth. And Konoha was the home that the Senju and Uchiha built to avoid war and conflict. There is no comparison between the two. In addition, in order to prevent the possibility of a single dominant force and internal strife in the village, our second Hokage has already nipped the bud of danger in the bud. The Uchiha and Senju joined forces to build the Konoha village. The Uchiha were unpopular, and even if this family was strong, not many people would recognize them. This was even more impossible after they controlled the police department. Because the work of the police department will cause the Uchiha's reputation to become worse. After dealing with the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama began to attack his own family. By breaking up the family and popularizing it, he solved the fundamental problem for Konoha. This shows how courageous Senju Tobirama is. If it were someone else, they would never be able to do this. The Thousand Hands clan? This family was broken up and forced to become civilians, but Kushina still knew some secrets. Before Uzumaki Mito died, he would talk about the Senju clan when he was bored, so Kushina more or less knew some information that outsiders didn't know. Correct. Jing nodded and said, Konoha was established by the Senju and Uchiha clans at the beginning, but in reality, the Uchiha clans are unpopular. Without the support of other ninja clans, the Uchiha clans cannot dominate the world. However, the Senju clan can do so. Especially since the first and second Hokage were from the Senju clan, many people began to dream that the Senju clan could control the position of Hokage. It was precisely because of this sign that the second generation broke up the family and completely demolished it, thus solving this problem. Otherwise, how could our Hokage become the Hokage safely? Master Shizuichi, doesn't Hinata count? Hinata Miwi raised her hand weakly. The Uchiha and Senju are big families, and so are the Hyuga. Why just ignore it? Jing'ai glanced at the weak and lovable Hinata Miwi and said speechlessly, don't mention this unlucky topic. Even if the Hyuga clan has strength, it will be impossible for them to achieve anything if their power is controlled by the powerless people of the main family. Forehead. It seems like I was scolded. Although she knew that Jing'ai was not scolding her, she was also a member of the main family. Hinata Miwi smiled embarrassedly and her fair face turned red. I felt inexplicably panicked. Don't let your imagination run wild. The people I'm talking about don't include you, and you can't represent the Hyuga clan. Looking at Hinata Miwi like this, you can tell that she has wrong thoughts. Therefore, Jing specially explained, when I say the main family, I mean those elders who do nothing. It's not just the main family. Many elders of the branch families are more stubborn than the main family elders. The Hyuga clan wants to show the momentum of a big family, but as long as these people hold the power of the family, they will never be able to stand up. While other families put on all kinds of performances, the Hyuga family is the only one that always cowers in their shells and is always the one being bullied. Being bullied, he dared not say a word. A few hours later, the group returned to the Land of Fire safely. After resting for a while in the Land of Fire, they set off again and flew straight to Konoha. In order to avoid causing trouble, Jing'ai directly ordered the puppet to stop at the entrance of the village. Then he led the three girls into the village through the main gate. Jing'ai is back. Many people in the village knew that Jing'ai took people out on a mission, but as for the target of the mission, it seemed that they didn't see it. You guys go home and rest first, I'm going to go to the Hokage's office. After parting with the three girls, Shizue went straight to the Hokage's office building, knocked on the door, and entered the Hokage's office. Came back? Seeing Shizuka, the third Hokage asked casually. Yes, I'm finally back. Jing'ai stretched and sat on the sofa in the office. Speaking of the sofa, it was thanks to Tsunade. There was no such thing in the Hokage's office originally. It was only at Tsunade's strong request that the third Hokage had the sofa sent over and placed in the office. Leaning against the sofa, Jing'ai explained the purpose of coming to the Hokage's office. During this trip, I visited many countries and villages, including the Kyumaga-kur, Iwaiga-kur, Sanga-kur, and Mist-ga-kur. Each village was very interested in the information about our perfect Jinchuriki. You mean, the village should sell the information about the perfect Jinchuriki? Everyone understood each other tacitly and no one mentioned any tasks. Jing'ai went out to play under the pretext of carrying out a mission, and the third Hokage knew it very well, so he didn't ask. However, the third Hokage instinctively wanted to object to Shizuka's idea of selling the information. Why not? Facing the puzzled look of the third Hokage, Jing'ai smiled and said, don't miss out on a free gift. Even if other villages get the information, talented people can become perfect Jinchuriki without it. People without talent will not be able to succeed even if they get the information. Is this a question of whether it can succeed? The third Hokage couldn't help but stand up after hearing this. You mean, there are Jinchuriki from other villages who have become perfect Jinchuriki? The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village is pretty good, although he seems like a psychopath because of his weirdness. There's also Yagura of the Mist Village. His family's secret technique can effectively restrain the power of the tailed beasts, at least the three tails. They have a better chance. As for the Rock Village and the Sand Village, even if we give them the information, they don't have much hope. Chapter 380. No matter how many times do I have to say it, you are the only one you can rely on. Depend on. What a shitty luck the Cloud Ninja Village has. I actually found such a Jinchuriki. Jingai described him as being weird and crazy, but in the eyes of the third Hokage, it was automatically understood as heartless and thick-skinned. It is precisely because of his thick-skinned nature that he does not resent the tailed beast sealed in his body. This also means that his chances of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki are greater than those of an ordinary Jinchuriki. With Kushina, the perfect Jinchuriki in front of him, Shizuka has the authoritative say on the evaluation of the perfect Jinchuriki. It was because of his various stimuli that the Nine Tails tried its best to help Kushina. Otherwise, how could Kushina become a perfect Jinchuriki? You're thinking too much. The worst that can happen is that you'll end up doing the same thing as Uzumaki Mito, locking up the Nine Tails and using it as a power bank, or forcing it to use it. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. Jingai ignored him and continued. The Raikage, Sechikage, and Cho of the Sand Village have all said they will go to the village to discuss the matter in person. As for the Kazekage, I haven't seen him. He should be mining in the desert at this time. A dignified Fengyin was forced to go to the desert to mine. This treatment is unparalleled. The third Hokage did not reply immediately, but thought silently for a long time before speaking. So, your idea is to sell information about the perfect Jinchuriki to the village that has the tailed beast? Yes, sell the information, collect some benefits, and build some relationships. The Kumagakure is very ambitious, and so is the third Raikage, but he is more inclined to win us over. More inclined to us, this means there is a possibility that the two villages can form an alliance. Hearing these words, the third Hokage's eyes lit up. Jingai knew what he was thinking, so she decisively poured a basin of cold water on him. If the village forms an alliance with the Kumagakure, the balance of the ninja world will get out of control. The Kumagakure has always had friction with the Mist and Rock villages, and no one can be sure whether it will lead to a war. If an alliance is formed, the Rock and Rock villages will feel a sense of crisis. Once they unite, it means that war is not far away. Hokage-sama, do you think the village can continue to fight a war? It would be enough to just build up relationships, but you are still so greedy and want to form an alliance. What are you thinking about? Isn't the lesson from Senju Tobirama severe enough? You can only rely on yourself at critical moments, allies? Not reliable at all. There is no need to say much about the friction between the Cloud Village, the Uegakure, and the Mist Village. The third Hokage is well aware of it, and if Konoha and the Cloud Village form an alliance, the balance of the ninja world will get out of control. Once the Uegakure becomes anxious, it will seek an alliance with the Mist Village. The consequence could be the outbreak of a new round of war. This is not a joke. If the third Raikage gets the chance, he doesn't mind starting a war and dragging Konoha into it. As an ally, all the villages allied with you are caught in a war. Can you not help? It's enough to have the Sand Village as a superficial ally. The Cloud Village is not reliable. A strong alliance is not a good thing for Konoha, not to mention that the ally is a warmonger. I understand. The third Hokage let out a breath weakly. I'm confused. They only thought that they could become powerful by forming an alliance and that others would not dare to provoke them. But they did not consider that the Cloud Village was inherently restless, and once the Cloud Village started a war, Konoha would also be dragged in. The original intention of Konoha's alliance was to prevent the outbreak of war, rather than waiting to be dragged into war by its allies. The Cloud Ninja Village is not the best ally either. Compared to the Cloud Village, Jingai prefers the Rock Village. It is more appropriate for Konoha to form an alliance with the Uegakure than with the Kumagakure. The Uegakure is poor. As long as Konoha is willing to help the Uegakure and give some benefits, the Uegakure will definitely be happy and may even take the initiative to consolidate the relationship between the two sides. This way, the invisible threat can be eliminated. The Cloud Village wants to start a war, and so does the Uegakure. The only difference is that the targets of the Cloud Village's war are the Uegakure and the Mist Village, while the target of the Uegakure is Konoha. What about the Uegakure? The third Hokage has not given up yet and still wants to build a solid alliance defense line for Konoha. Damn it, the only one you can rely on is yourself. At his age, he's living a dog's life. Jingai rolled her eyes on the spot, and then told the truth. Compared to the instability of the Cloud Village, it is more in our interest for the village to form an alliance with the Rock Village. However, if we want to form an alliance, the village is destined to pay a certain price, because the Rock Village is very poor. Then, I'll go back and rest first. I have said what needs to be said. As for how to solve it, it depends on the third Hokage himself. Even if he eventually made peace with the third Hokage and formed an alliance, Jingai would not say anything. After all, he was the Hokage. If Konoha is dragged into a war because of the alliance, it will be a fun show to watch. Go and ask Elder Midaman N and Elder Yutain Koharu to come over. Oh, and notify Danzo. An internal F4 meeting was inevitable, and the third Hokage needed to negotiate with other members of the small group, even bringing along Danzo Shimura. Recently, Danzo Shimura has been relatively well behaved, helping the third Hokage deal with a lot of troubles. The third Hokage has also begun to gradually use him, but Danzo Shimura cannot come to the fore and needs to continue to be active in the shadows. Soon, the F4 internal group meeting began. It was completely normal for Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato N to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. The only abnormal thing was that this time, Danzo Shimura also came. When they saw Danzo Shimura, both Mito Kato N and Yutain Koharu looked surprised, but they did not ask why the third Hokage had pulled Danzo Shimura over. I called you here today to discuss a very important matter. The third Hokage got straight to the point and told Shizuichi about his intention to sell information about the perfect Jinchuriki and the candidates for the alliance. Hiruzen, Shizuichi really said that? Mizuto Minion had to ask another question. Because the third Hokage sometimes likes to package Shizuka's original words before speaking them out loud. After all, Shizuka's tone can be very aggressive when he speaks. If he doesn't package it, the third Hokage would feel awkward when he says it himself. Therefore, Midaman N wants to confirm it. These are Jingai's original words, or you have packaged them. The third Hokage's mouth twitched. That's what he said. He told me that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village and Yagura of the Mist Village are very talented. If we sell the information about the perfect Jinchuriki, the village will not lose money, but will make a lot of money. Then I'm fine. Since these are the original words and have not been packaged, then just sell them. The people with the most say are in favor of selling them, so why are they still hesitating? The village was short of money and resources. Yutain Koharu had no objection to this. Even though she and Shizuichi did not get along, she had to admit that Shizuichi's authority was higher than hers, at least in terms of being a perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 381 Danzo's analysis is as fierce as a tiger, and the 1RD Hokage's IQ rises to 3. As long as it doesn't threaten the safety of the village, I have no objection. Koharu Yudatan also expressed her stance. As for the so-called threat to village safety, that's complete nonsense. Okay, then the sale of the perfect Jinchuriki information has been settled. The next thing we need to discuss is whether to form an alliance with other villages. The third Hokage also decisively brought up the matter of the alliance. According to Jingai, both the Uegakur and the Kumigakur have the inclination and willingness to form an alliance with the village. This is a good thing. Hearing this, Koharu Yudatan was delighted. Isn't peaceful development the development policy of our Konoha? In the past, it was Konoha that begged for an alliance, but no one else was willing. Now, others are interested in forming an alliance with Konoha, which is definitely a good thing for the F4 group. The most correct choice is to form an alliance with villages like the Cloud Village and the IWA Village. As for the Sand Village, they are just trying to take advantage. At most, he's a half-ally. The third Hokage looked at the surprised Yudatan Koharu and coughed. It's good to be able to form an alliance, but the question is who the village should form an alliance with. Cloud Village or Uegakur. This is very important. As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, Yutain Koharu couldn't wait to say, Hiruzen, are you getting senile? Why are you still hesitating about this? You should definitely choose the Kumigakur. The Kumigakur is too far away from the Land of Fire and poses little threat to our war. On the contrary, the Uegakur has been eyeing us covetously. After forming an alliance with the Cloud Village, we can also use the power of the Cloud Village to intimidate the Rock Village. Do you even need to choose between the Uegakur and the Kumigakur? Of course, the choice is the Cloud Village. It is strong, rich, and far away from the Fire Country, so it meets the criteria for an alliance. On the other hand, the Uegakur is extremely poor. If we form an alliance with them, we may need support from them at any time. That's it. The key point is that the two countries are so close to each other that they may turn against each other at any time. The Uegakur has been eyeing the rich resources of the Land of Fire for a long time. On the contrary, the Cloud Ninja Village didn't extend a hand much. Therefore, Koharu Yutain favors the Cloud Village. She believes that an alliance with the Cloud Village will be more beneficial to the village. What did Jingai say? Midaman N did not make any comments of his own, but instead asked a question first. This is clearly an internal meeting of our F4 group. Why are we mentioning that annoying guy? Is his advice so important? In that case, why not let him attend the meeting? Under the pretext of hunting down the rebel ninja, he ran off to have fun for so long. How could he have any of the responsibilities and obligations that a high-ranking official should have? Jingai said that forming an alliance with the Kumagakure might cause the situation in the ninja world to lose balance, and the Kumagakure would also be restless. The third Hokage lit up a cigarette and took a deep drag from the pipe. Can there be peace between the villages? Yutain Kohara disagreed with this. While speaking, he did not forget to wink at Shimura Danzo. Danzo Shimura, who had remained silent the whole time, felt that the time was almost right, so he spoke up to remind the third Hokage. Sarutobi, the village is currently in a stage of recuperation. Once we form an alliance with the Uegakure, we will definitely need to support them. The current situation of the village is already difficult enough. What can we use to support the Uegakure? Don't forget, the economic cooperation between the village and the Wind Country has just begun. It seems that these two people have made up their minds to form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village. I knew this day would come sooner or later. When Midaman N saw this situation, he knew that once Shimura Danzo was recruited, he would sooner or later return to this circle. This will cause the originally balanced circle to change due to the return of Danzo Shimura. By speaking up for each other, Kohara Yudaten and Danzo Shimura were able to invisibly change many decisions of the third Hokage. Even if the third Hokage did not give Danzo Shimura any rights, he would still adopt some of Danzo Shimura's suggestions and plans. Danzo Shimura didn't say much, but his words hit the nail on the head of the third Hokage. Yes, the village is already in a difficult enough situation now. There is really no way to support the Uegakure, let alone economic cooperation. The economic cooperation with the Sand Village has just begun. If the connection is cut off now, both Konoha and the Land of Fire will lose a lot of money. But once we form an alliance, it would be unreasonable not to help the Uegakure. If Konoha just focuses on development without helping the Sand Village, the Uegakure would be too embarrassed to speak up even if they wanted to. But Konoha happened to help the Sand Village. You helped the half-hearted allies, so why won't you help me, your sincere ally? Help. Konoha is no longer capable. If we don't help, the Uegakure will definitely not be happy. If you choose the Cloud Village and leave the Uegakure behind, you won't face these problems, because the Cloud Village doesn't need Konoha's help, and it would be a good thing if they don't help Konoha in return. Seeing that the third Hokage was somewhat interested, Shimura Danzo glanced at Mito Kato N and continued. There can be no peace between villages. We don't have the courage and strength of the Shadame Hokage. Just look at what happened to our teacher and you will know that wars can never be stopped. The Kumagakure has great potential for war. As long as we form an alliance with them, the village will be able to enter a stable period of development. Even if a war breaks out, the Kumagakure will be the first to take the lead. Let's take a step back. What if the Rock Village and the Mist Village formed an alliance? The Cloud Village and the Sand Village are our allies. The Mist Village is in chaos. At this time, can the Rock Village and the Mist Village still attack us together? Of the 5 major ninja villages, 3 are in alliance. A flying dragon is riding on your face. Tell me how you can lose. Do the Uegakure and the Mist Village dare to start a war? Dare? The third Hokage was completely persuaded. Mizutoman N, who was familiar with the character of the third Hokage, shook his head slightly. At this point, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Because no matter what he said, he could not change the decision of the third Hokage. The combined effect of these two people is still so strong. I just hope you don't regret it. Since he couldn't change the third Hokage's determination, Mito Kato N simply kept his mouth shut and didn't bother to say anything offensive. After all, he was neutral. It is enough to do your duty. Even if something went wrong in the end, the third Hokage would be the one to take the blame, and it had nothing to do with him. Give me some time to think about it. The third Hokage was still a little hesitant. Mizuto Minion stood up and left decisively. Although he seems hesitant on the surface, the third Hokage's heart has actually leaned towards the Cloud Village. As for Jingai's warning, it had long disappeared without a trace along with Shimura Danzo's advice and analysis. Chapter 382 Many opinions? Then give up. Oh wow, you guys are willing to come back? Jingai looked at the big house in front of her and could hardly believe that this would be her new home in the future. It was indeed a big villa built with a lot of money, and its grandeur was incomparable to that of an ordinary wooden house. But before entering the yard, a weird voice came out from the yard. Tsunade, in her pajamas, leaned against the door frame, taunting Jingai with an unhappy look on her face. She had left the village to carry out a mission, and when she returned to the village she found out that Jingai had gone out to play with 3 other girls. On the surface, he was carrying out the mission of capturing rebellious ninjas, but in reality he was just playing around. This made Tsunade envious and jealous. She has never had such a great time in her life. Jing'ai didn't care about Tsunade's sarcasm, took off his coat and threw it to Tsunade, and said casually, "Don't you want pocket money? You are vicious." Tsunade gnashed her teeth and almost tore off Shizuichi's coat. However, considering her own pocket money, she still took the coat obediently to avoid tearing her clothes. Jing'ai directly deducted her pocket money. Without money in her pocket, she couldn't speak with confidence. But she couldn't carry too much money in her pocket, otherwise she couldn't control the wild power in her body and kept thinking about running to the casino. "Where's Kushina?" After changing shoes and walking into the house, Jing'ai asked. Tsunade yawned. "I just finished taking a shower and went upstairs to sleep. When I came back, I complained that I couldn't sleep well in the Mist Village these past few days. Fights could break out at any time, and the battle waves have been spreading throughout the village." "Has the situation in the Mist Village become so serious?" "More or less." Jing'ai sat on the sofa and rested for a while before answering this question. The competition between the Sandai Mizukage faction led by Yagura and the second Mizukage faction led by Kazuki is very fierce. Other families and factions are also involved. Whoever loses this competition will definitely suffer the family behind him. Jing'ai remembered that the silence of the Kazuna clan seemed to have occurred after Yagura became the Mizukage. It seems that the name of the bloody butcher Yagura is not just for fun. The revenge was quite fierce. However, if the Kazuki clan succeeds in reaching the top, Yagura and his family will not be able to escape the fate of revenge. "By the way, when did you get back? Are Orikamaru and Jiraiya in the village?" "I came back early. The mission I carried out was not difficult. Orikamaru and Jiraiya were not in the village. Orikamaru asked for leave. As for Jiraiya, he is still working hard to pay off his debts. The old man prepared a lot of tasks for him. Even Rope Tree was affected." "Speaking of this, Tsunade began to gloat over your misfortune. She let you hide in the Rain Country for 2 years, and now your retribution has come." As for whether Rope Tree would be unlucky or not, Tsunade didn't care, and was even happy to see Rope Tree running around. "How can we grow up without going through hardships? Why does it feel like the Rope Tree was picked up?" Jing'ai's eyes looked a little strange. "Go cook." "No, go eat out by yourself. I'm tired and need to rest." "Follow me into the house." "Rest? Come in and hand in your homework to me. You guys have been out playing for so long, I'm so angry. How can you have the nerve to take a rest?" Jing'ai. Traveling around the world and having fun all over the world also comes at a price. Not to mention Tsunade, who is always complaining. The huge amount of work piled up by the Umbu is enough for Jing'ai to enjoy. For the next period of time, he couldn't go anywhere and had to go to work on time every day. There was no rest until the Umbu got back on track. Jing'ai returned to Konoha, and the Cloud Village ninja team that stayed in Konoha left immediately and brought the news back. As for the cow that Kushina bought, she had asked the Nara clan to help raise it. The Nara clan is the best at breeding. Of course, Nara Shikashin often complained to Jing'ai that they brought back so many cows and still needed the Nara clan to take care of them. It was simply outrageous. With Jing'ai's return, some people who had been unable to hold back any longer came directly to the door. The first to arrive was Uchiha Fugaku. Jing'ai accepted Uchiha Fugaku's invitation to dinner. The two of them sat in a private room of the barbecue restaurant, eating barbecue happily. At least Jing'ai ate very happily, but Uchiha Fugaku hardly moved his chopsticks. Seeing that Jing'ai had almost finished eating, Uchiha Fugaku spoke out the purpose of his visit today. "Master Shizuichi, after the Uchiha compromised with the higher-ups arranged for a group of ninjas to join the police department. They don't obey the transfer order." Jing'ai put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Not at all." Uchiha Fugaku frowned. "It's just that these ninjas have had many conflicts with the family members. They all think that the Uchiha's law enforcement process is too tough and inhumane." Good man, he joined the Uchiha police department, but turned around and accused the Uchiha people of being inhumane. Although the terms were negotiated well and these ninjas obeyed orders after joining the police department, the phenomenon of singing against there will always exists. But this is not what the Hokage's office means. Uchiha Fugaku is more powerful than anyone else, and Shizuka is not in the village, so he doesn't have the confidence to deal with it. Fortunately, the radical Uchiha elders were dealt with. This made the Uchiha more united internally and there were no more troubles. When you return, directly issue a notice to inform everyone in the police department that starting tomorrow, the Uchiha people will have to undergo systematic learning, so they will need to take a leave of absence for a period of time. During this period of leave, the public security will be in the charge of the ninjas assigned by the Hokage's office. "Yes, don't worry, sir. The Uchiha people will study hard and will not let you down." The backbone is back and has spoken, and Uchiha Fugaku's heart finally settles down. "You like to blame, right? Well, take it. For a period of time, the public security of Konoha depends on you. Let's see how you manage the public security with gentle means. The Uchiha people are about to start their vacation. Study? What to study? Can't I study while on vacation at home? Uchiha Fugaku had wanted to do this kind of thing before, but he didn't dare to do it because he had no one to support him. Now that Shizuka has spoken, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't need to worry about the pressure from the Hokage's office and can just take a vacation. Now that I'm done, it's time to go home and rest. Just as Jingai was about to leave, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly said, "Sir, I heard that the Umbu is planning to expand its organization. Don't tell me the Uchiha want to join the Umbu." Hearing this, Jingai's expression turned strange. The family has a batch of good seeds. The Uchiha are not suitable to join the Umbu yet. Train them well. There will be many opportunities in the future. There are too many unemployed ninjas in the village. Even if we have to select people, we will give priority to these people. As for the Uchiha ninjas, we need to wait and see. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded obediently in agreement. Chapter 383 With Jingwon's support, what is there for Uchiha Fugaku to be afraid of? When Uchiha Fugaku returned to the police department, he called his family members over and held a short meeting. Then the police department's notice was posted in the lobby. The moment they saw the announcement, the ninjas who joined the police department were a little confused. What does this announcement mean? The Uchiha people have problems with law enforcement, so they need to take time off to study. Will these newly joined ninjas also be required to be responsible for the subsequent security duties? What a joke! With such a large territory, there is no way they can handle it all. What are the Uchiha people doing? Some people raised doubts, but the Uchiha people chose to ignore them coldly. If you have any doubts, go and read the announcement yourself. As for whether you can handle it or not, that is your business. Anyway, we Uchiha people will have a vacation starting tomorrow. Oh no, we will start studying. 2/3 of the entire police department are from Uchiha. If all of them go to study, including the director Uchiha Fugaku, will the rest of the people be able to handle it? So the news was quickly sent to the Hokage's office. Bullshit. All the Uchiha people have gone to study. Can the remaining people maintain public security? This was the third Hokage's first reaction. Go and call Uchiha Fugaku over, I'm looking for him. Wait. The third Hokage, Lord Masaru, sent someone to call Uchiha Fugaku over and asked him what the hell he was doing. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, the third Hokage realized something. Is this what Jingai meant? After the ninjas from the Sarutobi Shimura family joined the police department, they had many conflicts with the Uchiha people. Many Uchiha people were very angry, but this anger was suppressed by the minister Uchiha Fugaku. As a result, as soon as Jingai returned to the village, there was movement from Uchiha Fugaku's side. This is already very obvious. It was Jingai who arranged for Uchiha to take leave to study. Go ask Shimura Danzo to come over. After thinking about it, the third Hokage still didn't look for Uchiha Fugaku. Since Uchiha Fugaku dared to do this despite the pressure from the Hokage's office, it means he has the confidence. Where does his confidence come from? This goes without saying. It must be Uchiha Fugaku who found Jingai, and Jingai came up with this solution. The purpose of all Uchiha people taking leave to study is also to discipline these ninjas who entered the police department. So the third Hokage went to find Danzo Shimura. When he was arranging people to enter the police department, he specifically advised these people and told them clearly that they must obey the arrangements after entering the police department and not use the Hokage's office as a backer to cause trouble. It was fine at the beginning, but as time went on, some people gradually became unhappy. Conflicts ensued, with people constantly accusing the Uchiha people of enforcing the law in a rough and inhumane manner. How can you be humane when you are in charge of maintaining public security and solving public security cases? It's not important, just deal with it on the spot, and make sure the case is handled impartially. How can the Uchiha use gentle means and show human touch? Just because the third Hokage didn't care about these things didn't mean he didn't know that someone was causing trouble. That's why he wants to meet Danzo Shimura. Not long after, Danzo Shimura arrived at the Hokage's office. The rightful owner has arrived. The third Hokage put down the pipe in his mouth, stared at Shimura Danzo, and asked, Danzo, are you aware of the announcement from the police department? A new announcement from the Ministry of Police? About something. Danzo Shimura was really not aware of this matter, because the ninjas of the Shimura clan would not report it immediately, at least not openly, and they had to report it secretly. Therefore, it can only be reported to the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo didn't know anything about the question. It's okay not to know. The third Hokage took a deep breath and warned him, Danzo, take your hand back and don't mess up the police department. I don't know what you did behind the scenes, but you must know that such behavior will cause these people to be kicked out at any time. They dare. As soon as Danzo Shimura opened his mouth, the third Hokage was very angry. The Uchiha's law enforcement has always been problematic. What's wrong with me just educating the family's ninjas in secret? Yes, the Uchiha's law enforcement has always had problems. Now the Uchiha has issued a notice that all the police department personnel have to take leave to study. In the next period of time, all public security issues will need to be handled by the people we assign. Do you know what this means? Is Uchiha Fugaku so brave? Danzo Shimura was shocked. This was very unlike Uchiha Fugaku. That coward, wait, Hinata Shizuka. Of course Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to openly go against the village leaders, but Jingai dared. With Jingai's affirmation, let alone asking the Uchiha people to take leave to study, he would dare to do so even if Jingai asked Uchiha Fugaku to kick out all the ninjas who joined the police department. Damn it. The third Hokage was still thinking that after Jingai had rested for a while, he would talk to him about the expansion of the Umbu and the arrangement of staff. As a result, the police department's affairs got in the way. How can we bring up this matter? Danzo, behave yourself. Just because I indulge you doesn't mean others will too. I will personally handle the police department's affairs, and I hope you can be more restrained. Humph. After receiving another clear warning, Danzo Shimura said coldly and walked away with an unhappy look on his face. Shimura Danzo's departure does not mean that the matter is over. On the contrary, bigger troubles are still to come. The next day, all the Uchiha people working in the police department decisively asked for leave. Even the minister Uchiha Fugaku did not come to work and was on vacation studying at home. As for what to learn, that is a police secret and will not be made public. As the Uchiha people asked for leave, the ninjas from the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families were dumbfounded. Because they have limited manpower to look after the entire village, they have to run around for patrols, and they are responsible for handling all public security cases. It can be said that everyone is very busy. When there are enough people, we can patrol and stroll leisurely. Even if we encounter a public security case, we can handle it slowly. After all, we have enough manpower and there is no need to rush. Public security cases should be handled mainly through mediation. Don't resort to violence, which is very disrespectful. No one expected that the boomerang would hit themselves. When they were too busy with work, they discovered to their horror that using mediation to resolve public security cases simply did not work. Because the ninjas and villagers who committed crimes will not reason with you. There are many people who play rogue. These people were more obedient because of the intimidation of the Uchiha ninjas. Once the Uchiha people did not take action, the other side would become more excited. For example, people who drink, quarrel, make trouble, or fight cannot even keep their rationality. Will they listen to you and seek mediation? Chapter 384 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, selling Danzo is just a piece of cake. Certainly not. When faced with this kind of situation, the Uchiha people could only deal with it with a straight face and wait to be complained about. Previously, these ninjas who were stuffed into the police department thought that there was something wrong with the Uchiha people. It was not until now, when all the Uchiha people had taken leave and they were the only ones left, that they realized how difficult this job was. As a last resort, these people can only choose to use tougher measures. After using tough measures, I found that most public security cases are easy to handle, but after handling them, there will be many complaints from villagers. These people enjoyed the same treatment that the Uchiha once enjoyed. Listening to their family members being questioned and complained about, the group of people looked extremely unhappy. Unfortunately, they don't have enough manpower. You should know that the police department has been expanded several times. When Konoha was first established, there were not so many people. After Senju Tobirama came to power, he set up a police department just to trap the Uchiha. At that time, there were not many people working in the police department. After all, the place was so small, how many people would be needed? As Konoha continued to develop, people from surrounding villages were willing to move into Konoha to live. The population of Konoha continued to increase, and it quickly became the most populous ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages. In order to cope with the population explosion, the police department had to expand its staff and the number of staff continued to increase. To date, it has been expanded for at least 3 rounds. At this time, the Uchiha people asked for leave to study, and those who were stuffed in were dumbfounded. There is no end to the work. There is no end to the work. People are needed here and there. I can't even keep up. It's busy during the day, but the night is not much better. Patrols are needed everywhere, especially in the commercial street, for fear that someone will cause trouble and affect the development of the village. The work, which was originally quite easy, suddenly became busy. These ninjas who had newly joined the police department were a little uncomfortable with it. and they were exhausted when they went home after get off work every day. Not only is it tiring, you also have to work overtime and be on call at any time. Being busy and not getting enough rest can make people become dazed. So some people couldn't hold back and exploded. They were a bit harsh when arresting people and directly broke the hands and feet of the people who were fighting and causing trouble. This is a hornet's nest. He has been accused and abused by countless villagers, not to mention complaints. Anyone who doesn't like him is happy to make a complaint. Dong dong. Come in. The third Hokage rubbed his aching temple, looked at Jing'ai who opened the door and walked in, sat up straight, and said straight to the point. Jing'ai, the Uchiha study should be almost over, right? The pressure from the police department is very high. It will take a while. Jing'ai sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked with a smile. I heard that someone from the Sarutobi clan was too brutal in enforcing the law and broke the hands and feet of the troublemaker. Did you know that and say it out loud? The third Hokage's face darkened. He had met and questioned the person in person, and it was nothing more than the heavy work pressure, almost no rest time, lack of sleep, all kinds of noise, accusations and abuse from villagers, and a series of complaints, which made him angry and embarrassed, and he went a little too far when he attacked. The work of the police department is simple. Just patrolling and handling public order cases is enough. How relaxing. According to the information collected by the Umbu, I remember many people saying this. I'm curious, where do they get the courage to pick on the Uchiha? Don't they know that they joined the police department to beg for food? Hokage-sama, what do you say about this matter? Have the Uchiha people finished their studies? You still want to ask this? I haven't even taken the initiative to look for trouble yet, but you came to me first. You don't take me as your guarantor and middleman seriously, right? Well then, the Uchiha people will continue to rest. No, it's continuous learning. Because their thinking is too poor and they cannot keep up with the development and progress of the village, they need to learn. As for how long it takes to study, it depends on my mood. Without the Uchiha people, I don't know if the village will be in chaos. It's Danzo. The third Hokage decisively sold out Danzo Shimura. The village cannot be in chaos and must be restored, so it is understandable that he sold Danzo. Besides, this was just a little trick done by Danzo Shimura in secret and had nothing to do with him. Anyway, this is not the first time I've sold Shimura Danzo, so it doesn't matter if I sell it one more time. Unsurprisingly, no one is doing anything secretly, so how dare these people do this? Jing'ai showed a satisfied smile. Then things will be easier to handle. Hokage, you can choose. Either you dismiss all the people of the Shimura clan, or you can let Shimura Danzo be responsible for the sanitation of the village public toilet for a month. Jing'ai discovered that simply locking up Danzo Shimura was a punishment that did not hurt him at all. In that case, let's do something exciting. This is not good. The third Hokage coughed. Jing'ai, Danzo is still the leader of the village anyway. Noticing that Jing'ai's eyes changed, the third Hokage changed his words in time. No matter what, Danzo was once a high-ranking official in the village. It's a bit inhumane to do this. Making the top brass flush the toilets, and all the public toilets in Konoha. If this punishment fell on Danzo Shimura, he would want to die. Then we can clear out the Shimura clan's ninjas and select a group of civilian ninjas with good strength and character. It just so happens that the village currently does not have enough missions to assign, and many civilian ninjas have nothing to do. As long as there is a suitable job, there are many ninjas standing by for you to choose. This is not a joke. Konoha currently has a large number of civilian ninjas who are still crying out for food. The Shimura clan's ninjas were cleared out, and civilian ninjas were selected to make up the numbers. Either let Danzo Shimura sweep the streets, or clear out the Shimura clan's ninjas. It's a very simple multiple-choice question. Clear out? Are you kidding? There are plenty of ninjas in the village waiting to take over. If all the ninjas of the Shimura clan were to be cleared out, I wonder how much trouble that would cause. Even though they followed Danzo Shimura's instructions and chose to make small moves in the police department, it doesn't mean that they are willing to accept the punishment of losing their jobs. Jing'ai, these people have been working in the police department for a long time. If we dismiss them all, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. The third Hokage looked at him sternly. I hope Jing'ai won't use such extreme means. That's something Shimura Danzo needs to consider, not me. Jing'ai doesn't care about that. From the beginning to the end, I never took the initiative to provoke him. He was the one who was looking for trouble with me. It's all his own fault that we have come to this point today. If you are willing to use him, I will not interfere, but that doesn't mean he can jump up and down. Chapter 385, Danzo, you'd better kill me than to ask me to flush the toilet. Today I am going to say something a little harsh. Not only this group of Shimura clan members, but all of them will become the focus of surveillance by the police and the Umbu from now on. It's up to you whether to choose Danzo Chimera or the Chimera clan. Damn it, why is it always like this? The third Hokage's anger was not directed at Shizuichi, but at Danzo Chimera. After leaving behind a few words that gave the third Hokage a headache, Jingai left directly. The third Hokage became angrier the more he thought about it. Go and get the two advisory elders, and Danzo. You, Chimera Danzo, are the ones causing the trouble, and I have to suffer the consequences? Does this make sense? Just wait, I'll pass the ball to you right away and it's up to you to make your choice. Hiruzen, what's the matter that requires you to talk to me so urgently? The logistics department needs to make some arrangements for the distinguished guests, Midokado-en, who started complaining as soon as he entered the Hokage's office, noticed the gloomy expression on the third Hokage's face and decisively chose to shut up. Pull over a chair, sit down, and wait patiently. As for the logistics department's matters, take your time and don't rush. What surprised Midokado-en was that Danzo Chimera and Koharu Yutatan came together. Are these two mixed up? Mizuto Minion thought to himself. As soon as Chimera Danzo entered the door, the third Hokage stared at him with angry eyes. Yutain Koharu's heart skipped a beat, wondering if that old guy Danzo was going to do something weird again. Danzo, the police department has become a big deal, how are you going to end this? What do you mean? Danzo Chimera was stunned for a moment. He didn't take the police department seriously at all. He just ordered some ninjas in the family. This was not an important matter to him. Afterwards, Danzo Chimera almost forgot about it. The police department is very busy these days. The third Hokage laughed angrily. Now the people in the village even hate the people we put in there. The Uchiha here has asked for leave to study. The police department is in chaos. Did you know that? Isn't this something the Hokage should handle? Chimera Danzo responded calmly. You are good, very good. The third Hokage didn't expect Chimera Danzo's tone to be so aggressive, and he directly retorted on the spot. You're causing trouble, and you want me, the Hokage, to clean it up and clean up your mess. Okay. The third Hokage slammed the table hard and roared. Danzo, don't give me that. The Uchiha incident has become a big deal. Jingai just came to my office and gave you two choices. Either the Chimera clan is cleared out, or the police and the Umbu keep an eye on them from now on. Either you, Chimera Danzo, go flush toilets for a month, and you will be responsible for all the public toilets in Konoha. I have given you many chances, but you didn't cherish them and always wanted to do something. Now you have to choose between your own face or the stability and survival of the family. Wardfa, is it so exciting? Mizuto Minion opened his mouth wide, still holding the teacup in his hand. At this moment, he was completely stunned. The Chimera clan was cleared out, and then monitored by the police department and the Umbu. This was a targeted attack, a seamless one. Once the targeting started, the Chimera clan would be in ecstasy. If the Chimera clan doesn't want to be targeted, then Danzo Chimera will have to flush the toilet in disgrace. The former Hokage assistant, the village high-ranking officials went to flush the toilet, and he was also responsible for all the public toilets in Konoha. This wave is a bit big. However, Jingai's knife hit Chimera Danzo's lifeline. In the past, when Shizuka was unhappy, Danzo Chimera would most likely be imprisoned, or to put it bluntly, he would just stay at home and rest. This was nothing to Danzo Chimera. As a result, they changed the way they did it and asked him to flush the toilet, which was simply the end of Chimera Danzo. It would be difficult for a snake in the gutter to become a Hokage, let alone a snake that flushes the toilet. Good guy. Fortunately, I didn't get involved. Otherwise, I came here with Danzo today. I hope Hinata Shizuka won't target me for this. The stunned Koharu Yutain subconsciously moved a few steps. She didn't want to be next to Danzo Chimera anymore. She was afraid that she would accidentally get the job of flushing the toilet. Flushing the toilet is no big deal, the key point is that it's embarrassing. Sarutobi, are you crazy? He's clearly humiliating me. Chimera Danzo's defense was broken directly, his old face turned red, and he roared in anger. The third Hokage sneered, yes, he is humiliating you, but you asked for all this. If you hadn't repeatedly provoked him, why would he target you? Menyen had provoked him before and was targeted. Is Menyen still being targeted now? Vitamin N is the most typical example. Since remaining neutral, Jingai has never made things difficult for him. Although he didn't take Vitamin N seriously, at least he wouldn't give him a cold shoulder or deliberately make things difficult for him. Just don't interact with each other. I didn't send them to cause trouble. Chimera Danzo still wants to make an excuse, flush the toilet? Such a shameful thing must never be done. Otherwise you will never be able to hold your head up in this life. Yes, you didn't send them to cause trouble, you just ordered them to pick a fight with the Uchiha clan. It would have been fine if the Chimera clan had gone, but you even pushed the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to go. Danzo, what on earth do you want to do? He accepted Uchiha's arrangement, worked in the police department, and even found fault with others. Only Danzo Shimura could do such a weird thing. Anyway, you make your own choice, the future of the Shimura clan, or the face of Shimura Danzo. Choose one. This time, I will not help you again. The third Hokage, who was already extremely angry, kicked the ball out again. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot catch this hot ball, so you, Shimura Danzo, can play with it by yourselves. Dream. After saying these two words, Shimura Danzo turned around and left. He won't do anything shameful, even if you kill him. Danzo Shimura turned and left. The Hokage's office was completely quiet, with only the sound of the third Hokage's heavy breathing to be heard. Mizuto Minion opened his mouth, but finally swallowed back what he wanted to say. He felt that he should not get involved in this matter to avoid involving his family. Not only does it involve the family, it can also easily lead to you getting a job flushing toilets. It's not worth taking the risk for Danzo Shimura. Chapter 386. The Shimura clan is dissatisfied with Danzo. After a while, Yutain Kohara tried to ease the atmosphere. Hiruzen, the choice you just mentioned, is it true? Do you think I'm joking? The third Hokage's sharp gaze turned over, and Yutain Kohara was startled and quickly shut up. She secretly warned herself again to stay away from Shimura Danzo to avoid being affected. Danzo Shimura returned to the courtyard where he lived and then closed the door to avoid seeing visitors. No matter how this matter is handled, he will never shamefully carry out the punishment of flushing the toilet, absolutely not. Menyen. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Yutain Kohara was hesitant to speak. She wanted to speak several times but was afraid that Mito Kato-en would ignore her. Haven't you seen it clearly yet? Mizuto Minen looked at Yutain Kohara coldly. Yutain Kohara was a little stuck for a moment. Humph. Mito Kato-en snorted coldly and said, Hiruzen only wants to maintain his position, and Hyuga Shizuka will not challenge his position. The balance has been stabilized. Don't think that just because Danzo is activated, we can go back to the past. It's impossible. Danzo is not someone who can sacrifice himself for the family. Just wait and see. It's normal to have some small thoughts, but don't get yourself involved. Mito Kato-en knew very well who Danzo Shimura was. His dream of becoming Hokage had never been shattered, so it was absolutely impossible for him to do anything shameful. Since Danzo Shimura is unwilling to do anything shameful, it means that the Shimura clan is in trouble. He believed that Danzo Shimura would not flush the toilet, and he did not doubt whether Shizuka would take ruthless action against the Shimura clan. After saying this, Midaman N left decisively, leaving Yutain Kohara standing at a loss on the street with dull eyes. 3 days passed quietly. During this period, the third Hokage looked for Jingai, but Jingai ignored him. After the third day, a group of Umbu people followed Uchiha Fugaku who had returned to work to the police department. After returning to the police department, Uchiha Fugaku ruthlessly cleared out all the ninjas of the Shimura clan, and those who followed the Shimura clan to cause trouble were all given serious warnings. We were cleared out. The sudden decision caught the Shimura clan's ninjas off guard. They thought that the work of the police department would be easier after the Uchiha people came back to work, but someone turned around and came up with a big surprise. People of the Shimura clan, please pack up and leave on your own. Don't force me to ask you to leave. By the way, the Umbu have sent people over. If you are not afraid of being taken away by the Umbu, you can make as much noise as you want. As for why you are being dismissed, an announcement will be released soon. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku returned to the director's office on the second floor and compiled the announcement in a short while. When the Shimura clan saw the announcement, their minds exploded. The notice stated that the ninjas of their Shimura clan were punished because they had disrupted the normal order of the police department by following the orders of Danzo Shimura. There are 2 ways of punishment. The first is to punish the culprit Danzo Shimura, and the second is to clear out all of them. Their dismissal meant that Danzo Shimura was not punished, so they were the unlucky ones who were used as scapegoats. With Jingai's instruction, the people in the Umbu don't need to hide. They can just come out openly and tell these people clearly that if they are fired, they should leave quickly. If they want to cause trouble, they should think about what will happen if they are caught and sent to the Umbu prison. Not long after the Shimura clan was cleared out, the police department issued another announcement. The content of the announcement was very simple, that is, the police department was short of staff, and a group of civilian ninjas would be selected to join the police department. After the announcement was made, word spread quickly. Many civilian ninjas who had inquiries ran excitedly towards the police department, hoping that they would be selected. As ninjas from several families began to compete with civilian ninjas for missions, it became increasingly difficult for civilian ninjas to make money. Having a secure job is extremely important for these civilian ninjas. Some of the people who were laid off ran to the Hokage office building to complain and protest, but unfortunately they received no response. Soon, the entire Shimura clan was in an uproar, because they found out that dismissing the ninja working in the police department was only the first step. The second step was that the family was under surveillance. The Umbu and the police department sent out a lot of people, who were openly staring at the Shimura clan. No one had any intention of hiding anything, they just understood that the Shimura clan should know that they were being monitored. As for why you are being monitored, you know it yourself. If you don't understand, just keep thinking about it. The family was under joint surveillance by the Umbu and the police department. This was the first time since the village was established. After a period of panic, the patriarch and elders of the Shimura clan all went to the Hokage's office. Why were the Shimura clan members expelled? Go back and ask those expelled people. As for why they were under surveillance, it is also related to this matter. I cannot handle this matter. You can go back. The third Hokage was still angry, and he also wanted to use this incident to teach Danzo Shimura a lesson, and at the same time separate the Shimura clan and Danzo Shimura. Shimura Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage has not been shattered, and he still fantasizes about becoming Hokage. The third Hokage can accept these things, and he is not afraid of Shimura Danzo's challenge. But he could not accept Shimura Danzo's efforts to gain power and win the hearts of the people. Even recruiting people from the Shimura clan is not possible. If Danzo Shimura is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. But this is not the case for the Shimura clan. There are many ninjas in the family and even more ordinary people, so there are countless mouths waiting to be fed. Being laid off means that these people will lose their income again. This is just the beginning. The family and clan lands are monitored by the police department and the Umbu. Even if the Shimura clan has not done anything, over time people will have the impression that the Shimura clan is not a good thing. Once the villagers get used to such rhetoric, the Shimura clan will become a household name. What is dramatic is that the Shimura clan was in dire straits, and the culprit, Shimura Danzo, simply closed the door and refused to see visitors, allowing his own clansmen to shout at the top of their lungs without paying any attention to them. The only person in the family who could stand out directly abandoned the family, which made the Shimura clan feel very disappointed. It was Danzo Shimura who wanted to cause trouble, but when something went wrong, it was still Danzo Shimura who closed the door to visitors. When facing the punishment of his family and himself, Danzo Shimura decisively abandoned his family and chose to save himself. It won't get out of hand, will it? The Shimura clan affair was causing a stir, and Tsunade was worried that Shizuichi and the third Hokage would end up fighting because of it. Don't worry, that won't happen. Don't underestimate your teacher. In fact, he also hopes that the Shimura clan can be separated from Shimura Danzo, and the two sides should not have too deep a relationship. This will help him control Shimura Danzo and let Shimura Danzo continue to hide in the dark and help him do things. Chapter 387. If you can't figure it out, just consider yourself unlucky. Besides, he also has the idea of punishing the Shimura clan, otherwise do you think the matter would have become so serious? It's bad enough that Danzo Shimura himself has no clue, but what's wrong with you, the Shimura clan? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have helped you in various ways, but that is not to allow you to continue to interfere with Shimura Danzo. Since you like to stir up trouble, I will grant your wish and let you suffer a little first. So the action against the Shimura clan began, but the third Hokage remained helpless. You guys, really? Tsunade originally wanted to say that you are really dirty, but after considering the relationship between the two and herself, as well as the Shimura clan's own suicidal behavior, Tsunade chose to swallow the rest of the words. According to the agreement between you and the Rock Village and the Cloud Village, people from these villages will arrive in Konoha soon. If they see this scene, what's the big deal? It's not something shameful. Jingai sneered and said, don't think too highly of the Rock Village and the Cloud Village. There are far more troubles in their villages than in ours. We are all the same, so don't laugh at anyone else. Even if guests from other villages came and discovered this situation, what would happen? This was Konoha's own internal problem and had nothing to do with outsiders. What are you doing in Konoha? When it's time to negotiate, negotiate. When it's time to play, play. Why worry about Konoha's affairs? Onoki, the third Raikage and others are not the kind of people who have no idea what to do. Even if they knew about these things, instead of caring about them, they would stay away from them to avoid getting themselves into trouble and putting the negotiations in an unfavorable situation. All right, Tsunade nodded. So how long will this operation against the Shimura clan last? I don't know. Jingai yawned. Let's see when the Shimura clan and Shimura Danzo start to break up. Forget it, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to go to Konoha Hospital. There are patients waiting for me there. Tsunade disdainfully slapped away Jingai's hand that was put into her clothes, stood up, put on her coat, walked out of the house, and went to Konoha Hospital to receive patients. Tsunade had just left, and before Jingai could take a nap, Kushina ran out like a thief. Jingai, when can I start my plan? Ever since she and the Ninetales formulated the plan against the Mist and Cloud villages, Kushina had been looking forward to it, just waiting for Shizue to announce that she could leave the village and carry out her revenge plan. But it has been a while since they returned to the village, and there has been no movement from Jingai's place. After waiting for a long time, Kushina gradually lost her patience. It will be soon, just get ready, don't worry about anything else. Just rest for a while, probably after the representatives from each village leave Konoha. Revenge also requires choosing the time. It is obviously inappropriate to take revenge during the period when representatives from various villages come to Konoha. It is better to wait until they leave. At least Konoha can reap the benefits with peace of mind. By the way, let's see if the alliance can be achieved. As for who the third Hokage will choose as an ally, if nothing unexpected happens, it will most likely be the Cloud Village. The Uegakure has too many drawbacks. Even though the Uegakure is not weak in strength, from the perspective of the strategy of making friends with distant ones and attacking nearby ones, the Kumagakure is the ally that best suits Konoha's interests, not the Uegakure. Shizuichi didn't bother to worry about who the third Hokage would choose. If they just choose the Cloud Village, who knows, as soon as they form an alliance, Kushina might retaliate, leading to a new round of war and dragging Konoha into it. That would be interesting. By then, the third Hokage's face would definitely be uglier than if his own father had died. Ha ha ha. Thinking that Konoha might be dragged into this, Jingai couldn't help but want to laugh. What a good target choice. It still has to be you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is just a fun person. Kushina didn't understand what Jingai was laughing at, but after getting the approximate time given by Jingai, Kushina's annoyance disappeared and she ran out of the house happily. She was going to play with her little sisters. Let's play for a while before leaving the village. Buy more things and spend more. Otherwise, if you save too much money, you will always feel uncomfortable looking at a series of numbers. Kushina didn't feel anything before, but ever since she heard from Jingai that the saddest thing in the world is to die with all your money unspent, Kushina also started to like shopping. It is indeed painful for a person to be alive but have no money. In comparison, it is more painful for a person to be alive but have no money. Even though I couldn't feel the pain at that time, the action against the Shimura clan continued. During this period, Danzo Shimura kept his door closed to visitors, and the third Hokage repeatedly told the Shimura clan that he could do nothing, which made the Shimura clan very anxious. As a last resort, they had to find Shimura Danzo's former partner Mito Kato-en. Looking at the Shimura clans messing around, Mitoman-en was speechless. Such a big family, but there is not even someone who can take charge. If this kind of thing happened to Zuladi, it would be clear to you in minutes, believe it or not. The Shimura clan is too close to Danzo. Mizuto Minion didn't say anything, but just gave these people something that made them feel like they were struck by lightning. Being too close to Danzo Shimura? But Shimura Danzo is a member of the family, so can this be considered as getting too close? After getting the answer from Mitoman-en, the Shimura clan, which had been in chaos, became unusually quiet. Obviously, they did not give up and wanted to maintain their relationship with Danzo Shimura while resolving family issues at the same time. Unfortunately, no one could help them solve this problem. Even the third Hokage who helped them time and again chose to ignore him. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's such a simple question, can't you figure it out? Since you can't figure it out, just consider yourself unlucky. As the Hokage, I have no idea how long your family will be targeted. A few days passed in a flash, and the guest that Konoha had been waiting for arrived. The first to arrive in Konoha were the Sand Village envoys led by Cho, followed by the Uegakure Village envoys. Onoki chose to go in person, and the third Raikage arrived last. As for the Mist Village, it has disappeared without a trace. Before the internal conflicts in the Mist Village are resolved, even if Yagura wants to come to Konoha, he will not be able to escape. The Bloody Butcher is still killing and his knife has not fallen yet. Any information about the Jinchuriki is strictly confidential, so not many people participate in the negotiation meeting. There are only 3 people from the F4 group plus Shizue from Konoha, only Oniki from the Uegakure village, Cho from the Sand Village, and the third Raikage from the Kumagakure village. When the 3 of them attended the meeting, they gave Konoha enough face and did not even bring guards or assistants. Good morning, everyone. Jingai walked into the meeting room leisurely, holding an egg pancake he had made himself in his hand. Why are you eating breakfast in the conference room? Chapter 388, Using One's Own Strength to Provoke the Two Shadows to Attack Each Other. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched, but Mito Kato chose not to see it. Yutain Koharu lowered her head slightly, hiding her expression and controlling her emotions. She was afraid that she would not be able to help but scold Jing'ai, which would lead to a conflict. After all, the matter of the Shimura clan is not over yet, and Yutain Koharu doesn't want to be targeted. Morning. Cho and the third Raikage smiled and nodded in response, while Oniki looked at the two with a confused expression. No, didn't you guys discuss it? Such a good attitude now? Did I nod in response just now? Seeing that Jing'ai sped up his breakfast eating, the third Hokage decided to wait for him to finish eating first. Little did they know that Oniki was the first to speak and break the silence. After taking a look at Cho, who was smiling and cheerful like a kind old lady, Onoki couldn't help but ask, "Old woman Cho, why didn't the Kazekage come here in person? Could it be that he doesn't value the information about the perfect Jinchuriki? Hey, Oniki, what grudge do you have? The owner of the other house hasn't said anything yet, and you come and target me, an old lady?" Cho, whose smile suddenly disappeared from her face, looked at Onoki and said coldly, "Lord Kazekage wanted to come, but unfortunately he couldn't leave because of something else. After all, the Sand Village just went through a war and needs money and debts. Unlike the Uegakure, which was only bullied and didn't fight back, they didn't suffer any losses." You fart. Oniki was furious when Cho implied that the Uegakure had always been bullied by the Kumagakure but dared not fight back. Cho's words broke his defense. It is true that the Cloud Village has always been causing trouble for the Uegakure and has been constantly snatching resources from the land of Earth, but there has never been a time when the Uegakure has been bullied and has never dared to fight back. When the Cloud Village takes the initiative to cause trouble, Oniki will also have fun with the third Raikage, and the main thing is that there is give and take. But when it came to Cho's mouth, it became a statement that belittled the Uegakure and praised the Kumagakure. How could Onoki tolerate this? Don't forget, besides being a stubborn little old man, he also has a bad temper. It's just that I've gotten older and have become more restrained. Being restrained doesn't mean you'll no longer have a bad temper. Therefore, after being ridiculed by Cho, Onoki exploded and started swearing on the spot. Oh my god, there's something fun to watch. Jing'ai opened his eyes wide and watched Oniki and Cho, who were glaring at each other with relish. Others also watched with great interest. Although this is Konoha's territory, as the host, the third Hokage and others had no intention of standing up to mediate the fight. They would rather the Sand Village and the Uegakure quarreled more fiercely. Hee, the defense of the Uegakure is just like the character of their Tsuchikage, stubborn. The third Raikage laughed and struck Oniki with another sword. The Earth Escape Army is very powerful, and the defense of Earth Escape is also very strong, but Lightning Escape is specifically designed to counter Earth Escape. We in the Cloud Ninja Village don't have much else, but there are many ninjas who are good at Lightning Escape. It's targeting you. It is you who is restrained. Vulgar. Having successfully broken through Oniki's defense, Cho smiled with satisfaction. You are vulgar, your whole family is vulgar. Don't think that I don't know who you are, Cho. You old woman, your insults are much more vicious than mine. Onoji's eyes widened in anger. He soon gave up on Cho. There was no point in arguing with an old woman. He thought it was more interesting to deal with his mortal enemy, the third Raikage. Yes, the attack of the Kumagakure was just like their Raikage, short-lived. Aren't they just hurting each other? Come, who is afraid of who? Even if you, the third Raikage, have no weaknesses, I can make up a lot of them for you. Believe it or not, if these things get out, they will soon become true. Then the blame will be put on you and you will wonder how you will clean yourself up. Onoki, personal attacks are meaningless. The third Raikage clenched his fists. He really wanted to hit someone. You're a short, fat guy, and you're laughing at my short stature? How can I be short-lived? Heh. Oniki showed his sarcasm without fear. What Oniki said sounds very detailed. Could it be true? Everyone subconsciously looked at the third Raikage. Cho was the most direct, her eyes almost looking under the table. Such a big and strong man with muscles all over his body, how could he not be good at that? Ahem, everyone, this is Konoha. Please don't settle your personal grudges in the village. Seeing that the topic was heading towards something obscene, the third Hokage had to interrupt them. If Oniki and the third Raikage continue to taunt each other, the argument in the conference room might turn into, Onoki Raikage, you are a 1-second man. The third Raikage, you shorty, you don't even have the qualifications to be killed in 1 second. The scene was unbearable to watch. The third Hokage spoke, and the angry Onoki and the third Raikage stopped fighting, but when they calmed down, they looked at each other. Broken, fooled. This old woman Cho is really good at it. She triggered the conflict between them with just a few words. It's really not a good thing. The quarrel is over, which means the real work is about to begin. The third Reikage, Cho, and Oniki couldn't help but look at Shizuka. Jingai knew exactly why the three of them were looking at him, so he decisively passed the blame on to others. Everyone, you just need to discuss this matter with the Hokage. I am just here to join in the fun. As for the complete information, it has been prepared in advance. As long as we can reach an agreement, you can take it away on the spot. After saying that, Jingai took out 3 scrolls and placed them on the table, and pushed the scrolls in front of the third Hokage. He didn't plan to interfere in the negotiations. He just wanted to join in the fun and didn't want to care about anything else. I don't know how long this conversation will last. It would be better to leave this waste of time to the third Hokage and his 2 old friends. It just so happens that these 2 also like to be in the limelight and seek a sense of existence. Especially Yutane Koharu. Everyone, you all know how important information about the perfect Jinchuriki is. Please name your price. Intelligence can be sold, it just depends on what price you can offer. Among the 3, Oniki frowned, Cho had a blank expression, and only the third Reikage had a confident smile on his face. The Cloud Ninja Village doesn't have much, but it has a lot of money. Unlike the Uegakure and the Sangakure, they live a miserable life, 2 poor fellows. Chapter 389 The Villain's Revenge, From Morning to Night. The village has no extra funds, so we can only barter. Cho was the first to express the position of the Sand Village. It is impossible to buy it, I can't afford it, I can only exchange it. With Cho taking the lead, Onoki followed suit. The Uegakure village also chose to barter. The Sand Village is poor, and the Uegakure is not much better. Limited financial funds are reserved for developing military strength, so why use them to buy intelligence? That's too much of a loss. It's easier to exchange it for resources. What resources do the Sand Village and the IWA Village have? The answer is clear, mine. All kinds of mines. As long as you, Konoha, want it, we will be happy to exchange it. Anyway, there is no money. Our sincerity is here. We can negotiate the specific quantity directly. If it's okay, then we'll continue the discussion. If not, then forget it. Or, does Konoha need it? Need. Normally, they would often spend money to buy it, so Konoha could accept exchanging resources for information. It depends on how you change it. The Kumagakure village can accept it. The third Reikage raised his hand indifferently and said, it's no big deal, whether it's exchanged for resources or bought with money, we in the Cloud Shinobi village don't care, as long as we have money we have the confidence. Just saying this made Oniki and Cho's faces stretch long. Jingai almost laughed out loud. Do you think the third Reikage is just a reckless man? You are wrong. He is not only a reckless man, but also a reckless man with a lot of bad intentions. If you really think of him as a brainless reckless man, you will suffer a great loss. If you are bartering, then the quantity needs to be carefully discussed and negotiated. Listening to the non-stop quarreling between the third Hokage and the others, Jing became overwhelmed and felt that he should not have come. Taking advantage of the break, Jingai decisively ran away. But he didn't expect that the third Reikage would also run away. Senior, what are you doing? Wouldn't you like to treat me to a meal? The third Reikage decisively blackmailed Jingai for a meal. Jingai was speechless. You are not asking for a free meal at all, you are just asking for flattery. Okay, what would you like to eat, senior? When he went to the Cloud Village before, he was entertained by the third Reikage. Jingai is not a stingy person. Konoha's barbecue is quite unique, let's eat barbecue. The barbecue in Konoha and the barbecue in Kumagama village are 2 different types. Even if you eat them often, it's okay to change the taste. So Jingai brought the third Reikage to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. After sitting down and ordering something, Jingai opened the lid of the drink, took a sip and asked, why did the senior run away too? After pouring himself a glass of sake and taking a sip, the third Reikage said disdainfully, the Sand Village and the Rock Village are so poor that they only have resources left. They need to negotiate the quantity. What am I going to do if I stay here? Once they have negotiated, they can just buy at this price. Barter is also acceptable. Having money means being confident. Jingai opened her mouth, but in the end she could only give a thumbs up to the third Reikage. You win. The 2 of them were eating barbecue and chatting about irrelevant topics, one drinking wine and the other drinking juice. When the meal was over, the third Reikage revealed the purpose of looking for Jingai. Jingai, I wonder if Konoha has any idea of forming an alliance? Jingai did not hide anything and said frankly, compared to the strange alliance of the Sand Village, the Hokage and other high-level officials want to find a real ally. Thanks. After getting the answer he wanted, the third Reikage left contentedly. This information was enough for him. As long as Konoha wants to form an alliance, the Cloud Village is the most suitable target. The Uegakure and the Mist Village can all get close to it, but the Sand Village doesn't even have a chance to get close. Judging from the current situation in Konoha, choosing the Cloud Village is the best way out. The third Raikage is very confident about this. The Uegakure cannot possibly pose a threat to the Kimagakure. As for the Mist Village, just deal with the affairs of your village first. As for the Sand Village, they had already been eliminated and were not qualified to compete. This wave is purely a flying dragon riding on the face. How to lose? Jing'ai, how did the talk go? Kushina, anxious for revenge, kept an eye on what was going on in the Hokage's office. Looking at Kushina, who was looking expectant, Jing'ai smiled silently. Rubbing Kushina's hair, he said helplessly, "Kushina, don't be impatient. It will take some time." The tug-of-war between the two sides is very time-consuming. After the information transaction is completed, there is also the matter of forming an alliance. The village plans to form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village. What should I do? The news that the village was going to form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village was a heavy blow to Kushina. The little girl was simply stunned. After forming an alliance, you become allies. It is not good to retaliate against your allies and harm your allies. What should we do? Just do what needs to be done. Your revenge is your personal behavior and has nothing to do with the village. As for whether Konoha would be dragged into the water, Jing'ai did not say. He knew Kushina. Once Kushina knew this, the intensity of her revenge would probably be reduced. So, alliance is one thing, revenge is another. The two are unrelated. Only Kushina could bear it. If he had such an enemy, he would definitely keep an eye on him all day long. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning to night. Just as Jing'ai said, the negotiation process was very difficult. The Sand Village and the Uegakure gave their lowest price, while Konoha offered a high price. The two sides then argued with each other over the pricing. As for the Cloud Village, the third Raikage was still as confident as ever. You guys talk first, and once you've finished talking, the Cloud Ninja Village can follow up and it'll be done. Why let yourself suffer that? As for whether he would be cheated because of this, the third Raikage said that it didn't matter. As long as Oniki and Cho were willing to drag the village to cheat him, he would be willing to accept being cheated. Of course, Oniki and Cho were extremely angry about the third Raikage's behavior, but there was nothing they could do about it. They wouldn't push the village into a pit just to trick the third Raikage. It is even more impossible to join forces with Konoha to betray the Cloud Village. The F4 group has been dreaming of forming an alliance with the Cloud Village, so how could they possibly betray the Cloud Village at this time? If you don't sell it at a good price, it would be good enough if you take the opportunity to give the Cloud Ninja Village a friendly price. Are you cheating people? Non-existent. We in Konoha won't do such things. So the three-party negotiations lasted for 7 days before coming to an end. When everything was over, the three parties looked listless. It was obvious that everyone had racked their brains for this negotiation. After 7 days of hard work, I can't take it anymore. Oniki and Cho looked older. The third Hokage, Yutaten Koharu, and Mito Kato were not much better off. All three had dark circles under their eyes and looked tired. This made the third Raikage exclaim that it was a good thing that he did not get involved. Otherwise he is one of them. After negotiating with the Uegakure and Sand Village, they arrived at the Kimagakure. The third Raikage generously said that the price was absolutely no problem and that it could be based on the standards of the Uegakure and Sand Villages. As long as they didn't cheat people, he would not object. Therefore, negotiating with the Cloud Ninja Village became the easiest task, and everything could be settled with just a few words. Chapter 390, Naruto and Raikage 1. After the information transaction was over, the few people in the Hokage's office who still had smiles on their faces immediately became serious and earnest. Hokage, I came to Konoha. In addition to obtaining information about the perfect Jinchuriki, I also want to do something important. I think you should have thought of it. It's better to talk about alliances as soon as possible. The third Raikage had no intention of hiding anything and directly expressed his intention to form an alliance. Raikage. The third Hokage thought for a moment and said, your intention was mentioned to me by Shizuka when I returned to the village. Coincidentally, I just happened to be planning to form an alliance with your village. It looks like the alliance talks between our two villages will go very well. The third Raikage smiled. The Cloud Ninja Village wanted to find a reliable and powerful ally. Coincidentally, Konoha also thought so. This could be considered a perfect match. Originally, the Cloud Ninja Village had no plans to form an alliance. After all, the strength of the Cloud Ninja Village itself is already strong enough, and forming an alliance does not make much sense for them. However, as Konoha's strength became stronger and stronger, the third Raikage began to take this issue seriously. Before the First Ninja World War, Tobirama Senju wanted to form an alliance with the Kimagakure. Why can't Konoha form an alliance with the Kumagakure now? Both villages are strong, and the Sand Village has become a half-brother of Konoha. The most important factor is that the two villages are too far apart geographically. The saying, make friends with distant ones and attack nearby ones, applies in any world. In the absence of direct conflict of interests, the alliance between the two villages can only be a situation of strong alliance. The third Raikage said, the Fire Country is rich in resources and has good business development. Our Cloud Ninja Village is not bad either. After the alliance, we can cooperate in many aspects, whether it is military or economic, which will benefit both villages. This is also the fundamental reason why the third Hokage and others prefer the Cloud Village. By combining with the Uegakure, Konoha needs to drive the development of the Uegakure in turn. However, it is different with the Kumagakure. The two sides can cooperate with each other and neither side needs to rely on the others. It's enough to have the Sand Village lagging behind. If the Uegakure is also dragged into it, I can't imagine what will become of Konoha's economy. As for the threat of war, the third Hokage and others do not think that there is any village in the current ninja world that would be willing to start a war with the Cloud Village. Therefore, the third Hokage simply ignored the threat of war. The rich resources can drive the commercial development of the Cloud Village. The alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Village can definitely take the military and economy of both sides to a higher level. Talking about this, the third Hokage, who had originally had a gloomy face, couldn't help but smile. There are too many benefits to forming an alliance with the Cloud Village, otherwise Senju Tobirama would not have gone to the Cloud Village in person to seek an alliance. It was a pity that he was unlucky and ran into the Gold and Silver brothers who launched a coup. Without these two brothers staging a coup, even if a ninja world war broke out, it would never come so early. Konoha's losses wouldn't be that serious. But the alliance between Konoha and Kumagakure might stimulate other villages. This is something we need to pay attention to. Mizutoman N gave a small reminder to the two leaders who seemed to like each other more and more the more they looked at each other. Alliances are good, but you also need to consider the impact of alliances. Not to mention the Sand Village, the Uegakure and the Mist Village will definitely be greatly stimulated. Your concerns are correct, but I feel that an alliance between two villages, even if it stimulates other villages, will not change anything. The third Raikage was very confident about this. The Sand Village can barely be considered as being on Konoha's side. The internal fighting in the Mist Village has not yet ended. Judging from Konoha's war potential, will Onoki dare to attack us? What the Raikage said makes sense. The Sand Village is not our enemy. The third Hokage gave Minato a reassuring look, and then continued, excluding the Sand Village, I don't know how long the internal fighting in the Mist Village will last. The Rock Village alone will definitely not dare to provoke us. The strength of the Uegakure is quite good. If it directly fights against the strongest of the two ninja villages, Konoha and Kumagakure, the Uegakure will definitely be beaten to tears. The third Hokage believed that as long as Onoki was not stupid, he would endure it even if he felt uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, the Hokage is right. How much the third Raikage disliked the third Hokage in the past, how much he likes him now. This old guy is so good at handling things. You have feelings, I have intentions, it's hard for the alliance between the two villages to go wrong. Let's hope so. Mizutomanen nodded and didn't say anything else to spoil the mood. But his eyes subconsciously looked towards Jingai's position. Jingai's seat was empty. He did not attend today's meeting. The reason was that he was very busy and there were too many things that the Umbu needed him to deal with, so he would not attend the high-level meetings. All discussions would be handled by the Hokage's office. Be it the matter of the perfect Jinchuriki intelligence or the alliance between the two villages, Hinata Shizuka was too lazy to get involved. I hope I'm just being overthinking. The alliance between the two villages cannot be determined by just a few words from the top leaders sitting together. For the next period of time, the third Raikage will need to stay in Konoha until the two villages become true allies. During this period, the two sides will hold multiple rounds of negotiations. Didn't you go to the meeting? After finishing dealing with matters at the Konoha hospital, Tsunade returned home. When she opened the door, she saw Shizuichi lying on the sofa reading a book, and she immediately showed a surprised expression. She knew that the village was going to form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village. But Tsunade didn't want to get involved in these things. She was too lazy to participate and wanted to earn some extra pocket money. So she went to the Konoha hospital to report every day, just because she was worried that the third Hokage would pull her to sit in the conference room. Tsunade dodged it herself. What she didn't expect was that Jingai was still resting at home at this time. I didn't attend. Jingai raised the book in her hand and said, I told them that there are many things in the Umbu that I need to deal with personally. As for the alliance, they can discuss it themselves. So, your busy life is to stay at home and read books? Several black lines appeared on Tsunade's forehead. Your reason is a bit ridiculous. I bet the old man knows you're hiding out at home and resting. Isn't this obvious? Shizue rolled her eyes at Tsunade. In fact, the third Hokage hoped that he could attend the meeting, but was rejected by Jing'ai. The two villages formed an alliance, and the meetings would take many days. Jing'ai's throat would get inflamed from all the arguing every day. It would be crazy for him to attend such a meeting. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home and rest? If all else fails, I could go to the Umbu to handle some official business. As for how to negotiate, just let the F4 group do it freely. In addition to being lazy, Jing'ai also doesn't want to take the blame. Chapter 391 Mizutoman Yen comes to visit. Knowing that Kushina wanted to take revenge on the Mist Village and the Cloud Village, why did you still attend such a meeting? I'm afraid he's a little delirious. It would be fine if Kushina's revenge was not serious, but if it got really serious and led to a real war breaking out, then whoever negotiated the alliance would have to take the blame. A big part of the reason why the Third Raikage was willing to form an alliance with Konoha was because of him. Under such circumstances, Jing'ai would definitely not want to attend the meeting. Talk about love however you want, it's your business, don't involve me. I didn't participate, so when there is blame, it won't fall on me. The war between Konoha and Sand Village ended less than a year ago. If this triggers a new round of war, you can easily tell that those villagers who hate war and have been hurt by it will drown you with their saliva. Tsunade threw her coat on the sofa, tied her hair into a long ponytail, shook her head, and after making sure everything was okay, she sat next to Shizue. I guess even the Third Raikage himself can't understand why you are unwilling to attend the meeting. You played a big role in the village's alliance with the Kumagakure. Don't flatter me, it has nothing to do with me. How can I admit such a thing? Others like such honors, but Jing'ai doesn't. Forget it, I don't want to talk about you. What about Kushina? Her teacher came to me today and mentioned her graduation. After being called to the police station many times, Tsunade has become numb to this kind of thing. Fortunately, she will be freed soon. Because the teacher came to her and told her that he hoped Kushina could graduate from the ninja school early. Anyway, Kushina is so strong and she hasn't been to class for a long time, so she might as well just graduate. Kushina's graduation? Jing was stunned for a moment. This teacher is not going to let Kushina take the test. That's not there. Tsunade leaned on Shizuichi's arm and shook her head as she answered, I just went to school to get my diploma so that I can apply for my ninja certificate. With Kushina's strength, who would dare to give her a ninja graduation exam? The Jounin exam is more like that. All new ninjas, excluding those who graduate normally, need to undergo personal assessment for other reasons or those who apply for early graduation. The contents of the assessments are similar. You just need to pass the cultural assessment and the practical assessment. The content of the cultural assessment is basically like that, and the practical assessment is also relatively simple. You will select a genin to fight with, and after the battle, the other party will give you an evaluation to see if you are qualified to become a qualified ninja. With Kushina's strength, she probably wouldn't have to do anything to take the test. Once she releases the Nine Tails chakra, she would be able to scare the examiner to death. Moving the freshman assessment to Kushina is simply an international joke. Forget it. It's still the Jounin exam. Jing'ai smiled and said, if Kushina takes part in the Jounin exam, her strength will definitely be no problem. But the other exams will definitely make this girl pull out a lot of hair. The Jounin examination doesn't mean you can pass it easily just because you are strong. If you really take it seriously, Jing will have a headache every time she takes the exam. If you meet a few strict examiners, it will make your scalp tingle. So, what is the Jounin examination? What a shitty exam. Either you send me the Jounin certificate directly, or I won't participate. Anyway, no one will look down on me if I don't take the test. How about giving it a try? Tsunade had a smirk on her face and winked at Jing. She remembered what happened when Jiraiya took part in the Jounin examination, and her eyes narrowed into a line due to her laughter. Tsunade and Orochimaru passed the Jounin exam in one try, but Jiraiya went crazy many times and almost drove the examiner crazy. In the end, it was only after the third Hokage's suggestion that the difficulty of the cultural assessment and other tiring assessments was lowered that he was able to pass it successfully. Without the third Hokage's hint, Jiraiya would probably have needed to take the test many times before he could pass. If Kushina were to take part in the Jounin exam at this time, she would definitely make a fool of herself. Die if you try? Kushina will kill you. If you don't believe me, just try it. Shizuka pushed Tsunade in annoyance. He would not get involved in such stupid things, although he also wanted to see Kushina go crazy, but doing so was somewhat unkind. Okay, you can favor her. Tsunade suddenly became unhappy. Shizuichi pretended not to understand what Tsunade was saying. Seeing that Jing'ai ignored her, Tsunade slapped him hard and said angrily, "I'm going out to play. I won't be back tonight. You can sleep by yourself with the quilt. Walk slowly, and take it easy, don't lose it all in one night." Jing'ai knew what Tsunade wanted to do without having to guess. Now that you have pocket money and are putting it in your pocket, you need to use your ability as a big fat sheep. Get out of here. I haven't even left the house yet and you're already cursing me for losing money. Boom boom boom. Please come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Jing'ai, who was in the kitchen, shouted outside. When the door opened, he was really surprised by the person who walked into the living room. It turned out to be Vitamin N. Turning down the fire, Jing'ai walked out of the kitchen without caring about the apron on his body, looking at Vitamin Yen who came for the first time. What a rare guest. Cough cough. Mizuto Minion felt a little uncomfortable when Jing looked at him, so he could only raise his hand, clench his fist and cough lightly, hinting Jing'ai to stop staring at him like that. Seeing this, Jing'ai nodded with a half-smile, invited Mito Minion to sit down, took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator and placed it on the coffee table. "So, Senior, you came to my house specially to talk to me about something? I'm a little confused and want to talk to you." Mizuto Minion, who felt uncomfortable all over, hesitated for a moment, but still explained the purpose of his visit. Logically speaking, given the relationship between him and Jing'ai, the basic way for both parties to get along is to not interact with each other. You go your way, and I go mine. Unless there is something important to deal with together, we are too lazy to say a word when we get together, let alone visit each other. But then Mizutoman N came. That's why Jing'ai was surprised and jokingly said, "Rare guest. What doubts?" Mizuto Minion came to visit him specially, and Jing'ai didn't mind chatting with him, of course, except for the sensitive issues. Seeing that Jing'ai did not reject him, Mizuto Minion breathed a sigh of relief. He had the audacity to come to Jing'ai's house, and he was worried that he would be driven away by Jing'ai. After all, their relationship was terrible before, and they were at odds with each other in various ways, both overtly and covertly, is such that. Since Jing'ai was willing to chat, Vitamin N didn't waste any time and said, "These past few days, the Hokage's office building has been holding meetings every day regarding the alliance with the Kumagakure village. The alliance talks are not going well." Jing'ai raised an eyebrow. Chapter 392. They are coming for Jing-1, what's the point of our agreeing? He really didn't pay attention to these things and was just waiting to hear the final news. As a result, instead of getting the news, Mito Menyen came. "No, it went too smoothly. It went so smoothly that I was scared. If the alliance was not going well, Mizuto Minion would not have come to us, because there are too many factors to consider and many things to discuss when the two villages form an alliance. But the alliance went too smoothly, causing Vitamin Yen to feel a little uneasy. But he couldn't say these things to the third Hokage, let alone Yudatan Koharu. This old woman had no ability other than making trouble. Mizuto Minen doesn't want to be startled, because if Yuten Koharu causes any trouble, he will have to help clean up the mess." After much deliberation, Mizuto Minion finally found Jing'ai. "Since it went smoothly, it means that the Kumagakure village really wants to form an alliance with our village. This is a good thing. What are you worried about, Senior?" Jing'ai raised her hand to show that she didn't understand. "If the talks don't go well, you will feel uneasy. If the talks go too smoothly, you will also feel uneasy. What kind of logic is this? If both parties had reached a reasonable consensus, I wouldn't be so worried, but the Cloud Village chose to give in many areas, which is unreasonable. There is no such reason. Compared to the Cloud Village, Konoha needs allies like the Cloud Village more, but the third Raikage would rather suffer losses everywhere than not form an alliance with Konoha, which seems very wrong. I always feel like the other party has some purpose." "You mean, in many ways, the Kumagakure chose to suffer a little loss so that we could take advantage?" The Raikage has no intention of arguing. After listening to Mizuto Minion's story, Jing'ai understood. "Correct." Vitamin Yen's old face was very serious. "Jing'ai, don't you think this is strange?" "It's a bit strange, but I understand." After thinking for a moment, Jing'ai couldn't help but laugh. "What do you mean?" Mizuto Minion frowned. He didn't understand what Jing'ai was laughing at. The Raikage really has a good plan. After laughing for a while, Jing'ai shook his head helplessly and explained to Vitamin. "I think the biggest reason why the Raikage is willing to suffer a little loss and not bother with us is that he has something to ask of us. Senior, you might as well think about what the Kumagakure village currently needs to ask of the village. The idea that suffering a loss is a blessing is all bullshit. It is not a blessing for an individual to suffer a loss, let alone between villages. It's the same small loss, but for the entire ninja village it's not just a simple loss, it's a huge loss. For example, the third Reikage said that Konoha's goods were transported to the Cloud Village for sale, and the Cloud Village was willing to give Konoha a very low tax and give you a discount. The discount may not seem that big, but in the long run, the Cloud Ninja Village will suffer a huge loss. Why was the third Reikage willing to suffer a loss? You mean the Jinchuriki? Mido Kato and just couldn't figure out the key point. It doesn't mean he is stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to become the third Hokage's personal strategist. After much thought, the only thing that the Kumagakure village could ask Konoha for help was the Jinchuriki. The Cloud Ninja village attaches great importance to Jinchuriki. Although they have obtained information about the perfect Jinchuriki from Konoha, they still have to figure it out on their own, and they may take a detour if they are not careful. Why not just get it done in one step? In other aspects, give Konoha some benefits and let the village suffer some losses, so that when the time comes and a request is made, Konoha will find it difficult to refuse. It's okay to help with ordinary things, but can the matter of a perfect Jinchuriki be considered ordinary? Not to mention that Jingai, the head of the Umbu and a high-ranking village official, is also involved. The obvious thing. Jingai gave Midaman Yin a reassuring look. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. When everything is confirmed and the two villages sign the documents, the Kumagakure village will make relevant requests. Will the village be embarrassed to refuse at that time? When negotiating the terms of the alliance, the Kumagama village gave in to Konoha in many ways and suffered losses themselves. Once we become true allies and make a request, will you, Konoha, have the nerve to refuse? It is indeed a well-calculated plan. This is aimed at you. After all, the perfect Jinchuriki was born under your influence. It is understandable that the Reikage would want your help. No wonder they give in to the village and many benefits. Mizuto Manin lowered his head and kept talking to himself. Glancing at the pot in the kitchen, Shizuichi said to Midaman Yen, who was talking to himself, "Senior, why don't you go back and think about it slowly? I still have a pot in the kitchen." "What? Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." Mizuto Minyan, whose train of thought was interrupted, quickly stood up, muttering something, and walked out of the living room quickly. Jingai stood at the door and watched the other person go away, his face full of admiration. Midomanen didn't know whether Jingai was convinced by him or not, nor did he care. After leaving Jingai's house, he went straight to the Hokage's office. Because at this time the third Hokage was also worried about this matter. Sometimes it is not necessarily a good thing when others are willing to give you benefits while you are willing to suffer losses, because there may be a big bomb waiting for you. In the F4 group, except for Danzo Shimura who closed his door to visitors, only Koharu Utane could be happy, because the Kumagama village was willing to make concessions, which meant that Konoha could gain more benefits. Bump! The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open, and Mido Kato walked into the office and said loudly, "Hiruzen, I know why the Reikage is willing to give up the benefits to the village." "You said?" The third Hokage, startled by the sound of the door opening, quickly sat up straight. As for whether Mido Minyan opened the door too loudly or whether he didn't knock on the door, these details were no longer taken care of. "I just went to Jing's house and talked to him." Mizuto Minyan told him in detail about his search for Jingai. Unexpectedly, the third Hokage's eyes became very strange. Menyen went to visit Jingai in person? Shouldn't they never have anything to do with each other again? Forget it, don't think about this for now. So Shizuichi's explanation is that the Reikage wants the village to help solve the Jinchuriki problem of the Kumagakure. Besides this, what other reason could there be for the Reikage to suffer a loss and give in, thus bringing more benefits to the village? Midaman asked back. The third Hokage nodded slightly. There seems to be nothing wrong with this. After thinking for a moment, the third Hokage said to Mido Kato Yen, since Jingai has said so, what are you still worried about? What do you think I'm worried about? Midaman realized that the third Hokage hadn't grasped the point yet, so he had to remind him. What I'm worried about is that the Reikage made a request and we were willing to help, but Shizuka refused. It's useless for us to agree on this matter. What can you do if the person refuses? When you tell the third Reikage this answer, guess what he will think. The third Reikage. Chapter 393 Allies, those who understand will understand. When the third Hokage heard this, he felt terrible. Because if something like this happens, the Hokage's office will be caught in the middle. The Cloud Ninja Village is already an ally and has made various concessions, but Konoha can't even do this. Can this alliance relationship be maintained? But Jingai is one of the uncontrollable people in the village. If it were anyone else, even Tsunade, the third Hokage would have been able to make Tsunade compromise and agree by just keeping pestering. But Jingai can't do it. Once he disagrees, it will be useless even if you try to persuade him. If Jingai can't handle it, the alliance between Konoha and Cloud Village will become very awkward. I will try my best to make this happen. The third Hokage himself was not sure if he could convince Jing'ai, but fortunately he did not plan to talk to Jing'ai about this matter in person. This kind of thing requires a roundabout way to save the situation. The third Hokage took the initiative to take responsibility, which was the best thing for Mito Kato-en, as it saved him from having to worry about these things. In order to facilitate the alliance with the Cloud Village, the third Hokage was willing to risk his reputation and find a way to persuade Shizuka. So, this is why you came to me? In the lounge of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade, who was yawning, glared at the third Hokage with an unhappy look on her face. I thought the third Hokage came to me with an eager look on his face for some important matter, but, just this? Correct. The third Hokage nodded solemnly. The negotiations between the village and the Kumagakure have reached the final stage. If nothing unexpected happens, the Reikage will raise this condition, or request, when signing the document. Then let them send the people to the village. It's no big deal. Tsunade covered her mouth and yawned again. Okay, old man, it's just a small matter, don't bother me anymore. I'm so sleepy. I didn't sleep all night last night. Without waiting for the third Hokage to continue speaking, Tsunade waved her hand in disdain, telling him to leave quickly so as not to disturb her sleep. I was busy all night and just fell asleep for a while when you woke me up. I am always in a bad mood when I wake up, do you know that? Forehead. That's it? Why, do you think Jing'ai will reject you? Seeing the confused look on the third Hokage's face, Tsunade frowned. You have been together for such a long time, even if you haven't studied his character thoroughly, you should at least have a general understanding of it. How come at this point, you're still so confused? Shouldn't I refuse? The third Hokage almost said this. Fortunately, he managed to hold it back. Okay, go do your work. I'm so sleepy. I'll tell him about this when I get back. Really, it's not a big deal. Why did he have to come over and wake me up? Long-term unfriendly coexistence and various tit-for-tat and troublesome ways of getting along with each other caused the third Hokage and others to gradually lose some fundamental factors. No matter what, Jing'ai is a member of Konoha. As long as it is not intentional to cheat others, Jing'ai will not refuse to do anything that is helpful and beneficial to Konoha. Leaving Konoha Hospital in a daze, the third Hokage's eyes looked a little glazed. Seeing this scene, Maitaman Yen was a little panicked. Hiruzen, you are not going to quarrel with Tsunade, are you? How can you quarrel with Tsunade at this time? You know. Tsunade shooed me away, saying there was no need to go out of her way to deal with such a small matter. The third Hokage looked up at the sky and said quietly, Minion, are we going backwards as we live? We only think about Jing'ai's revengeful nature, don't like to bother with us, and like to compete and fight with us on some things, but we forget. Jing'ai is also a member of Konoha. As a member of the village, why would he refuse something that is beneficial to the village? Depend on. Maitaman Yen had a stunned expression. He seemed to remember that when he took the initiative to come to her, Jing looked at him with a strange look. The third Hokage was right, this group of people are going backwards as they grow older. They all have a bit of paranoia, and they always think of the worst when they think of anything. But they don't think carefully about whether the worst situation will occur. Cough cough. After understanding this key point, Maitaman Yen couldn't help but blush, and quickly changed the subject. Hiruzen, this shows that we can live in peace and friendship with Shizuchi. With everyone's efforts, the village will become stronger. Maybe. The third Hokage nodded slightly, then sighed and shook his head, leaving Mizuto Manin a little confused. What's going on? Are you upset? Probably not. The most likely trouble disappeared without a trace before it even appeared. The third Hokage and others were completely relieved and focused on negotiating an alliance with the third Reikage. There is affection between the two parties, and I am interested, so the negotiations are going more smoothly. Not surprisingly, when everything was settled and only the signature was left, the third Reikage asked Shizuka to help teach the Jinchuriki. When making this request, the third Reikage himself was a little nervous. He wasn't sure if Konoha would agree to his request. Although we are about to become allies, those who understand will understand the relationship of allies. If there are benefits, they are allies. If there are no benefits or conflicts of interest, allies can become enemies at any time. Helping others to train Jinchuriki foolishly may actually be training future enemies. Although you have obtained the information about the perfect Jinchuriki, you still need to try it step by step. How can it be as satisfying as just asking someone for help? Although the perfect Jinchuriki cannot be replicated and there are too many necessary conditions to reach this step, it is better to have an experienced person to help keep an eye on it than to mess around with your own village. If it weren't for these things, the third Reikage would have gone crazy to give Konoha all kinds of concessions. It seems that the amount given is not much, but over time, the Cloud Ninja village will definitely suffer a lot of losses. However, for the sake of the village's Jinchuriki and to make the village stronger, the third Reikage could accept such concessions. Konoha and your village are about to become allies. As an ally, Konoha has also seen your village's sincerity. Helping to train a Jinchuriki is naturally acceptable, but it is limited to one Jinchuriki. The Kumagakure needs to send the Jinchuriki to Konoha. As for the result, Konoha dare not guarantee it. If we invite people to the Kumagakure will definitely be happy to do so, but Konoha will not accept it. You, the Kumagakure, can only send the Jinchuriki here yourselves, and only one at that. As for the result, it depends on God's will. Konoha cannot guarantee that your village's Jinchuriki will become a perfect Jinchuriki. No one dares to give such a guarantee. Jingai didn't dare, and the third Hokage didn't dare even more. Happy cooperation. This was already the best result, and the third Reikage did not greedily go any further. Chapter 394 Rock Village. Damn it, one step wrong, every step wrong. When the third Hokage and the third Reikage shook hands with a smile, signed their names on the document and stamped it, it meant that Konoha and the Kumagakure became allies. This is not a half-hearted alliance like the one with the Sand Village, but a true alliance. This means that the two sides will have various exchanges in military and economic fields. As allies, military cooperation is certainly indispensable. There is even an agreement on military coordination. In other words, if the Cloud Village is attacked by other villages, Konoha needs to assist them. In turn, when Konoha was attacked by other villages, the Cloud Village had to fulfill its duties as an ally and send a large army of ninjas to assist Konoha. Once the alliance was confirmed, the Hokage's office immediately released the relevant announcement. As soon as the announcement came out, the whole of Konoha was in an uproar. A group of guests came to the village, including people from Uegakure, Kumagakure and Sandgakure. As for what these people were here for, ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas had no idea. As a result, the Hokage's office suddenly issued an announcement saying that the village had reached a cooperation with the Cloud Village and established an alliance relationship. In the future, Konoha and the Cloud Village will carry out various cooperation in military and economic aspects. The village has formed an alliance with the Kumagakure. Does that mean the Kumagakure will not attack us in the future? Attack what the hell? Don't you know what allies represent? Why would the Kumagakure attack its own allies? On the contrary, if the village is attacked, the Cloud Ninja Village will have to help us. But in return, the village must also fulfill its promise to its allies and help each other. Does this mean that no enemy will dare to easily start a war against us in the future? That's about what I mean, but I can't be too sure. After all, who knows what will happen tomorrow? No one knows whether an accident will happen tomorrow, but the probability of such an accident is too small. If you want to wage war against Konoha, it means having to face the counterattacks from both Konoha and the Cloud Village at the same time. Which village can withstand such a situation? In other words, the alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Village is equivalent to standing in an invincible position. For a long time to come, we will not have to worry about war. We can develop in peace, away from the disasters and harm brought by war. This is undoubtedly great news for the villagers. Because the war between the village and the Sand Village had not lasted too long, most people had not yet come out of the shadow of the war, and no one wanted the village to be dragged into war. Therefore, the alliance between Konoha and Cloud Village is great news. At least that's what the villagers of Konoha said. If the villagers of Konoha are happy, the people of Cloud Village will also be happy. As for other villages, the Sand Village probably doesn't care, because they are poor and can't start a war again. Secondly, they are half-brothers of Konoha, and Konoha will not attack them, because the Cloud Village is in alliance with Konoha. They will not wage war against them either, so the alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Village will have little impact on the Sand Village. On the contrary, the Uegakure and the Mist Village are in a more difficult situation, especially the Uegakure. Damn it, I knew that if that Reikage stayed in Konoha, nothing good would happen. Konoha did not block the news, but helped promote the spread of the news generously. Not long after Oniki returned to the Uegakure, he received the news that Konoha and the Kumagakure had formed an alliance. He was immediately furious. He himself also has the intention of forming an alliance with Konoha. It's just that I didn't have the chance to mention it when I was in Konoha. I had thought of sending the information back to the village and discussing it with the higher-ups. If the higher-ups had no objection, I would go to Konoha to have a good talk. As a result, before he took any action, Konoha had already become an ally of the Cloud Village. Onoki felt very upset. There have been no conflicts or frictions between the Uegakure and Konoha in recent years. In the Rain Country War, the Uegakure was only forced to withdraw and was not the party that initiated the war. Under the premise that there is not much grudge between the two parties, if one party proposes an alliance, the success rate will be very high. As a result, before I took any action, others had already found allies. One can imagine how frustrated Aniki felt. If Konoha forms an alliance with the Sand Village, it will be great news for Konoha, but it will have the opposite effect for the Uegakure. The conflict between the Cloud Village and the Uegakure has been going on for some time. In the past, everyone was more restrained, just because they didn't want a war to break out in a muddle. If a war really breaks out, the Uegakure is not afraid of the Kumagakure. The worst that can happen is a fierce fight. If the Uegakure doesn't please the Uegakure, you, the Kumagakure, won't be able to gain any benefits either. This situation changed after Konoha and Cloud Village formed an alliance. If the Uegakure continues to think about fighting a war with the Kumagakure, it will be seeking death. Notify all the senior executives and convene a high-level meeting. Ask them to come here as quickly as possible. Oh, and notify the daimyo as well. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning have the closest ties to the villages. The daimyo of these 2 countries even lived in the village all year round instead of in the daimyo's mansion, supporting the development of the village in every sense and even attending village meetings in the name of high-level officials. Aniki gave an order. The top leaders of the Uegakure rushed to the Tsuchikage office building as quickly as possible. In the conference room of the office building, Onoki stared at the intelligence scroll on the table with a gloomy face. When the last person arrived at the meeting room, Onoki signaled his son Huangta to distribute a copy of the photocopied information to everyone. Everyone, an important event has occurred in the ninja world. This event has a great impact on the village. For details, please read the intelligence yourself. Onoki did not directly mention the alliance between Konoha and Kumagakure, but let the top leaders decide for themselves. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how can they form an alliance? The senior executive who read the intelligence the fastest exclaimed and stood up. With shock written all over his face, he held the document in his hand in disbelief and asked loudly, Lord Tsuchikage, is this information authentic? Hiss, how could this be? Soon, there was a sound of people gasping for air in the conference room. All the high-ranking officials of the Uegakure were shocked, and even the daimyo of the Land of Earth found it unbelievable. Konoha and Kumagakure formed an alliance? How can you form an alliance? Don't you have any idea what the order and situation of your allied ninja world will become? Hateful, why is it so? The 2 strongest villages in all aspects among the 5 major ninja villages have joined forces. This is definitely bad news for the Uegakure. Chapter 395 Onoki, we have no choice but to go to Mist Village. The information is true. I just returned to the village from Konoha. I originally planned to send the information about the perfect Jinchuriki back to the village first, and then consider seeking an alliance with Konoha. I didn't expect that old Reikage would be faster than me. Tsuchikage. In the meeting room, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was a little restless. He asked anxiously, in other words, the village, and even the Land of Earth, will face the double threat of Konoha and Kumagakure in the future. Glancing at the anxious daimyo, Onoki hesitated for a moment and replied gloomily, at least the pressure on the Kumagakure will be greater. As for Konoha, they just ended the war with the Sangakure. They will focus on recuperation in the short term. What I am really worried about is the Kumagakure. Everyone present knew very well what the relationship between the Uegakure and the Kumagakure was like. There were constant frictions and fighting could break out at any time. If one was not careful, it could turn into a ninja war. Konoha mainly focuses on recuperation, provided that no war breaks out in the Cloud Village. Once a war breaks out in the Cloud Village, as an ally, Konoha must fight even if it is unwilling to do so. At that time, the Uegakure will face the risk of being sandwiched from both sides. What should we do then? Does the village need to give in to the Kumagakure in the future? Tolerance is bullshit. Tolerance will only make the Kumagakure village get more aggressive. If they can form an alliance, so can we. Where's your brain? Who can the village find an alliance with at this stage? Konoha and Kumagakure are on the same page, Sangakure is almost serving Konoha, and Mistgakure is still in the middle of an internal struggle. Who can you find an alliance with? You can't just do nothing. Enough. Seeing the noise in the conference room turning into a vegetable market, Onoki couldn't stand it anymore, so he slammed the table and stood on the chair. He is very short and cannot stand up like a normal person, so he needs to use the height of a chair. He glanced at everyone in the conference room, especially the few people who were arguing seriously, who received Onoki's special attention. Konoha and Kumagakure have already formed an alliance. Our quarrels won't change anything. What Machi said is right. If Konoha can form an alliance with Kumagakure, we can also look for allies. Mist Ninja Village. Everyone looked at each other, and someone put forward his guess. Konoha and the Cloud Village formed an alliance, and the Sand Village belonged to Konoha. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the Uegakure village wanted to form an alliance with the only one left, the Mist Village. But isn't the civil strife in the Mist Village over yet? God knows when this village will be able to calm down. Moreover, they are far away across the ocean, and the Uegakure will not gain much from forming an alliance with them. Yes, it is the Mist Village. Although they are not the most suitable, the village has no other choice. If possible, Oniki didn't want to choose the Mist Village, but there was no other choice in the Uegakure. But the Mist Village. Onoki gritted his teeth and said, if they can't calm down on their own, we will help them. We can choose people from one of the factions and put enough pressure on the Mist Village. With external pressure, I believe the Mist Village will calm down. Besides, we don't need to put the greatest pressure on them. The internal conflict in the Mist Village has not yet ended. It is unknown how long it will take for them to resolve it on their own. The Uegakure can't wait that long. Since they can't do it themselves, they have to rely on external pressure to solve it. Let's spread the news of the alliance between Konoha and Cloud Village first. I don't believe those people in Mist Village can still sit still. When the time is right, the Uegakure will step forward and choose one of the factions to support them at the top, sit in the position of Mizukage, and then take the opportunity to form an alliance. Without a strong teammate, Onoki can't sleep well. It's not that he wants to start a war, it's just that the Cloud Ninja Village has gone too far, so he just wants to mess with them for no reason. In Konoha, at Shizuka's house, Tsunade returned home, without any reserve as a Konoha princess. She fell carelessly on the sofa, swung her feet a few times, and threw her shoes away, not caring where they would fly. After lying down for a while and feeling less tired, Tsunade turned sideways and looked at Shizuka, who was reading documents. The village formed an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village. This exciting news made countless villagers happy, and many villagers were celebrating this event. The alliance also had a significant impact on Jingai, as he needed to help teach the Jinchuriki sent by the Cloud Ninja Village. This is not an easy task. If things go well, it's fine. But if things don't go well, you can't be sure that the Cloud Ninja Village will have some other thoughts. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Jingai looked at Tsunade strangely. As a member of the village, isn't it our duty to help our allies? Besides, it's not a big deal. As long as the Kumagakure doesn't send the Two-Tails Jinchuriki here, it will be fine. At this time, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village did not seem to be a wooden man, but an old guy who was about to die. If the Cloud Ninja Village sends Killer Bee over, what pressure will Jingai have? Killer Bee could have been a perfect Jinchuriki, and so could the future Yukato, but Yukato became a perfect Jinchuriki with the help of Killer Bee. As for Kirabe, at this stage he is still a kid whose mind is full of rap. He is the #1 problem boy in the Cloud Ninja Village. It's not that Kirabe has caused a lot of trouble, but this guy is so fucking weird. He keeps muttering all day long, and his behavior is a bit unbearable. Are you sure? Tsunade immediately became interested when she heard it. Not wanting the Two-Tails Jinchuriki means that the Kumagakure must send the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Is the Kumagakure's 8-Tails Jinchuriki so talented? It's not that I'm sure, but the 8-Tails Jinchuriki of the Kumagakure is sure of himself, so I don't need to worry about anything. He can become a perfect Jinchuriki by himself. All I need to do is to liberate his nature. When the rather dull 8-Tails meets the mumbling and rapping Killer Bee, it's like a turtle and a mung bean, and they hit it off at first sight. There is nothing you need to do to train Killer Bee into a perfect Jinchuriki. All you need to do is liberate Killer Bee's nature. Do whatever you want to do, don't have any psychological burden, rap or mutter, it's up to you, just follow your own temperament. That is to say, Tsunade felt that she had discovered something extraordinary. That is to say, it is not as difficult as imagined for the 8-Tails Jinchuriki of the Kumagakure to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Almost, at least easier than Kushina. Jingai thought about it for a while and gave a pertinent answer. Killer Bee was not very old when he became the perfect Jinchuriki, and he achieved this despite being treated differently and resented by the villagers. If he were given a suitable environment to liberate his nature, Jingai wondered whether Kushina would doubt her life in the future. After all, it is not easy for her to become a perfect Jinchuriki. As a result, a guy with strange behavior suddenly becomes the perfect Jinchuriki. No one can accept such a blow. Chapter 396, Lust is a knife above your head. But, that's talent. Talent is something that cannot be compared. Just like others can envy Kushina for being able to easily use the Uzumaki bloodline to suppress the tailed beasts that were causing trouble in the bodies of other Chururiki, when they come to the Uzumaki clan, are like cats that can be manipulated at will. This is the talent of the Vortex clan. It is something that others cannot envy. Ha ha ha, I hope Kushina won't be devastated. I don't know what she was thinking about, maybe it was because of the scene where Kushina was hit hard, like an eggplant hit by frost. Tsunade laughed triumphantly. As if that wasn't good enough, he put his hands on his hips, leaned back, and laughed louder and louder. Looking at Tsunade, who was laughing non-stop with her hands on her hips, the veins on Shizuka's forehead bulged. Even if there are no outsiders here, you should at least pay attention to your image. I really can't stand it anymore. Kushina will be hit, but such a blow is nothing, because in a competition of strength, they are both perfect Jinchuriki, and Kushina can chase after the 8 tails Jinchuriki of the Kyumagakure. Are you better than me in this area? It doesn't matter, it's enough that I can beat you. I'll beat you up if I don't like you. Forehead. After these words were spoken, Tsunade could no longer laugh, and could no longer put her hands on her hips. Tisk, that's boring. By the way, let's go to the old place to eat later. That bastard Jiraiya is back. Oh, where's Shenshu? Did he go out to have some fun? Since Jiraiya is back, it means that Noeke is back too. But when Noeke returned to the village, he did not go straight home. Did he do the same as Jiraiya and go out for a walk after returning to the village as usual? What a cool ass. Tsunade cursed out loud. He's lying in the hospital. I don't think he'll be able to leave the hospital for 10 days or half a month. His injuries are pretty serious. Okay, I think too much. Maybe he encountered a tough opponent during this mission, resulting in serious injuries. As for how he was injured, Jing'ai didn't ask. However, Tsunade took the initiative to speak, still gritting her teeth. This bastard. The mission was clearly over, but on the way back to the village he met a traitorous ninja, but he followed him without informing Jiraiya. As a result, when Jiraiya came over, the guy was already lying down. The village's traitor? Jing'ai became interested. What can I say about Noeke's strength? He's just short of being a Jonin, but he should have no problem passing the special Jonin assessment. The opponent must be quite strong to be able to beat Shingshu so badly. Mujinjiro. After hearing Tsunade say this name, Jing'ai thought about it for a while, and then asked uncertainly, "Are you sure it's Jiromujin and not someone else?" "Sure." Tsunade replied with a dark face. Well, a ninja with extraordinary Jonin strength was defeated by a Chunin and was seriously injured. It seems that there is a big problem with little brother Noeke. Jing'ai's tone was full of teasing. Tsunade got even angrier when she heard this. This bastard only knows how to mess around with Jiraiya. When he recovers, I'll make him pay. He has completely forgotten all the knowledge I taught him in the past. He actually fell for the trick. It's so shameful. Jiro Kaijin was originally a Chunin in the village. Due to his hot temper, he was angered by his companions while on a mission. He used a trap to kill several of his companions, then escaped and became a rebel ninja. This person's strength cannot be considered very strong, but he has a high talent for setting traps. Shensha must have suffered a loss in this regard. If they fight head-on, the opponent will definitely not be his match. But Tsunade was right, he suffered a great loss from the trap and really needed some proper training. Recalling the ending in the original time and space where Rope Tree was killed by an explosive talisman, Jing'ai was speechless. Rope Tree completely forgot the knowledge that corpses on the battlefield should not be touched casually. The funniest thing is that Orochimaru was right next to them at the time. Originally, if the plot was forcibly changed to make Noeke Jiraiya's disciple, Noeke's fate would have changed. In the end, the kid still fell into the trap, but fortunately he was only injured and his life was not in danger. If Noeke's life really couldn't be saved, Tsunade wouldn't be able to remain so calm. He should be taught a lesson, but what about Jiraiya? What was he doing at the time? Jing'ai asked this question curiously. Tsunade, what do you think he is doing? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jing'ai in annoyance. She was so angry at the master and disciple that she was speechless. Okay. Looking at Tsunade's reaction, it can be confirmed that Jiraiya did nothing good at that time and was most likely just looking for fun. Fortunately, nothing serious happened and Shingshu's life was saved at a critical moment. After they packed up, they came to the place where they often gathered and ate. Ahem, Tsunade, Shizue. Jiraiya, who was sitting on a chair drinking, saw the two people coming and his expression became unnatural. His body subconsciously shrank towards the wall, as if he was afraid that Tsunade would suddenly punch him. After all, Shingshu was seriously injured. It was not only due to Shingshu's own carelessness, but also because he was looking for fun on the spur of the moment. If he could control himself and take Shinshu back to the village directly, none of this trouble would have happened. Even if they still encounter the rebellious ninja Jiro Kaijin, Jiraiya can take action and defeat the opponent in minutes, so Noeke will not get hurt. After all, it is lust that kills. Jiraiya's second child became the eldest, so when the second child was satisfied, his whole body became stupid. The teacher is not a good person, and the disciple is not good either. As soon as she sat down, Tsunade raised her fist, scaring Jiraiya so much that he almost shrank under the table. Seeing this, Tsunade was so angry that she laughed. I'm just scaring you, do you think it's necessary? This is because Rope Tree was only injured. If you lost your life, it would not be as simple as just scaring people. I guess Tsunade would beat Jiraiya half to death. Jingai laughed and didn't stop him. Jiraiya should learn his lesson. Only this one time. After threatening Jiraiya, Tsunade angrily picked up the chopsticks and started eating the food. At the same time, she grabbed the wine bottle, tilted her head back and gulped down half of the bottle. When it comes to drinking, Tsunade is pretty much used to it and doesn't care what others think of her. The little brother was sweating profusely. Looking at Jiraiya, who was timid, Jingai said meaningfully, Jiraiya, beauty is good, but there is a time limit. Noeki was only injured. If her life was threatened or she accidentally lost her life, could you, as a teacher, forgive yourself? How are you going to explain this to Tsunade then? I'm afraid you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Don't live in guilt for the sake of temporary comfort. Stop talking, I won't do it again, I promise, I swear. Jiraiya begged for mercy with a wry smile, hoping that Shizuka would stop saying hurtful words. He has learned his lesson and has decided that in the future, when performing missions, he will never touch women or do anything messy until the mission is completed and handed over perfectly. God can testify that when Jiraiya saw Noeka lying in a pool of blood, his heart almost stopped because of fear. Fortunately, Shenshu was only seriously injured and his life was not in danger. I hope you will do what you say. Chapter 397 Orochimaru's Change. I will definitely do it, I swear. After being scared by Rope Tree this time, how could Jiraiya have any other thoughts? Just as Jingai said, it was okay that Noeki was just injured. It was normal for ninjas to get injured. If Noeka loses his life, that would be a lot of trouble. How would Jiraiya explain to Tsunade then? I'm afraid I'll have to live in guilt for the rest of my life. When he thought about spending the rest of his life regretting and feeling annoyed every day, he broke out in a cold sweat. Bear it, you must bear it. If you want to have fun in the future, wait until you return to the village, or wait until the mission is completed and then play slowly. Don't be impulsive anymore. Actually, you don't need to be so nervous. With Noeka's strength, he will definitely take part in the special Jonin examination soon. Will you still need to take him with you to carry out the mission then? Yes. Jiraiya then realized that disciples are supposed to leave their teachers and become independent. He always carried Shingshu with him because he felt that he owed Shingshu too much in the past, so he took him with him wherever he went, even when he was carrying out some very dangerous missions. After hearing what Jingai said, Jiraiya finally reacted. I just need to be patient for a while, it's impossible for Shenshu to follow me forever. When Shingshu feels that he is strong enough and wants to go out and hang out, he can have fun however he wants, right? It's exciting just thinking about it. No, I can't think about it anymore. I can't help drooling. Jiraiya snorted and wiped the corner of his mouth under Tsunade's disdainful look, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, why is Orochimaru not here? Has this stinky snake's mission not yet been completed? He came back earlier than you. Tsunade couldn't help but complain, with your speed, you're not even worthy of carrying Orochimaru's shoes. What? Jiraiya argued unconvincedly, that must be because Orochimaru's mission is easier than mine. Jingai, how dare you say that? If Orochimaru hears this, he will definitely give you a big beating. Laugh. Tsunade smiled disdainfully, stop deceiving yourself. Orochimaru's mission is more dangerous than yours. After all, you are carrying Rope Tree, and the old man dare not assign you a mission that is too dangerous, so don't make excuses for yourself. After Orochimaru came back, he left the village. He seemed to have found some valuable research project. Then he never came back and no one knew what he was doing. Orochimaru, who is not doing research, is a good disciple in the eyes of the third Hokage. But as long as it involves research and experiments, Orochimaru is a stubborn traitor and no matter how much you talk, he won't want to pay attention to you. So he found an excuse and slipped away. He has been gone for so long and there is no sign of him coming back. The third Hokage was very angry. He must be up to no good. He might be doing some forbidden research. That's why I don't dare to go back to the village. Jiraiya accused Orochimaru of a crime as soon as he opened his mouth. Jingai was amused. But there is some truth in what Jiraiya said. For the sake of convenience, Orochimaru would conduct general experiments and research in the village. If it involved some taboo research, he would need to leave the village. As long as he doesn't do any taboo research in the village, no one will say anything to him even if something goes wrong. Because Orochimaru did not cause trouble in the village, nor did he harm his own people. In the original world, Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura conducted human experiments, which had a great impact. Apart from the fact that human experiments were originally a research project prohibited by the village, it was because Orochimaru's experiments were conducted in the village and the villagers were used for the experiments. If this happened outside, even if the matter was exposed, it would not have much impact, at most people would be criticized. Just receive a little symbolic punishment and the matter can be turned over. Regarding this matter, Jingai reminded Orochimaru not to mess around, and if he had to do anything stupid, he should not do it in the village, or even in the land of fire. As long as you do these, even if the experiments you conduct are very cruel, you will not become a drowned dog. At least the village won't do anything to you. If someone else said this, Orochimaru would at most smile slightly and choose to ignore the other person. But Orochimaru took Shizuka's warning to heart. Experiments that can be done in the village should be done in the village, and those that cannot be done in the village should be done elsewhere to save yourself trouble. After dinner, Shizuichi and Tsunade came to the hospital to visit Nawaki with some gifts. In the ward, Shenshu, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, was telling Xiao Huangmao about the interesting things and risks he encountered when he was out on a mission. The little yellow-haired boy listened carefully and occasionally reminded Shenshu that it was not right to do so. Although this made Shenshu unhappy every time, the little yellow-haired boy still patiently reminded him and tried to correct him. "Are you still going in?" Shizue glanced at Tsunade, who shook her head. Since these two people have endless topics to talk about when they get together, let them get together first. Everyone, the situation in the ninja world has changed. In the Mist Village, the top leaders who had been fighting each other to the death finally calmed down and sat in the conference room. The master, who originally didn't care about the factional fighting in the village, could no longer sit still after receiving the information passed on by the Uegakuer. With his appearance, the several fighting factions calmed down, gave Master Yuan enough face, and participated in today's meeting. Everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. The master who did not choose to sit on the main seat took out the information sent by the Cloud Ninja Village and said to everyone. This information was sent by Onoki of the Uegakuer. When the village was still fighting for the position of the 4th Mizukage, Konoha had already reached an alliance with the Kyumigakuer. Everyone, the situation in the ninja world has begun to change. We should stop. Yes, Master Yuan. Yagura nodded in agreement without hesitation. The others were not so quick and looked at Master Yuan in doubt and surprise. Everyone is fighting to become the Mizukage, for the interests and status of their faction. Master Yuan, you don't care about these things, but you jump out at this time and ask everyone to stop. Can this stop? Yagura is close to you, so he listens to you, but who are you to ask us to stop? Chapter 398 Yagura, who would care about you if there is no benefit? Alas, looking at everyone except Yagura, Master Yuan was silent for a long time. In the end, all his words turned into a sigh, and he stood up and walked out of the meeting room with his crutches. There is no need to continue this meeting. Because the village leaders don't care about this matter at all, they only care about their own fight. Even if Yagura responded to him immediately, he might not be willing to stop in his heart. The first response was just to give face to Master Yuan. But this is no longer important, because Master Yuan has already made up his mind. Since you are unwilling to stop, I will help you. In the following period of time, people from all factions were horrified to find that Yagura's power had greatly increased, and they were defeated step by step. The Yuan master took action. This old guy is on Yagura's side. People from various factions finally reacted, but it was too late. Needless to say, Yagura was very ruthless. If there were not so few people supporting him, this fight would have ended long ago. Before, the master was unwilling to intervene in the conflicts between the villages. However, as Konoha and the Cloud Village formed an alliance, the master had to step forward and announce an end to the conflicts. Unfortunately, no one was willing to listen to him, only Yagura supported him on the surface, which also made Yunchi side with Yagura. Regardless of whether Yagura was truly willing to follow his arrangements, at least Yunchi could not find any fault with Yagura's attitude. When you say stop, he expresses his support without hesitation. His attitude is already clear and it is very correct. As for the others, it's better not to mention them. It is understandable that Yunchi would side with Yagura. With the passing of the 3rd Mizukage, Yagura sealed the 3 tails within himself, making himself a Jinchuriki, and the master met with those loyal to the 3rd Mizukage, and Yagura's momentum became unstoppable. In less than half a month, all those who opposed him were cleared out. This brought an end to the long-lasting battle in the Mist Village. The village was stabilized, and just a few days after Yagura became the Mizukage, he handed the village over to the master, hurriedly left the water country with his guards, and met with Oniki. I didn't expect that you would be the Mizukage in the Mist Village. I thought the Kazuna clan could rise again. During this period of time, the power of the Kazuki clan was really huge, and there were many strong people in the clan, but the Kazuki clan was defeated, and Yagura became the fourth Mizukage of the Kazuki village. So Onoki was surprised. However, he was quite pleasing to the Mizukage Yagura, for the simple reason that the two of them would need to stick together for warmth. Secondly, Yagura is also a dwarf like Onoki, and if they stand together they will form a group of dwarfs. Bah, if they stand together no one will laugh at him for being a dwarf, because Yagura is also short. With the support of Master Yuanshi, the defeat of the Gue Deng clan is only natural. Yagura didn't want to talk to Onoki about the internal affairs of the Mist Village. Embarrassing things should be dealt with behind closed doors. There is no need to publicize them or discuss them with outsiders. As for the Ghost Lantern clan, a cold light flashed in Yagura's eyes. Just wait, once everything in the village is on track, there will be many ways to control you. The Kazuna clan, the Hojiki clan and the Kagaya clan, these two families have completely become thorns in Yagura's eyes and thorns in his flesh. If the Hojiki clan is powerful and fights with Yagura for family considerations, then the Kagaya clan is simply seeking their own death, jumping up and down, acting like a clown. Once the situation eases, Yagura will definitely take action against the Kagaya clan. As for the Ghost Lantern clan, we can't be anxious, as touching them will have a huge impact. Alright. Yagura didn't want to talk about this, and Onoki didn't force him. Now it was more important to talk about the two villages sticking together for warmth. The Mizukage should have read the information I sent to the Mist Village. Konoha and the Cloud Village have formed an alliance. This is not good news for the Rock Village and the Mist Village. The battle between our two villages and the Cloud Village has never stopped. Konoha, Kimagakur, and the Sangakur standing behind Konoha. If our village does not unite, I am afraid we will suffer a great loss. It would be fine if Konoha and Kimagakur had joined forces, but the key point is that they have a little follower, the Sand Village, standing behind them. This is really disgusting. No matter how weak the little follower is, it is still one of the 5 major ninja villages. Once the Cloud Village and Konoha start to support the Sand Village will also be able to burst out with strong combat potential. The Sand Village's war potential is not good, not because their ninjas are not strong enough or there are not enough of them, but because they are poor and have no money or resources to support the war. Once they have enough money and supplies, neither the Uegakur nor the Mist Village dare to guarantee that they can definitely defeat the Sand Village. That's why Onoki was so anxious to contact the Mist Village and send them information, hoping that they would stabilize internally as soon as possible. Fortunately, with the intervention of the Master, the conflict in the Mist Village was settled quickly and easily. That Tsuchikage wants to form an alliance with the Mist Village. Yagura looked at Onoki deeply. The alliance between Konoha and Cloud Village would be disadvantageous to Uegakur and Mist Village. But the third Reikage was not a madman, and he would not just start a war and attack them. Onoki described the situation as fraught with danger, and he had a lot of ulterior motives in his words. Yagura could see all this. Tsuchikage, there are still many things in the village that need my personal attention. I don't have much time to chat with you. Just tell me what benefits the Mist Village can gain by forming an alliance with the Rock Village. Onoki was determined to form an alliance. As the Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura, like other Mist Village ninjas, had a strong sense of rejecting outsiders. In other words, Yagura's desire for an alliance is not that strong, because the geographical environment of the water country is too special, and it is very difficult for any country to attack the water country. The alliance seemed to benefit both parties, but in reality, the Uegakur gained more benefits. You still want benefits? Onoki opened his eyes wide. Mizukage, only by forming an alliance between the Rock Village and the Mist Village can we resist the war crisis that may break out in the future. Don't you understand? No, I know. Yagura shook his head and said calmly, but the Uegakur just has a stronger sense of crisis. Tsuchikage, let's be frank. The geographical location of the water country is special. We are not afraid of any enemy attacking us. The sea is the main battlefield of the Mist Village, but the Uegakur is not so good. Even if there is a threat of war, it is your Uegakur that is threatened, not the Kurigakur. In that case, why should I be in such a hurry? Should we just form an alliance with your Uegakur without any benefit? What a stubborn little dwarf. Onoki's breathing began to become heavier. He found that he had miscalculated one thing, which was that the people of the Mist Village were very xenophobic. Coupled with the special geographical location, the people of the Mist Village formed a fixed mindset that we will not be attacked. Chapter 399, No Deal, No Deal. Your Uegakur is eager to form an alliance, but the Mist Village is not yet willing. What are the benefits of forming an alliance with you? Our geographical environment is special. Unless we are seeking death, who would come to attack the Mist Village? It's simply because I ate too much. It is different to form an alliance with the Uegakuer. It will directly form a situation of confrontation with the Kumigakuer and Konoha, which is equivalent to sending a very dangerous signal to the outside world. There is no benefit for you in doing this, so would the Mist Village be willing to do this? Damn special geographical environment. Onoki couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had thought of thousands of things, but this was the only thing he hadn't thought of. Horse riding. I originally thought it was a two-way alliance, but it turned out to be a one-way alliance where I had to beg for benefits. This damn script is wrong. Mizukage, do you really mean this? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Cloud Village? From what I know, there have been many frictions between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village in the sea over the years. Facing Onaki's threatening reminder, Yagura replied calmly, minor friction is just friction. Although the Cloud Village is developing towards the sea, their village has too few warships and cannot be compared with the Mist Village. Unless there is a particularly big conflict or a deep hatred, the Cloud Village will not attack the Mist Village. Suchikage does not need to scare me. On the contrary, your land of Earth is more vulnerable to invasion by the Cloud Village. Onoki, this is fucking boring. So, what price will the Rock Village have to pay to form an alliance with the Mist Village? If possible, Onoki really hopes to form an alliance with the Mist Village. Even though the Mist Village is in a mess right now, the two villages joining forces will make the Cloud Village wary. As for Konoha, it can be ignored. Konoha has no interest in going to the land of Earth to cause trouble, nor is it interested in seizing any interests on the sea. The rich resources of the land of fire are enough for Konoha to develop. Konoha has always sought peaceful development, not conflict and war. Yagura thought for a moment and asked back, I should ask you, the Tsuchikage, what conditions can the Uegakuer offer if the Uegakuer and the Mist Village form an alliance? This guy is really hard to deal with. Much more difficult to deal with than the third Mizukage. After a brief contact, Oniki analyzed that Yagura's temperament was wilder than the third Mizukage, and his attitude towards things was much tougher than the third Mizukage. That's right, if he wasn't wild at heart, if he wasn't strong in character, it wouldn't be his turn to sit in the position of Mizukage. It was pulled down a long time ago. Although he was unwilling, Oniki still proposed the conditions he could give. The final result was that both parties parted ways unhappily. Oniki felt that he had shown enough sincerity, but Yagura felt that Oniki had no sincerity at all. From Oniki's perspective, an alliance between the two sides would be the best outcome. On Yagura's side, the Uegakuer was eager to form an alliance, and pulled the Mist Village to force the Cloud Village to restrain its actions. If the alliance is formed in a fair way, the one who suffers is the Mist Village. The Mist Village would rather not have such an alliance. As I said, the geographical location of the Mist Village is too special. Without certainty, or too deep hatred and conflicts, no one would dare to go to war with the Mist Village, especially attacking the Mist Village. Such behavior is simply stupid. Even though the Cloud Village has been fighting with the Mist Village for the right to speak on the sea, it will not go crazy and attack the Mist Village. Limited to naval battles. The conversation with Oniki broke down, but Yagura did not feel sorry. Since we can't reach an agreement, there's nothing more to talk about. Instead of thinking about forming an alliance, it would be better to deal with the mess in the village first, and then find an opportunity to go to Konoha to obtain information about the perfect Jinchuriki. Although you can threaten Oniki and get it for free from him, but Onoki is not a fool. He would not share the information with the Mist Village for no reason. If we can form an alliance, he will definitely share it with you. If we can't form an alliance, then there is no point in sharing it. This is the information that our Uegakuer bought at the cost of debt. Do you want it? Buy it yourself. Besides, who can guarantee that the Uegakuer will not suffer any losses when sharing information? Yagura was very interested in the information about the perfect Jinchuriki. Therefore, complete information is very important. Instead of obtaining it from Oniki, Yagura would rather go to Konoha, even if he has to pay for it. After all, he is not spending his own money, but the village's. As long as this information can be used, it will be a huge profit. After parting ways with Oniki on bad terms, Yagura returned to the Kurigakuer and went to see the master first. As soon as they met, Master Yuan asked, "Did the talks break down?" "Ah." Yagura nodded and said without hiding anything, "The Uegakuer village can't show enough sincerity, but it wants to pull the village into an alliance and use its own strength to guard against the Kumigakuer village. It seems that the news of the alliance between Konoha and Kumigakuer has greatly stimulated Onoki." Master Yuan shook his head slightly and sighed. "It's okay if we can't form an alliance. The village has just stabilized and there are many things that need you to handle personally. There's no need to provoke the nerves of the Kumagakure at this time. As for the Uegakure, let them fend for themselves. No one would attack the Mist Village easily. This idea was not only held by Yagura, but also by the master, and even by most people in the Mist Village. Because the cost of attacking the Mist Village is too high and the benefits do not outweigh the losses. I need your cooperation, Master Yuan. Otherwise, a lot of work cannot be done. I will go to Konoha in the near future to obtain information about the perfect Jinchuriki. Yagura also stated that he was going to Konoha. The master nodded slightly. The village really needs to obtain a copy of the perfect Jinchuriki's information. I hope this information will be of value to the village. Leaving aside the intelligence, I rely more on the Jinchuriki's talent. I have confidence in myself. Yagura and Shizuka chatted for a while. Jingai also told him that the talent of the Jinchuriki itself is very important. If you don't have the talent, it's useless even if you have the information. The Uegakure was preparing to negotiate an alliance with the Kurogakure, but the talks failed, and the outside world was unaware of it. After the two sides formed an alliance and became allies, the third Raikage couldn't wait to return to the village and personally delivered Killer Bee, this rare flower, to Konoha and handed it to Shizuka. Jingai, this kid isn't a bad person, he just has some weird hobbies. If he doesn't obey, just beat him up. Ugly words have to be said up front, otherwise how would others dare to teach you seriously? If you can't even touch it or scold it, then what's the point of teaching it? After taking a look at the dark and thin Kirabi, Jingai smiled and said, with your words, I feel relieved. This kid will stay in the village. I will teach him seriously. But as I said, it depends on his talent. I hope you can understand. Chapter 400. From today on, you will be yourself. Well, I believe you. The third Raikage nodded seriously, lowered his head and said to Killer Bee, bye, you will stay in Konoha for a while. You must listen carefully to Master Shizuichi's teachings and study hard. If you don't concentrate, I will beat you to death later. What? Kirabi subconsciously raised his head, and then couldn't help but rap, oh yeah, bye, oh. The third Raikage punched down with a dark face. You bastard, so everything I said just now was in vain, right? This is not a village, please tone down your behavior. Isn't it shameful? It is rare to see the dark old face of the third Raikage begin to turn red. You can't laugh, you have to hold it in. Jingai tried hard to be patient and pretended that she didn't hear it and that I didn't mind. Cough cough. After punching Killer Bee, the third Raikage said awkwardly, Jingai, this kid is disobedient, just beat him like this. The kids in the Kumagakure are tough, just beat them up. Kirabi, I'm not tough and it really hurts. Don't worry, senior. I will educate him well. There are still many things waiting for him to deal with in the village, and the third Raikage cannot spend too much time in Konoha. After handing Killer Bee over to Shizuka, he said hello to the third Hokage and left with his guards. Poor Killer Bee was left in Konoha. Looking at Kirabi, who is dark, thin, and short, it is hard to imagine that he will grow up to be a muscular tyrant. Apart from being a little shorter, his muscles are no less than those of his good brother, the fourth Raikage. The test is coming. All Killer Bee's mind was filled with the words that the third Raikage and his eldest brother had told him. At this moment, Kirabi was extremely nervous. He didn't know how Jingai would test him and teach him. It is said that this person is very powerful, and even Lord Raikage does not dare to say that he can defeat him. This is a well-known strongman in the ninja world, an invincible strongman, and he must be respected. Kirabi is prone to making mistakes and likes to rap, which only means that he has a bad temper and rap is just a hobby, not that he is stupid. On the contrary, this guy is the kind of person who has a lot of little ideas in mind. Looking at Kirabi, who was so nervous that he was picking his toes, Jingai thought for a moment and asked, Kirabi, do you want to gain the recognition of the villagers? What? Is this a test? After a pause, Kirabi answered subconsciously, think. So do you want to get praise from your big brother and the Raikage? Think. So do you want to live a carefree life, sing whenever you want, and hold concerts whenever you want? I want to, sir, I want to, please teach me. After these three questions, Killer Bee's emotions were aroused to the maximum. This boy with a bad temper, a little mean, and a love for rap actually hoped to gain recognition from the villagers, and hoped to be accepted and praised by the third Raikage and the future fourth Raikage AI. Unlike other ninjas who have various dreams, Killer Bee's thoughts are simple and sincere. Then liberate your nature. Jingai raised his hand and shook his finger. In Konoha, no one will restrict you from playing rap, no one will find you annoying, and no one will be prejudiced against you. All you need to do is train hard and become a perfect Jinchuriki. As long as you become a perfect Jinchuriki, the villagers of Kumagakure will accept you, and the Raikage will praise you. When the time comes, you can rap if you want, and hold a concert if you want. How should I train? Kirobi was a little anxious and scratched his ears and cheeks. Strengthen your control over chakra. If possible, use more of the Eight Tails chakra and control them. If you have good talent, you can try to let the Eight Tails accept you. The eight-tailed Jayaki is a hot-tempered brother of the nine-tailed beast, and a very warlike tailed beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have frequently gone to the land of fire to fight with the nine-tailed fox. Although it is not as strong as the nine tails, it is no less bellicosity than the nine tails, and its own strength is strong enough. It's just that when such a grumpy-tailed beast collides with Killer Bee, it's like Monkey King encountering Tang Monk. Kirobi has no other skills, but he is great at nagging. Even the way they speak is like rap. Most people really can't accept such spoken language. Not only people can't accept it, let alone the tailed beasts who are hot-tempered and warlike. But Killer Bee is still a simple person who easily lets down his guard and accepts others or the tailed beasts. With these two factors combined, it is only a matter of time before the eight-tailed Jayaki raises his hands in surrender. If Killer Bee is allowed to release his nature in advance, he may become a perfect Jinchuriki even earlier. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails combination is different from Kushina and the Nine Tails combination. On Kushina's side, she still needs to provoke and taunt the Nine Tails with Jing'ai, but Killer Bee doesn't need that at all. He could annoy the Eight Tails to death by himself. Ugh. Kirobi blinked blankly. What does this mean? Does it mean that I can sing and do whatever I want? Because of his strange rap style, his love of singing strange songs, and the fact that he is the Jinchuriki's clone, Killer Bee is not popular in the Cloud Ninja village. This transformation continued until he became the perfect Jinchuriki. It's just as you thought. Come on, kid, I have faith in you. You will become a powerful ninja in the ninja world. You will become a strong man that the Reikage and your elder brother will look up to. When you become strong, many beautiful girls will ask you for your autograph. Lust is also Kirobi's hidden attribute. This guy can even blush while staring at Yumuren's chest. You should know that Yumuren is his disciple, and the other person is dead, which is equivalent to a corpse. Looking at the corpse can make him have wild thoughts and blush. It can be seen that Kirobi's hidden attributes can be developed. By the way, this guy was drooling at Tsunade. It seems that an advance warning is needed. Really? Killer Bee imagined a scene where the Reikage and his elder brother both supported and believed in him, and countless beautiful women cheered and asked him for autographs. Tears immediately flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's true, truer than pearls, so work hard. This area is your range of activities. Although no one in Konoha will restrict you, you are still a member of the Kumagakure village. You can't run around casually, understand? Oh yeah, don't worry, Master Jing'ai, you're more serious than I am. Stop, sing again later, that's all, come on. Jing'ai, with a frown on his face, forcibly interrupted Kirobi's spell, then turned and left. I encourage you, but that doesn't mean I like to listen to you rap. You should keep it for your own entertainment, or you can go and have fun with Yaoi. Yaoi must love to hear that.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.